Good morning and welcome to Fuji Speedway in Japan as we get ready for round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Cars on the grid, teams and fans mingling, and a hot, sunny morning after the tropical storm swept through the area over the last couple of days. The morning has dawned with sight of Mount Fuji. That's now disappeared in the traditional cloud. We are ready for a dry start to the race. I'm Martin Haven, joining me alongside in the booth, world champion Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin. Louise Beckett is on the grid. And Anthony, a great opportunity for a sea of Japanese fans to watch these cars in their element.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be back here in Fuji. Round 6 of the championship. Just 2 rounds to go, including this one. Bahrain, the 8 hours of Bahrain, the final round, round 7. But there's going to be a lot of action here to cover first. This fantastic circuit, 4.5 kilometers long, 2.8 miles. A real tough one for the drivers and teams to get right. We've had mixed weather all the way through this weekend so far. So starting the race today in the dry, it will be a challenge and going into a bit of the unknown for the teams as to what's going to happen with the balance of the car and how it wears the tyres, and obviously they'll be thinking on their feet.
Graham, one of the unique features of racing at Fuji is the circuit safari. This was in free practice 3 yesterday, a chance for fans to ride around with the entire field and in the rain.
Yeah, it has been a unique part of world motorsports, copied now by a couple of championships around the world. Why? Because it's a brilliant idea. Fans absolutely love it. I've had an opportunity to see it from this point of view, and trust me, there is nothing else like it out there, and certainly nothing at this kind of level.
And Anthony, you've been on the other side of that. You've been in a car out there with buses on the track, and that's, for a driver, is an absolute non sequitur, isn't it?
It's a bit of a bizarre experience. It's unique, like Graham said, and yeah, being out there with such huge vehicles, it's not what you're really used to when you're sat down there in a prototype racing car. But yeah, the funny thing is that you soon learn to ignore them, and you actually end up driving quite quickly and taking a lot of the risks you would usually take with buses not on the track. So it's I mean, I can't imagine what it's like to be a fan of one of those buses, seeing the cars come past so quickly. But they stay to one side of the track, and you do, yeah. It is a unique experience. But yeah, talking about this circuit, a bit more detail. You can see here the circuit map is clockwise circuit, 4.5 kilometers long, with that 1.5 kilometer long straight, just under a mile, takes you down towards turn 1. Daiichi corner, one of the best overtaking spots on the track. Good to get a good slipstream and heavy on the brakes into that corner. Focus on the exit, takes you through turn 3, the long turn 4 and 5 takes you to turn 6 hairpin. It's not really a hairpin, it's more of a corner where you have to carry the speed on the exit rather than on the entry. A very tricky corner to get right. And that takes you down the hill, heavy braking zone into turn 10, one of the tightest corners on the circuit. And that's a really tricky one to manage your speed through the right, to take you through the left of turn 11 and into that tight, twiddly final sector through 13, 15 and that final corner at turn 16.
Well, our winners last year, Toyota Gazoo Racing, WRT1 in LMP2, and TF Sport, Ben Keating in an Aston Martin, winning last year. He's in a different car with different teammates this year, but sits on pole position. And the race records, Kamui Kobayashi, Nick de Vries in LMP2, and Nick Nielsen, now Ferrari, Hypercar driver in GTE Am. Well, Toyota locked out the front row of the grid in qualifying. Everybody sort of expected that. It's their home track. Literally, Toyota owns the race circuit. They've got lots of years of experience here. They should be the hot favourites. They certainly are with the fans. Although the fans have lots of other favourites, they will expect and demand a Toyota win.
Yeah, great, as always, wherever we are around the world, to see fans of all sorts of brands here. Lots of Peugeot fans, Alpine fans here. The number of road cars in the the car parks we've passed by, and the manufacturers do an awful lot of activation here as well. It's a very busy fan zone behind the main grandstand. Lots of great stuff to see there, including the hydrogen-fueled exhibitions there with the X24 car and Toyota Gazoo Racing's new H2 concept.
And like everybody else, having been away from racetracks for 2 years, the chance to come back has seen the fans even more eager to participate. The grid walks have been hugely oversubscribed yesterday and this morning. Massive crowds to go through. And as you say, the fan zone, drivers go out there and appear on stage for their various different brands. Yeah, it's a full-on Grand Prix level engagement here, actually. So many fans, and they are so knowledgeable. And Anthony, as you'll know as a driver, so polite. They will stand and wait, a long queue of them outside the dinner hall or a garage entrance, and they will just politely wait for a chance to get an autograph or a photograph with the driver.
Yeah, I mean, they're fanatical in the truest sense of the word, really. They lock on to their favourite team or driver and give 100% of their energy and enthusiasm to that person or team. So it's an honour, really, to come and race here as a driver and to feel that respect from the fans. And like you say, you know, such a huge knowledge of motorsport, and that's, you know, this circuit has history, has pedigree, and the fans have been coming here a long time, and they're fully expecting, you know, an unpredictable race here today for these 6 hours, and also maybe unpredictable weather, and they're well prepared for that as well.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, everybody brings a tent, so yeah. I mean, yeah, fans in the UK used to unpredictable weather. Needs to be a lot more tents for viewing from. We just saw one of the two very local teams. Now we talk about Toyota being local because they're a Japanese team. They're actually based in Cologne in Germany predominantly, but very local here, Car Guys and D-Station Racing, within a mile of the circuit gates. That's how local they are.
Yeah, on opposite sides of the approach road, you're absolutely right. And they are going to field, here's one of them, the D-Station 777 Aston Martin. They're going to be fielding two of the makes in a four-make GTE Am field. The last time that Japan will welcome GT machinery in contemporary competition.
And they need a better race than the last race out in that car. I mean, through no fault of their own, cruelly wiped out of the race very early on in Monza. And yeah, they're looking forward to getting through the full 6 hours at least for their home race.
13 Martin. 13 GTE cars in the Am class, including the bright pink 85. The Iron Dame's very popular indeed at the autograph session this morning, and great to see that. Real standing up liveries this year in the FIA World Endurance Championship, in GT in particular, I think. And can't beat a big pink car for picking that one out of the pack, can we?
Yep, exactly right, which is why PJ Hyatt's alternate car in America is bright pink as well. So, exactly.
Great
and again, for the Corvette, you know, bright yellow, it's a traditional colour now for Corvette racing, but makes the car so easy to spot.
Yeah, you were saying a little earlier as we were looking at shots of the grid here about that little mascot. Tell us a little bit about that.
We'll talk about that in a moment or two. Louise Beckett is down on the... Oh, I'm liking the Godzilla teeth. Louise Beckett down on the grid with Toyota's Jose Maria Lopez.
Welcome to the grid. The fans are out, the sun's out, and Jose Maria Lopez, the number 7 Toyota, is on pole. You couldn't ask for better.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yes, shiny today. After a few days of raining and being cloudy, it's great. I mean, it's a big change. Actually, it's very hot. We were discussing before. It's a big difference from temperature, which is going to make things a bit more complicated. I think no one on the grid had the chance to try the car in these conditions. But yeah, for us, it's looking good so far. Great lap by Kamui yesterday. And I mean, race is going to be completely different. I think we really need to take care of the brakes, of the tires. They're very long stints. We're talking about between 36, 38 laps. So yeah, we're gonna spend like 2 hours in the car. We need to keep hydrated, of course. And yeah, we cross fingers. We hope we can achieve a good result, especially here in Fuji. For us, is very important.
Yeah, the fans are going to be cheering for you loud, I'm sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy it.
It's a valid point, isn't it, that because of the way the weather's been, there's not been a hot, dry session. There's been a mostly dry session. in free practice, but qualifying had rain showers, and so did the other 2 free practice sessions. So I was talking to Ben Hanley at United and a couple of the other guys walking down the pit lane, Ferrari Hypercar drivers, Nick Nielsen and Ben Hanley, both saying, well, we're sort of guessing really because we haven't had proper dry running, so we're just going to have to see what the tyre degradation is like and how that affects their race strategy. So there are a lot of unknowns, and behind the main grandstand you can see a lot of blue sky above us and white clouds. Behind the main grandstand, lots of black clouds rolling down the hillside as we see so often. So who knows what's going to happen?
Well, it is hot and humid for now, and for the first time this weekend we have a completely dry circuit. And that's what, in a great interview there by Jose Maria Lopez, good insight as well into how the driver thinks going into a race like this today. You're stepping into the unknown, like I said before, and not just from a mechanical point of view, but from a human point of view as well for the driver. They haven't been in the car that long in this temperature yet. So he's saying, look, we've got 38 laps coming up per stint here. That's almost 2 hours ago in the car apiece. So, you know, can I perform at my absolute maximum for that? I don't know yet. Hopefully you can, but it's a very tricky circuit and one that you shouldn't underestimate. It's the shortest circuit on the WEC calendar, but it's so hard to get right, just like that. That's hard to get right as well.
The longest free practice session is 90 minutes. So a car has not run for 2 hours in one stint anyway. So in fact I was talking to Nico Veroni and Nicky Katzberg while the plane was overhead a few minutes ago, and Nico Veroni's going, no amount of money's getting me up in that. I'd just be terrified. I said, it's no different from driving a racing car with a passenger alongside. You know what you're doing, you throw it sideways into turn 1, the passenger's terrified, you've got one hand on the wheel, yeah, I've got this. He said, yeah, but what happens if the engine stops and it's got wings? But no, you wouldn't get me in it either. Louise Beckett down on the grid. Louise, very hot and humid today. I mean, a really very different day from anything we've had so far.
It's completely different conditions. It's like we've turned up in another season. I don't know what, but I've been speaking to people along the grid, and actually they've said that they expect there to be rain later on during the race.
I think you're right, and the forecasting is so hard here because, like at Spa, we've got big hills around us and you can't see what's coming from behind them. What you do see is what rolls down the mountain at you, Graham.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely notorious for a microclimate here. In past years, when we've been commentating from above the grandstands, you can see that rolling in from both sides of this circuit. And you can see 2 weather fronts conflicting with each other just outside or over the circuit. We've had bone dry half circuit, streaming wet half circuit here.
And we're pinned between a volcano, Mount Fuji, and the...
Beautifully done.
And you so often hear it played, but don't often hear the Japanese anthem sung. Beautifully done. And yeah, no busking in that one. That was absolutely gorgeous. So teams and drivers lined up. Starting drivers will head to their cars. As we have seen all year long, there will be 2 formation laps behind the safety car, but the clock for 6 hours will start at the end of the first formation lap, and the green lights should go on as the front row gets to about the 6th starting position on the Formula 1 grid. So you can see Khan, the Persian, in position number 16, so it'll be very close to the start line, which is a long way out in the final corner, actually. A long way up that 1.5 straight before it's not like, I mean, it's not like Monza where it's almost as you come out of the parabolic. It's miles away.
Yeah, that run down towards turn 1 is critical as a start to find your braking spot, because you do arrive there already at quite high speed, despite getting to the line behind the safety car, or safety car speed. Safety car is obviously peeled in before you get there yourself, but you're watching those red lights, you're watching them the whole way down the straight, you're keeping check on the car alongside you, who you can't be ahead of by the time you get to the line. So, and then whoever is in front dictates when they put their foot down, and everybody else has to react to that. But yeah, you come barreling down at great speed here into turn 1, and you often see a few lockups, cold tyres, cold brakes. It's a very hard process to manage but also when, I say when, because I'm expecting one in this race, a safety car situation or full course yellow. After that process, when you come onto the main straight, again for the leading car, you can't go too early because of the length of that straight, almost a mile long. You can't go too early out of the final corner after a safety car with everyone bunched up behind you, because you're going to get overtaken in the slipstream. You have to wait as long as you possibly can till you get to the line when you go.
Just trying to take a quick look at some of the tyre markings that on the race tyres. You can see a yellow mark there on some of those Michelin sidewalls. That's the medium. The Ferrari's got a red mark. That's the hard tyre. Basically, therefore, track temperature. So the hotter, the redder the temperature, the harder the tyre. You can see there. And so there is a bit of a disparity between hard and medium. And because we've had so much damp to wet running and so little hot dry, no hot dry running, nobody's quite sure, probably apart from Toyota, of exactly what to use. Let's have a quick catch up with Louise Beckett down there as the cars are about to start.
I just had a quick walk up and down the hypercar class to see, and the Toyotas and Ferraris are on hard. Everybody else is on the medium compound.
So if Toyota have gone hard, sounds like Ferrari might well have taken that as an indication that's the way to go. Again, yellow sidewalls on the Porsches, not sidewalls, that little yellow marker. I mean, obviously you see all the Michelin there, but there's a little yellow wedge. You can see with the for medium in it, for the really hard of thinking like me. Just reminds you what the colours actually mean. But that's the choice for the hypercar class, medium or hard. 5-minute ball being shown. For LMP2, no choice. You have slicks or grooves if it's raining, and it's not raining. So you take the tyre and put it on the car. That's the way it goes.
Good qualifying session yesterday for the Porsche Penske Motorsport pair. They're by far the most convincing display of the season so far. Bilance Vanteur starting in the number 6 car.
Yeah, they're only 2/10 behind the time set from Brendan Hartley, but I mean, we heard from Jose Maria Lopez saying my teammate Kamui Kobayashi did a phenomenal job in qualifying because he was 6/10 quicker than Hartley. I'm not sure exactly what happened on Brendan's lap, but that was the speed of Kobayashi. So car number 8 leads the championship over the sister car number 7. Number 7 is just 1 point ahead now after qualifying on pole position, 1 point ahead of car 51. Yeah, but it's pretty tight in the Drivers' Championship.
As you've been saying all season and last season, Anthony, it's the battle between those two Toyotas that could be just as enthralling as the pack that is now howling and baying behind them.
Well, right now, 26 points, i.e. a win and pole, is what covers the top 3 driver lineups. So the 2 Toyotas and the 51 Ferrari crew. There are 25 points on offer today for victory. 1.5 points in Bahrain.
Exactly.
So 1 for pole, still not 1.5 or 2, but 38 points for victory. So it's almost guaranteed that we will go to Bahrain with the first, or with the hypercar titles still to be decided. And in the team standings, the manufacturer standings, equally, that's going to be very, very close. Toyota against Ferrari.
So it's the usual protagonists. So you can see Kamui shaking the hands of Mike Conway and Sebastian Buemi in car 8. It's always them that go at it. I don't know, for whatever reason, Toyota decide to run, or whether it's a driver choice, who knows, Buemi and Conway in those first couple of stints in the race.
Batti Pregliasco from Ferrari AF Corsa. He's the man charged with the operational running of Ferrari's hypercars. There's a whole host of ex-Formula 1 crew there, as well as the AF Corsa race crews. And we are getting ready to send the cars off. Reminder, 2 laps behind the safety car, the first of which will not be timed, but at the end of the first safety car lap, the clocks will start. And the reason we have 2 is because we do not have tyre blankets to warm the tyres. The tyres are at ambient temperature, which is about 24 degrees, 23 degrees, not at the 90 plus that they need to give you the grip to make the car stop and go round corners. So 2 warm-up laps, And especially when it's cold and wet, that is really, really critical for our drivers.
Well, as the grid is about to get underway, here is the starting grid. It is the first row with the two Toyotas, the 8 alongside the 7, Seb Buemi and Mike Conway in the two Toyota Hypercars. Alongside, it's another pair. It's the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, Michael Christensen and Laurens Vanthoor. The Cadillac number 2, Alex Lynn, and the 51, the first of the Ferrari 499Ps on row 3 and row 4. The second Ferrari, the number 50 Ferrari with Miguel Molina, and the 38 Hertz Team Jota car. Proton competition, Harry Tinknell, and the first of the Peugeots with Mikael Jensen. After a poor qualifying, it's the second Peugeot on row 6 with Loic Duval, and the first of the LMP2s ahead of the Van Wall is the number 22 United Autosports car with Felipe Albuquerque, Team WRT on the second row of LMP2 with Rio Andrade. Second United car and the 28 Jota ahead of the 34 Le Mans winning Inter Europol car. And
ladies and gentlemen, start your engines!
Team WRT and the 9 Prema Racing Orica ahead of the first of the Alpines, 36, the 63 Prema Orica. Final car on the LMP2 grid is the 35 Alpine ahead of the pole car in GT Am. It's the championship winning car, the 33 Corvette with Ben Keating ahead of Snorre Bovi's Iron Dames 85 Porsche, the 777D Station Aston Martin. Another Aston, the 98 from Northwest AMR, ahead of the Kessel Racing Car Guy 57. Richard Mille, AF Corsa, and Rexy, the Project 1 AO 56. 77 and 86 Porsches next up, and the 54 Ferrari, the 25 bright orange ORT by TF Aston Martin. 21 AF Corsa Ferrari, the 60 the bright yellow Iron Lynx Porsche complete the grid, and we are ready, gentlemen, for go for what I think everybody's expecting to be pretty fast and furious stuff.
Green flag being waved by Taike Mori, Toyota Parasports athlete, para-alpine skier. Toyota doing a lot of development work leading into the last Winter Games in Beijing with the para-athletes in skiing, with the mono skis and the seated skiers, as well as some of the other para-sports. Away we head. So the teams will run in 2x2 formation, not necessarily immediately. They'll concentrate on trying to give themselves space to warm their tyres up, bring the tyres up to temperature. They've got 2 full laps to do it, but they are not long laps. This is no Spa-Francorchamps. It is the shortest lap on the circuit on their calendar.
Yeah, so getting the tyre temperature up is the most important thing right now. Even though it's the hottest it's been so far this week, you'll still see cars weaving around, trying to carry some speed through the high-speed corners like this one here, turn 4, then into turn 5 as it carries on through that corner. It's not really a double apex, 4 and 5, but I think it just goes on. Here it is here. Goes on for so long that they had to give it 2 different numbers. And then into turn 6 here, riding on board the Floyd Van Wall Racing team. And then, down to the GTs. It's going to be a great battle between these two, as always. The Corvette number 33 versus the Iron Dames pink Porsche 911.
As we're saying, that GTE battle, and it is the final time in Japan here for the GTE cars. It'll be LMGT3 next time we appear here at Fuji, and it has been quite the battle of the brands for the last decade and more, and it's going to continue, I'm absolutely sure. Been great entertainment in that class.
We can hear from car 51 here, what they're talking about.
Okay, mate, we need to build a little bit of SOC, so we'll turn the MGU on and do a couple of brakings.
Yeah, so there's just a message to the driver there talking about the energy management in the hybrid Ferrari. As all of the hypercars are, they run that hybrid. You've got to get the SOC, the state of charge, basically your battery level. You're trying to get it as high as possible for the start of the race, so changing the motor generating unit kinetic, the MGUK, to do its job, to get a bit of kinetic energy in there under the braking, and even changing the setting to a mode where it can even do that actually under power or just lifting off, lifting, coasting. The car is constantly charging instead of deploying.
race as
like
well.
Different language.
Yeah, like everything else, you want to have the battery full before you go for the start of the race. So got 2 laps to do. Now, actually, I said that the clock should start running at the end of the first lap, but it's actually 10:55 at the moment. So I think we might have 2 safety car laps before we get to 11 a.m., which is the start of the race, Graham.
This race, gentlemen, has had a history of dramas in the opening laps. It's tight and tricky off-camber turn 1 that has often caused problems. It's going to be interesting to see what a much bigger top-class grid than we've had in recent years, just how well they're going to be able to deal with that.
Look at the tyres. The 2 Aston Martins, D-Station Racing and ORT by TF, both run by TF Sport, have gone soft fronts. The other one, Northwest AMR, has no tyres on at all, so that's a risky strategy.
Well, this is interesting. So, you know, this circuit really, it hammers the rear tyres mostly. So they've gone for a softer option on the front of the car, and they've gone a harder compound on the rear. So the Peugeot, this is the interesting one in the Hypercar, the Peugeot's tyres are all the same width.
Yeah.
But the front, so the front tyre, the same width as the rear, but all of the other Hypercars, they've got narrower front tyres compared to the rear. What that gives them is an advantage, these cars, like the Toyota, an advantage in terms of tyre wear through that final sector the teams have been seeing. Peugeot struggling just a little bit more for tyre wear, particularly in that final sector where you're really on and off the brakes, on the traction as well, trying to, you know, it's a lot of demand going through the rear of the car. So that, it gives the Peugeot a good turn in having the wider front tyres, but the rear tyres being narrower than that of Toyota, Ferrari and all the rest of the other hypercars might just go against them here today in this long race.
Now, something I think that's been spotted on the grid, Toyota number 7, the pole sitter, has gone for an asymmetric strategy, not front to rear, but it's got hard tyres on the left-hand side, the hard work side, and medium right side tyres. So again, they are looking at tyre conservation naturally on the drivers on the right-hand side, and then changing maybe left sides only. We are ready to go racing. We're 2 minutes early. We need to go round again. We are ready to go racing here, almost. The safety car should dive into the pit lane, and then Mike Conway will pace the field. You must go through the grid marks on your side of the road. Keep pace and not drop back with everybody else. Big gap back to LMP2 and the van wall, and away we go. The 6 Hours of Fuji is underway. Mike Conway with the inside line down to the first corner, but down from behind him, the Porsche number 6 of Lawrence Vantore skates through on the inside. A lock up from the caddy. The Toyotas are both off wide.
I think there might have been some contact as well with one of the Ferraris, as like I said before, braking into that turn 1 on cold tyres, cold brakes is very tricky. They did well to all keep it pointing in the right direction, but a great start from Porsche and Ferrari, first and second at the moment.
The Ferrari has gone from 6th to 2nd on the first corner.
Here comes a Ferrari down the inside of the Cadillac into turn 6 as well. A great move there by car 51. That is James Collado at the wheel.
The major problems to the other factory Porsche dropped right down the field and is now behind all of the LMP2 cars. You said you thought there'd been contact. Puncture, it would appear, for the number 5.
Yeah, there's the 83
sorry, Martin, the two Peugeots hit each other down at turn 10.
Everybody still with cold tyres and probably cold brakes as well, because these things need to be at 1,000 degrees to work. Riding on board the Proton competition Porsche of Harry Ticknell, and through rubs Antonio Felix da Costa. Safety car is out, and that's because that Ferrari GT car is stuck in the gravel and can't move.
Wow, what a start to this 6 hours. I thought everyone was pointing in the right direction out of turn 1, but I missed that last Ferrari. And Porsche number 5 as well.
It's making its way around, but slowly. We did say the first lap of this race does produce dramas. It's turn 1 is often the case.
Every corner turn 1, every lap turn 1 is a drama. The number 5 Porsche is only just behind the back of the field, so he will have to come into the pit lane now, and that will mitigate the damage lost of time compared to everybody else going at full speed, because they'll be doing 80 Ks, 100 Ks.
Yeah, that's an absolute get-out-of-jail card for car 5, isn't it? Let's hear what's going on down at Peugeot, car 93.
I touched Lloyd, but it was the Toyota pushing me.
So yeah, the pinball effect,
It looked like a three-way fight going into. It was just at the top of my screen as I saw that. I saw the two Peugeots make contact, so that's just Mikael Jensen saying, look, it wasn't my fault entirely. I was pushed either from the side or the rear. The Toyota was definitely involved. It was a bit of a three-way fight going into there. The only thing I really focused on at the time were the two Peugeots making it. They've got away with it, though.
And that would have been Sebastian Buemi, because Mike Conway is in third. Yeah, right rear puncture on that number 5 Porsche. Michael Christensen, not how you want to start the race, really, is it? So it is Laurens Vanthoor who leads. Louise Beckett, a pit caller on the first lap.
Yes, the number 5 team are ready. In fact, I've heard the car coming into the pit lane already. So yeah, he's just pulling up now. They've got the fuel and the dolly's out just as precautionary. Yeah, it's that rear right that is shredded.
Well, that's just thoughtless. Louise has done her grid links. She's just sat down with a nice cup of tea, and suddenly somebody's in the pit lane.
So this is an absolute race of time, isn't it, to get this car back out there. He's done a really good job in getting it in and not damaging the bodywork with that flailing tyre. But there seems to be a problem further inside.
All the wire from the carcass has disappeared, but it's wrapped itself around. Let's take a look here in turn 1. This is the Ferrari contact up. Lewis Perez compact sent it on the inside, took to the grass and the curbs. Yeah, I'm afraid that was self-induced. Nobody touched him. Luckily, he didn't touch anybody else. He could have tagged out half the field.
Terrifyingly close. Oh, dear me.
Yeah, there's the Marshall with
taking a tumble trying to get the carcass.
Of the tyre.
He's okay. Yep. But might have been just a brush with a car going behind there, but that was the closest it came.
So was it the Porsche, the car 5, that I saw make contact with the Ferrari?
I think it may well have been.
Yeah. Anyway, he's back out there, so that's good news. Hasn't lost a lap, and now, even better for him, he can drive pretty quickly to catch the snake of cars that are now down at turn 10.
Which will help him build heat in the tyres. Yeah.
It's still a tough challenge to overtake on this circuit anyway, and it's lost him time, but usually under full racing speed that would have lost him an entire lap, no problem.
The 83 car has lost a lap, but is already at the back of the train, so is almost precisely a lap behind the next car running, and the 5 car will rejoin the end of the queue, I think.
So let's watch
this lap.
Where is it? Oh, it was there. It was the Ferrari that went in and hit the Proton, and the Proton hit the Porsche. So it wasn't Christensen's fault at all.
The Ferrari hit the Toyota, didn't it?
I think it actually hit the Porsche, and then the Toyota went in. Yeah, this is riding on board with Gallardo.
There's the Ferrari.
Yep, bang, there's the Porsche. That's what gave it the puncture. So it's Gallardo going in a bit deep and touching the right rear of the Porsche, and then it was the other Ferrari that hit the Toyota.
That was what was confusing me. That was confusing me.
That was busy, wasn't it?
It was Molina. Yeah, Molina touched the Toyota. I'd like to see the onboard of that car.
That was pretty forceful stuff from both Ferraris there in a very busy turn. Well, yeah.
Laurens Vanthoor leads the race for Porsche. Miguel Molina from 6th on the grid.
Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. Safety car in at the end of this lap.
The familiar voice of our race director, Eduardo Freitas. And you'll hear his 2 deputies on the radio as well during the course of the race. So Laurens Vanthoor for Porsche Penske Motorsport. First time they've led on lap 2 of a race.
So this is what I was talking about, guys. When they go out of the final corner, by rights, Vanthoor could just put his foot down straight away out the last corner and carry it, send it down the whole straight. But what I'm expecting is, and he should do, is wait as long as he possibly can until you get to the line, because you can't overtake until you get to the line, but you don't want to be giving unnecessary slipstream to the cars behind. So go at it slowly, or is he going to go there? So I think this could be a mistake. He's giving a bit of slipstream to the Ferrari behind him. He's gone very early here, but making good use of those medium tyres compared to the Ferrari's hard tyres. He's going to get away with it.
Yeah, Molina tried to go with him, but he just got the hammer down where Molina couldn't in that last tight uphill section. Here comes the 8 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi on the charge.
But it's Molina under pressure for the number 7 Toyota coming into the turn.
Does Buemi get by the caddy? Cadillac is Alex Lynn, the blue car on the inside. No, Buemi's over on the grass. And who went out wide there?
That was the
Proton car for Harry Tinknell.
Yeah, Lynn was never going to let Buemi just drive around the outside of him in turn 1. He's wiser than that. But the Toyota, the sister car, go on the inside of the Ferrari through turn 4. But no, couldn't make that work.
This is going to be interesting. Conway with the bit between his teeth. wants to get by the Ferrari because the Toyota team think they've got better speed.
Yeah, and that Ferrari we've seen all year long, it really struggles for tyre temperature build-up. Conway's going to go around the outside here. Better on the brakes. Can he make it around the outside? It's going to be tight. He's been pushed wide onto the grass there.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Taken by the other Ferrari.
Gallardo through into third.
And the Cadillac made his way through.
Him as well. No, it did.
I think he's just fended him off just at the last moment.
Molina showing Conway a bit of GT racing there, how they couldn't get their elbows out.
Well, we had Kai Cozzolino with a car car fighting with Giancarlo Fisichella in a similar manner 3 or 4 years ago in GTs.
Great exit though this time around from Conway. He's going to have to, it's made it hard work for him, but yeah, turn one, both Toyotas on the attack here. Buemi once again behind Alex Lynn, a better run this time around. Lynn protects the inside. It's a drag race down towards turn one, and Conway's trying the same thing on the Ferrari.
DRS deployed, if only. They're all going, where's my DRS? Around the outside.
Good move by Conway there, but he goes a little bit wide and it's not going to work. But Buemi back there has got the job done on Lynn. He was on the inside. He switched at the last minute to the inside.
So Ferrari is just going to do this for another 5 hours and 51 minutes.
This is, it should be, it's always a really to and fro race here, and it should be again. What we don't need is for Toyota to get settled out front and start to work together to run away from everybody else. But there's so much opposition now, it makes it hard to do.
Let's forget this. We've got a change for the lead in GT Am. Sarabovi up the inside, forcing wide. Ben Keating gives way finally.
Well, he was going to have to because he would have been completely off the circuit there and stayed ahead. So it's a good thing for him that he actually got overtaken there.
It's actually the battle for second. D Station, the Aston Martin, the green and black car, is leading at home. Hooray for the Japanese crew. So Tomonobu Fuji.
The gold-ranked driver, remember.
Yeah.
That's the key here. They've started their gold.
And when they were on the grid, we saw the D Station drivers all stripped to the waist, and behind them was one of the US crews, all in cool vests. The Japanese, no, we don't need cool vests here.
Lest we forget, by the way, great start to this race from Lance Ventura, not only going to the lead, but holding a 1.8 second lead over Miguel Molina. We saw Miguel, as we were looking to go back to green, really quite aggressive in the mirrors of Lance Ventura. Not the guy I choose to be aggressive with, I'll be absolutely honest with you.
Right, here we go. This is Prema on Prema action. And this is Danny Kvyat chasing down Juan Manuel Correa. Kvyat in the 63 car, Correa in the 9. And this is not for the lead or second or third. This is for 8th place in LMP2.
Yeah, 1-2 at the moment for United Autosports, so retaining their pole possession, and back goes Ben Keating ahead of Sarabovi.
Ahead of the car guy Ferrari, ahead of the Spirit of America Aston Martin of Ian James, ahead of the ORT by TF Aston Martin of Ahmed Al-Hati. So you've got yellow, pink, bright yellow, blue and orange.
I wonder what happened there.
Easy to spot.
Bovey must have made an error in that final sector because Keating had some distance on her before turn one.
Number 5, Porsche. That is the car that is currently coming back up the order. Michael Christensen under investigation for violation of Article 14.6.5. Looks for rule book.
I strongly suspect I'm going to be looking at the rule book.
Entering the pit lane with the safety car out.
If the pits were closed,
yes,
they had to pit because the car was punctured.
Correct.
But it may be the service they did under a closed pit lane.
Well, you have to. If somebody commits an offence like that, it has to be looked at. If there is a mitigating factor, he may not have a penalty. And here's what happens. Ben Keating just sits behind Sarabovi in the slipstream and goes by. So she didn't get the greatest run out of the final corner.
But still, that straight line speed advantage from the Corvette there in that slipstream, huge, way bigger than I was expected. So much so, I thought there must have been a mistake in the final sector.
We're watching Hypercar here in LMP2, United Autosports 1-2. Philip Albuquerque ahead of Josh Pearson. WRT Sean Gelael is third, ahead of Alpine's Julian Canal, and then Jotas David Heinemeier Hansen ahead of WRT's Rui Andrade. But here are the two Peugeots. Mikkel Jensen just ahead of Loic Duval, and they're chasing the bright blue Cadillac of Alex Lynn, so that is 6th, and then the Peugeot 7th and 8th. And Peugeot, if the weather starts to change and it becomes greasier and drizzlier, they really excelled in mixed conditions in free practice. They will be praying for a bit of rain during the course of this race, because that's going to help them a little.
Yeah, it will do. We saw them catch and pass Sebastian Buemi's Toyota on a damp circuit with slick tyres, but now it's the Toyotas putting pressure once again on the Ferraris. But I got the suspicion that Duval's looking a little bit quicker here than his teammate, and that's creating this bottleneck with the Jota stuck behind them. Looks faster than the pair of the Peugeots at this stage. Peugeot might have to think about what they do here strategically with their two drivers. Duval looks like he's sitting there too close to not be faster per lap than Jensen.
Word from Ben Keating in the Corvette about that easy pass on Sarah Bovy. He said when Sarah got past him initially, she ran out wide and pushed him even further out wide, so she's in fact given the place back because she passed with wheels off track as well. So she's given the place back, battle rejoined, 5 hours 47 minutes to sort it out, no skin off her nose.
Absolutely not, and that's the thing in a long endurance race like this one here, the 6 Hours of Fuji, you feel like it's super important at the time, and your race is everything when you're behind the wheel, but you forget sometimes you've got other teammates to carry on.
The brake pedal is a bit low.
Uh-oh. So explain what that means, because most road drivers will never get to a situation where the brake pedal goes long. It never changes. Your garage just says you need new brake pads.
It's what it says on the tin, really. You know, you hit the brake pedal with the left foot in these cars, and it goes further in distance than you were expecting. It's still got stopping power. He wasn't describing a lack of stopping power. What he's describing is the brake pedal doesn't feel the same as... That's a bit of a plucky move there down the inside of the Peugeot of Felix da Costa down that last corner. But what it does, it gives you a really bad exit whenever you make a move like that. So I fully expect the Peugeot, here we go. He's just darted out at the last minute. Da Costa's trying to get a bit of side slipstream there by running the car as close as he can. But it's usually what happens. He's back in the slipstream. That is how long this straight is. Perfect move there down the inside of turn one. Brilliant stuff. Like
the Kemmel Straight at Spa, if the guy behind you goes too soon, you tuck back in, get the toe and go back past him. So great thinking by the guy. I mean, he is a racer's racer, isn't he? There's no question about it. Yes, he's a funny guy. Yes, he's really cool to hang out with, but he is a racer's racer. And here comes Harry Tincknell. So the Peugeot right now is at a deficit to both those privately run Porsches, the Proton car, and here's the all Premier Racing battle. Danny Kvyat doesn't get it done this time on Juan Manuel Carrera either.
It's an interesting phase of the race, isn't it? And we've seen throughout the season so far with these very different hypercars in this class that very often, and the defining issue is the way that they can use their tyres as we get deeper into the stint. But right now, it looks as if the Porsche's got a bit of a sweet spot.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right there, Graham, as that wasn't the sweet spot for Ben Keating down at turn 10. A bit of a late break and a mild lock-up allows the Porsche back through of Sarah Bovy there. I love this battle. It's been raging all season long, hasn't it? I know that Corvette and Ben Keating, they've won the Drivers' Championship already with 2 rounds to go, but still doesn't mean they don't want to win this motor race today. Now, Mike Conway running board with him, getting a bit closer in the slipstream, but you're so evenly matched these days with the way that they regulate the windows of performance, the power being one of those windows of performance. Very hard to overtake until we get into the traffic, I'd say, for Toyota right now. Let's hear from Collado in car 51.
Okay, mate, sister car is already struggling with the left side. We're hotter. We need to look after the left rear. Let's make this last.
Now, this is something that in a tyre limited as well as fuel limited strategy, there are not enough tyres to just throw new tyres at these cars at every pit stop, so you have to nurse them through. Now, I wonder whether Toyota are suffering with the same.
Contact between car 8 Buemi and car 50 Molina at turn 1, lap 1 has been noted. By
one of those that we spotted there, and as well as which contact between cars 23, Josh Pearson and Rui Andrade in the car 41 from Team WRT. That was the car ahead of him on the grid at 11.06, has also been noted. A couple of just quick updates before we get back to the action. 40.6.5 is indeed the regulation that deals with the pits when closed. They'll be looking at what was done and how that was done, and whether or not the correct permission was given by race control to enter the pits is the other part of it. on that one.
I mean, they had to come into the pits. It's like when you're running out of fuel.
They
on a
have to get permission to do it.
Yeah.
Well, look at the Porsches, Hertz Team Jota and Proton, both with a hard right rear, but the Penske, all mediums. So, okay, we don't have the data for the number 5 car, but we'll assume that they had not split strategy with the number 6 car. So it's interesting that the 2 privateers have gone, right, the right rear, we're not going to change, we're going to keep that on as long as we can. So they might end up doing a triple or maybe, you know, a quad stint to give themselves a bit more flexibility.
So here we go then. We are into the traffic. The hypercars have caught the back of the GTs, and now this could give Conway and Buemi, the cars are generally stuck behind slower hypercars, a chance to make a move. It's not going to happen this time around for Conway into turn 10. So the Ferrari driver's been asked to, we've heard on the radio, been asked to save the left side of their tyre. So where are they having to do that? It'll be more of the higher speed corners on the track. So turns 4, turns 5, corners that are right-handers, and where you're putting a lot of energy through the left-hand side of the car. So keep those Toyotas behind. Oh, and by the way, drive slow around some of the corners on the track while you do that.
And also, the leader is just coming onto the main straight ahead of this group, right into the thick of the GTE Am battles. So this is the chance for Toyota to really try and attack now and work their way up against the front runners.
Your engine needs fresh air for power. In traffic is missing fresh air.
Yeah, I know, but also Kron is in the same traffic jam.
So that's Danny Kvyat stuck behind one, his teammate one mile Correa. But what he's not doing is pulling slightly out of the direct line of sight behind to get into some clear airflow. So the engineer is saying, if you sit behind him in his hot air, you're going to blow your engine up because it's going to overheat.
It might not blow up, but it will overheat and lose power. So the engine it can go into a bit of a fail-safe, a bit of a safe mode, and it just starts to drop power. So he's saying, look, if you want to carry on this long race today and a good speed with good power from your engine, you're going to have to keep it fresh by pulling out and keeping in a bit of fresh air.
Felix da Costa passed both Peugeots now.
Yeah.
That's a change. And then the other thing to note, by the way, is number 5 car on that recovery drive now behind the leader in LMP2. So good progress there in recovery for Michael Christensen.
Toyota number 7, this is Mike Conway in 4th place. See the 2 Ferraris right in front as they work their way through the GT traffic, going by Rexy, the AO Motorsport Project 1 car, PJ Hyatt, that's 8th place in GTE Am. He's a little bit on his own. There's the battle for second. And they are currently, Sarabovi is 8.8 seconds behind Tomonobu Fuji.
Conway's close here, Martin. Look, he was thinking about going to the inside of Collado into turn 1. Brakes very late there. Collado can't get the exit he wants as well because of the Aston Martins in front of him. So things might get a bit closer to turn 3, but it's a tricky corner to overtake on. Conway's got to work his way by traffic anyway. This is getting a bit spicy.
It is, isn't it? And it's pick a line, any line at the moment. It's behind the car guys, Ferrari. So Collado looking to go the long way around the outside, then up the inside. And Conway and Buemi right behind in the second Toyota are just looking for any of these hypercar rivals to get eased offline by a slower car, and they will pounce.
Okay, struggling with the rear on traction, especially.
Okay, mate, try and go softer with that rear bar. You can use a lower brake shape and even further forward brake balance if you need. And look at your TC settings to help with the traction.
Yeah, some really good advice there from Collado's engineer, just saying, look, use the tools in the car. They can, and I often forget as well, you can adjust the roll bar settings from these hypercars, you know, softer, stiffer. So yeah, soften the thing up so to help you, the roll bar, to help you with traction, because Collado's saying, yeah, I'm losing the tyres, that's for sure. You've told me already that the sister car's struggling as well, and what can I do? So he's saying, look, use the brake shaping. Use a bit more forward brake bias when you're going into the corners. put the traction control up as well. So that's going to help anything we can to help just stop the car rotating quite as much and putting extra force through those rear tyres. Really good teamwork there by driver and an engineer.
Interesting watching the speeds climb, the Ferrari with the Toyota behind it in the slipstream, constantly 5 kilometers an hour better top speed because of that turbulent air being easier to go through than laminar airflow. So he does not drop away at any stage. Luis Beckett is down in the pit lane, catching up with the Porsche team. Let's hear what Andre Lotterer can tell us.
Andre Lotterer, the Porsche Penske's had their best qualifying here yesterday. You're here back in Japan, great for you, but Lawrence is doing a great job in the number 6.
Yeah, fantastic. He did a really good start, took a lot of risk, and he paid off, and now he's really doing a good job with pulling away. So hopefully we can control the situation like this and then build on that.
Yeah, what was the team saying to him at that sort of restart with the safety car? Because he played it very well.
Yeah, you know, he's got a good experience and he likes to take risk in these moments. Sometimes it pays off, so today it paid off, yeah.
All right, hopefully speak to you later. Thank you.
Good little spell at the moment, by the way, for the leading Porsche through traffic now and finished with the traffic for the time being in GT Am. And that gap that was 1.8 seconds is 3.8 seconds. So Lawrence Venter has done a good job in traffic there, Ant.
Well, it's not just in the traffic, Graham. I think he's just doing a good job in general of just, you know, driving nice and smooth, nice and clean. And they're on the medium tyre as well. So that car is super kind, and that will pay dividends around the circuit today. If they put the hard tyre on that car, I've got a feeling at this stage of the race they would have been even faster.
Right, here is the battle just outside the top 3. Takeshi Kimura, the car guy, Kessel Racing Ferrari, that's the yellow and white car. Then the blue Aston, Ian James, the orange Aston, Amadel Harty, as the Van Wall goes by. We were on board there with Christian Reed in the blue and black 77 Dempsey Proton car. The Van Wall making its way through. That car is in 11th place. Esteban Guerrieri starting the Van Wall.
It's not going to be long before he's under pressure for the recovering Michael Christensen. He's now past Felipe Albuquerque, who is, 6 seconds to the good in the lead for United Autosports in the 22 Oreca, ahead of Josh Pearson, the sister car, and Michael Christensen on a bit of a tear as well in recovery.
It was the Northwest AMR guys we saw all had cool suits on. The guys in the other Aston, the D-Station car that leads, not for us, we don't need it, we're used to the humidity here. That's actually one of the features of racing in Japan a lot. You know, a month ago the Suzuka 8-hour motorcycle race, 98% humidity, 40 degrees of air temperature, even on a motorcycle in fresh air, nominally, brutal, I mean utterly brutal. Philip Albuquerque and Ben Keating's starts are being examined.
Indeed, so that's 3 investigations underway at the moment. Those 2, plus the pit stop under the safety car from the punctured number 5 Porsche.
Oh, here and now then. So Harry Tincknell has got by. I was about to say, actually, a little earlier, Lloyd Duval and Mikkel Jensen had got enough air ahead of Tincknell to be able to swap round. Have they swapped round?
They have.
Yes, they have. So Jensen was definitely the stopper in the bottle, and Lloyd Duval was angling to get by, but they couldn't do anything because Harry Tincknell was right with them. But about 3 laps ago, when they came through here, Tincknell was 3 or 4 car lengths back because of how they'd been broken up by traffic. I think the team, when we didn't see it, have taken that opportunity to go, right, Lloyd, go. Mikkel, let him go by on the straight. Just, you know, half a second off the throttle is enough to allow your teammate to steam by, and that's what they've done, and sensibly so, and Duval's cleared off.
Big battle still underway in the pack of GT Am. 3 cars ahead, though, of this pack of 4.
Incident involving car number 8, Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, and car number 50, the Ferrari of Miguel Molina, also being examined in turn 1, lap 1.
That's 2 incidents now under investigation. So both involving Ferraris, one with contact that caused the puncture at the delayed Porsche, the other with the number 8 Toyota.
We're 26 minutes in and they are still examining every video angle and every bit of data to try and work out who done it at the first turn, and there are a lot of whodunits to try and work out, so that may not be the end of that either.
One quick stat, by the way, before I forget it, that is to look at, we're approaching the first half hour of this race. We've got Hours of Fuji leading in GTM, 24th overall. He's under 11 seconds clear as a gold driver of Sarah Bovey, who is the bronze-ranked driver in the 85 Iron Dames car. That is good going for the Iron Dames.
Well, here's the pass. Harry Tingle down into turn 1, getting ahead of the 93 Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen. And Loic Duval, that's the view from on board. Loic Duval is 2.3 seconds ahead of Tinkers at the moment, so he's going to be chasing. Another incident. Ferrari number 51, James Collado, and the number 5 Porsche, which is being driven by Michael Christensen. That's also being looked at. That was the contact that gave Christensen the puncture.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting. So first of all, the incident gets noted. So that's usually the race director picks it up and goes, "Oh, that has been noted. I saw that." Then it gets handed to the driver stewards.
Yeah.
That's when the police start looking at it.
Yeah.
So they can't start looking at it until the race directors told them to.
Well, the other way around. The race director is more like the police reporting it, and then the court, which is the stewards, that hand out the sentence.
I was getting the images of Eduardo Freitas being some kind of bizarre neighbourhood watch at that point. So I think he's
Amadel Harty down the inside of Ian James. So an Aston Martin swap. They're still 5th and 6th, but the other way round. So Aston Martin 1st, 5th and 6th here, with Porsche in 2nd, the Iron Dames, in their penultimate race in Porsches, by the way, because next year they will be Lamborghini'd up the wazoo.
Well, already in Lamborghini's GT3 racing elsewhere, but you're right, absolutely.
Yes. As far as we're concerned in our particular little back patch, yeah. James Collado in 3rd, Mike Conway and Sebastian Bremy 4th and 5th, giving chase. Not at any stage in the last half dozen laps, really, though, has Conway been in a position to show his nose.
No, he was. At times he's been putting Collado under pressure, but I think Ferrari are managing this situation pretty well. They seem to be slower in this section here on the circuit. This is where the Toyota seems to be stronger, but in the higher speed parts, the Ferrari is definitely a match for them. So Conway, he's not putting as much pressure as he was on the Ferrari as a few laps ago, and actually I wondered if he was just sort of sitting there patiently waiting for the pit stops or whatever, but I've seen some telltale signs from Conway sliding the car around that would suggest otherwise. Right, here's a replay of the start.
Watch everybody.
The automotive pinball is about to begin.
So we're watching for Molina, car 50, making contact with the Toyota of car 8. We're also watching for the Porsche that gets hit by car 51.
And also the Proton car was involved there on the inside.
Meanwhile, this was the move of the race so far. Yeah, what a race. What a start.
Vantor was up the exhaust of the Toyota before poleman Mike Conway even dropped the throttle.
10
he was
seconds.
Absolutely all over him.
We're going to see 10 seconds added, by the way, to next pit stop for 23 car in the current hands of Josh Pearson. That was an incident with car 41.
Oh, that's a big hit from Molina into the side of Buemi, wasn't it?
I think we might have a penalty or two coming here.
But you know, then you've got to look at. I mean, you saw there the Porsche turned in, and was not like equidistant. There's Lewis Perez compact.
He did hit the 57.
Yes, he did just. But that was again. That was him coming in out of control.
Why did he let it roll all the way back as well onto the gravel? That was a bit bizarre.
Yeah.
He should have just put the brakes on and stopped the car from doing that, and then got himself beached. That was totally unnecessary.
And that's what brought out the safety car, not the Porsche with a puncture. But in a way, sort of potentially saved the race for that Penske Porsche, because Michael Christensen is only half a second behind Esteban Guerrieri in the Floyd Van Wall.
If they don't get handed a penalty for pit stop infringement. Now, from my understanding, when you've got a puncture, you can change it as an emergency, but like for like. So that one tyre, same compound.
Yeah, and they don't have to be in a preheated oven, so you just whip them out the pile.
So if they changed all 4 tyres, then they could be in even more trouble, perhaps.
Number 22 leading comfortably for United Autosports. Philip Albuquerque, they may have questions to answer about the start of the race. Now, Louise Beckett was in the pit lane watching that Porsche coming into a closed pit lane, Lou, behind the safety car, so they can change their tyre. Is that all they did?
Yeah, I was there as the car came in. They only changed that rear right tyre, but they did put fuel into the car.
Right, now that may well be causing them a problem. It's an automatic instinct. Anytime the car's there, fill it up with fuel. You are only allowed to fuel if you are forced in at minimum fuel, if your fuel warning light comes on, you can take enough for 3 laps. Now, they may have said, well, we've only done 1, now we can... The problem there is they didn't do a full fuel stop. The problem is they didn't have to come in for fuel. They came in because of a puncture, so they may, you're right, have a problem. Now, Indurapol have stopped already. Jakub Śmiechowski is out. There's another LMP2 car peeled in. That's the Jota car of David Heinemeier Hansen. So is the LMP2 window open already with 32 minutes in? I think we are.
Just to confirm what the regulation says, and that's the key point here. It is regulation 14.6.5. That's what we saw on the screen. During the first 3 laps of the safety car, pit entry will be closed. It was. We saw that. Any car entering the pits during these first 3 laps must inform race control and will only be allowed to enter the pits in the 2 following cases. Emergency pit stop. Competitor will be allowed to refuel for 5 seconds and/or replace a damaged tyre or tyres and to repair the associated damage. In this case, the competitor must again enter the pit lane as soon as the pit entry opens. They didn't.
No, because they weren't in. They were not in for bingo fuel. They were not in a fuel award. Louise Beckett.
Just to confirm, it was just a splash. I don't know if it was 5 seconds, but it was a splash of fuel.
Well, they cannot do that unless they are going to run out on the racetrack. Now, clearly, neither of the Toyotas is in the pit lane, although for some reason Toyota number 8's graphic there shows it as in the pit lane, but it's still got half its energy left. Now, that's electrical power as well as internal combustion engine power, because, of course, as well as the hybrid, we are running with normal internal combustion engines, but not normal internal combustion engine fuel. These cars are all running on 100% sustainable fuel from Total.
Guys, I have no grip.
Yeah, we need to keep up, try to increase your speed into turn 3. That's where James is catching, mainly turn 3, minimum speed. This is your right tires, you can use them.
Well, we saw Harry Tincknell there getting inside the Peugeot, but the Peugeot can deploy its hybrid at a lower initial speed than the Porsche, so had that extra bite out of the corner. Tincknell, traditional racing move, sends it down the inside. He doesn't mess around, does he? I'm going inside, here I come.
No, the hybrid deployment speed is the LMH cars. LMDH, different tech for Harry, so that he's not got that disadvantage, if you like, that the other cars have got, but that was a good move. Tincknell. This time it's up the inside, and the number 7 Toyota has gone through to make the change.
No, he didn't work, did he?
Repassed on the exit, he went in too deep. It was a move worthwhile making, but yeah, it didn't work out in the end for Conway. Just Colado's too wise for that. He saw it coming, switched the car over, crossed the line, and appeared on his inside on the exit of the corner.
But great actually, it has the correct effect, because diving inside Collado reminds James he's got to keep the pressure up to keep Conway behind him, and Conway's trying to make him burn up his tyres, because the Toyota team are hearing the same radio messages about tyre wear that we're hearing, because they're not just listening to their own drivers, they're listening to the whole race. They will have somebody watching the pictures and listening to what the other teams are saying. Absolutely. Which is why they're saying nothing on the radio about tyre wear.
Yeah, the Toyotas have clearly got the speed over Ferrari right now. And yeah, seeing that move once again from riding on board with Buemi, just, he went in a little bit too deep, but he had to try and get past. Like I say, it was worth trying, but this time around, he's going to make it stick, because that looks like a bit more of a traditional move. And yeah, clears the Ferrari back to where he was before that fight with Molina kicked off earlier on.
Another move, by the way, in the hypercar class, not just the one we've just seen on screen, but also up into 11th place now, Michael Christensen. First move within his own class as he passes the number 4 car. He's now 13.8 seconds back from the second of the Peugeots.
But being warned about track limits as well, so he's had to wander out wide to get by. And here comes Buemi.
This will be very close now. Buemi's going to think about going down the inside.
Conway jerked out behind the orange Aston and only just cleared the back of it, and the Ferrari's there as well.
Oh, that was risky from Collado, wasn't it?
The way Conway jerked out behind Ahmed Al-Hati, almost
Conway.
clipped him.
Nah, he knows what he's doing, Conway, and he wasn't under attack from the Ferrari at that point.
But he is now.
Look how tight things get around this final sector. Such slow speed corners, and the GTs are annoyingly quick at that speed when you're in a prototype, and it's hard to work your way through. But this time around, it's going to be Collado that's in the slipstream. Conway gets the better exit, though. He's got the tyres in that Toyota to send him onto that straight, and it's Buemi is going to be on the attack anytime soon.
Alex Lynn with the blue Cadillac is chasing them down as well. So Mike Conway up to third, James Collado fourth in a 51 Ferrari, and Sebastian Buemi trying to close in from behind.
He will do just that. He's got the speed here. Buemi's been sitting there patiently, just looking after his tyres, watching that scrap in front of him with Collado and Conway. And he's going to, like that, it almost worked for him. He's going to seize the opportunity to dive down the inside under traffic situations. He's going to need a bit of help there, I feel, with the traffic. And Conway's not actually pulling away as quickly as I expected he would do after that overtake on Collado.
Conway's got about 2.8 seconds to make up to get onto the rear of Miguel Molina, running in second. It's now 6.8 seconds, the gap.
Look at that for precise driving from Collado. He had to judge the gap to the car in front with the Toyota and Conway, and also squeeze past the Aston. That was really good driving from Al-Hati as well in the Aston Martin. A lot of amateur drivers would have, Pro-Am drivers would have just simply turned in that situation, and there would have been contact. So a risky move from Collado. It shows how hard he's fighting at this stage in the race.
Well, Al-Hati had the warning because Conway just whistled by his mirrors into the braking area, so he was clearly watching. But you're right, he opened the steering, allowed room for the Ferrari, and still somehow scrabbled round. So heads-up driving by everybody there, because that could, again, every time you make a move in traffic, there is potential for contact, and sometimes the potential is very high because the gaps are very small.
It's amazing. Most of the time, you wince and you get away with it. On the odd occasion, you wince and you think you're going to get away with it, and you feel a bit of contact, and it's always done more damage than you fear it would have done.
Just looking there at the second WRT car of Rui Andrade as Sebastian Buemi goes by here. Reminds me that a couple of laps ago, not 41 but 31, correct, Sean Galeil's car, team manager Sumter Stewards with immediate effect. Now, they've not been notified as having done something naughty, so I'm not quite sure what was going on with that.
Watching this battle, and also another battle behind this group. See there Alex Lynn's Cadillac being caught by Antonio Felix da Costa in the Hertz Team Jota 38 Porsche. That's a battle for 6th position.
Yeah, but Jota could have a very good race here today. Yep. If they play their cards right. They didn't have a straightforward qualifying session, but we're seeing the Works Porsche team, at least, having a very good race so far. The car's good on its tyres, and that's going to really pay dividends on this track. And, you know, they have that Porsche car there at Jota. If they work it well and manage things properly and are clean, as I would expect Jota to be, and all the pit stops and their strategy today, I fully expect them to be fighting Ferrari, could even beat them by the end of the race today.
It's going to be a very interesting race. It seems to me, keen to hear what you think, Ant, that Toyota are sort of waiting for this race to come to them. They know what they've got under the wheels, so there's a bit more experimentation going on elsewhere as you see one of the WRT cars moving across towards the pit lane.
Just at the back of the screen, I can just see the Jota up there as well. So yeah, so Alex Lynn's going to be under pressure, like you said, Grant. It's going to be under pressure.
It's under a second now. It's a second quicker last time around for the 38 on Alex Lynn.
Good friends, Lynn and da Costa. But once that visor's down, they'll be keen to fight as hard as they can.
In the pit lane, Louise Beckett.
The 41 WRT has come in. I can see a set of tyres out, but I don't see a driver here looking to get in. So at the moment, they're refueling, checking the car over, and I'll let you know if anything else happens here.
Thank you. That was the WRT car. We've had stops from David Heinemeier Hansen in the 28 Jota car and Jakub Smiechowski in the Inter Europol car, but they were clearly a long way before the pit window for everybody else.
The Jota just went straight on in turn 10, had to go through the barriers, so da Costa, a bit of a mistake there, or maybe something happened in traffic. I'm sure we'll see a replay.
Oh, just as we're singing the praises of the Toyota team, well, he's still ahead of the Proton Porsche, but...
Just look at the top there. Oh, he's just a lock-up all by himself, it seems. Yeah, and straight on. Has to navigate his way through the barriers. No harm done. There was no contact, and he holds position. But, yeah, that's why those barriers are there, to slow you down before you can rejoin the circuit safely. United's in. From second, this is Josh Pearson in 23.
This will be an extra 10 seconds in this pit stop as well for this car. That was the penalty for contact early in the race, so this will drop the 23 back down the order.
This is close now.
Yep.
With Buemi behind Collado in turn 3. Clearly got the pace advantage, but interestingly, last time around, Vantor out in front, a 31.7. Conway in free air, 31.9. Porsche have the pace here today.
They do.
This is not the race we expected to see, and all the better for it.
Right, hands up everybody who has seen a race they expected to see so far this year.
I've got so many grey hairs, all of them earned in commentary booths.
Danny Kvyat in the pit lane as well in the 63 Prema car, so that's to get him out from behind the number 9 car. They're trying to undercut that familiar Formula 1 tactic, but basically starting, getting in early on the pit stop strategy, and you may well find that the 63 car was always planned to come in a lap earlier. James Collado in 4th place, holding off Sebastian Buemi at the moment. 4th place. This is the second placed of the 2 Ferraris, the 51 car, the better placed in the championship, with the championship leaders behind, and another of the WRT cars going into the pit lane, so that'll be Sean Galeo from 2nd. Philip Albuquerque is in as well. That is the leader in the inset box. Now, he's under investigation for the start because he was the pole man and paced the LMP2 field. We did point out there was quite a big gap to Hypercar and quite a big gap back as well from GTE to the back of the LMP2 field. So the 2 class pole sitters behind the Hypercar pole sitter both being looked at as to whether or not they maintained a sensible gap.
So more LMP2 pit stoppers, 22 from the lead from Felipe Albuquerque, which puts Julien Canal into the lead of LMP2 for the moment. That car yet to pit. 31 from Team WRT, the 9 Prema car, 10 from Vector Sport, and 35 Alpine. United Autosports 23 car does rejoin. It was 1 minute 24 seconds on pit lane, taking that 10-second penalty. On track though, it's the 2 privateer Porsches. This is the battle currently for 7th place.
Harry Tignor in the white Porsche, the Proton Porsche there, driving a brilliant race so far, and actually now, after that lock-up from Da Costa, putting him under immense pressure. So 2 very similarly paced cars here, fundamentally the same chassis, same powertrain, and it's kind of like the hunter has become the hunted with Da Costa.
I wonder whether, I mean, there's been little or no testing, certainly no testing available outside of race weekends for the Proton competition team in the WEC. This is a brand new car this weekend. This is their 2nd chassis. The car we saw at Monza went on to run in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Will do so again next weekend in Indianapolis. That must be an advantage for this team learning here, just having more track time, albeit not in the WEC, just learning more about the car, the systems, the performance, the opposition for that matter, and it certainly shows a lot of confidence there from Harry Tingle and what he's got underneath him.
Well, Tingle and Da Costa, 2 very closely paced drivers as well.
I'm too slow, so I don't think, to be honest, it makes sense to stick to the same strategy.
Copy. Just to update on Mike's times, he's now in the high 31s in clear air. So Mike said there's a big influence being behind the Ferrari. So we can use energy, as much energy as you need to try and get past. We're still doing a lap longer than car 7.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Yeah, from Buemi there. It's funny, you're in that kind of invisible barrier when you're behind another car, and it can affect things like his engineer was saying. You know, Conway, once he got into free air, has obviously come on the radio to say, oh, you know, the car's come alive now, I can carry more speed in corners I didn't think I would be able to, because you're driving in that turbulence constantly. It helps you in a straight line, that lovely, you know, free air, that car's punching at air a hole through the air, and you get the benefit of that like he is here behind Molina, but you don't want that in the corners. It takes away your downforce. And so Buemi's now, is that Buemi just getting through? Yes, he has. He's finally done the move into turn 1, and Collado. Now, did something happen in traffic in that final sector to help him through? And Conway trying around the outside of turn 3. That's going to be a hard one to make stick. He doesn't. But just goes to show the Toyota's really starting to turn up the pace now.
That's it. I think I was just saying, 5-10 minutes ago, the different phase of this stint now for these hypercars coming towards the end of that, and all of a sudden, everything they know about what they've got underneath them.
It was the traffic. It was the traffic around that final corner. That's what gave Buemi the chance. Got into the slipstream and sent it down the outside, switched over to the inside. But turn 1, brilliant stuff.
This, and I think, is where the experience here pays. And experience with this car pays as well. They know what they've got under them, not just at the start of this race, not just after 20 minutes, but at every phase.
It's coming into their hands the longer this race goes on into these stints. The tyre wear is going to be hard to manage, and the Toyota drivers and the team know exactly what was coming their way. All the teams had very limited time, like we said before the start of this race today, almost no understanding of where the tyres were going to go in this hotter day today on full dry conditions in these longer stints. And Conway now in a very powerful position here, gets into that slipstream of car 50. Molina's got the inside covered. Conway really wants to get on the inside. He's forcing his way to do that, and that was perfect. And that's surely, if he doesn't outbrake himself, which he just about, he does. No, they're clapping too soon, I feel. Yeah, because Ferrari's got back on the inside. This is now,
from anything else, he was outside track limits as he made the pass.
But I think he still had
made it without going outside the white line.
I think he might have still had 2 wheels on a bit inside the white line. I think it's going to be okay. 2 wheels is okay on that part. So that was
we'll
really.
Have to have a look.
Well, that was really well. I thought that was really well managed by Conway. He was determined to stick to the inside. He didn't want to switch to the outside. It's hard to overtake in that situation, and he had proven that before early in the race. So that was perfect, using his experience. Molina did the right thing, parked the car on the white line. Arguably, he could have gone even further.
Should have.
Because Conway was he was determined to get through, and he's like, Da Costa's off.
Trying to go round, and that is the Alpine that was just coming out of the pit lane. So the Alpine has just stopped, and Da Costa going around the outside of him, and the Alpine clearly thought, oh, where's he gone, and moved left.
Wow, that was close. So quick thinking by Da Costa. I'd love to see a replay of that one, but another lockup.
That's a
into
proper
turn 10.
Code Brown moment there, isn't it? Well, of course, he's just gone off, so there's muck on the tyres.
Here we go. So goes around the outside.
And the Alpine goes out wider. Saw him in the mirrors, expected him to come up the inside. And of course, there's grass and muck and rubbish all over Da Costa's tyre, so that's why he's locking up the next couple of corners.
That's really difficult, that one, through turn 8.
Let's catch up with this, because GTE Am is all over the place. The Castle Racing Ferrari is in 4th place. Ian James now up to 5th in the Northwest Aston, which is the blue car. Then Christian Reed is up to 6th place, because he's got ahead of Ahmed El-Hati, the orange Aston, and then PJ Hyatt in the green Porsche Rexy, the T-Rex stroke Godzilla livery car. He is in 8th place in GTE Am, ahead of Koizumi Hiroshi Koizumi in the 21AF Corsa car.
First race in WC for Jimmy-san. We've been seeing him in the Michelin Le Mans Cup this season. It's a big step up for him.
Buemi last time.
Thomas Floor stays in.
Buemi, by the way, was complaining before being too slow. His last lap, he's into the 31s. Now he's in free air.
Yeah, cars work better in clear air. That's how the wind tunnel works, but that doesn't always help.
Scale of the task for the Toyotas is 14.2 seconds, the gap between Lance Van Teur after a stellar opening stint in the number 6 Porsche, and Mike Conway.
And about 20% energy left for most of the cars. Now, some of that will be electric state of charge, some of that will be battery level, but we've still got maybe another 3 or 4, maybe even 5 laps before we see cars in the pit lane. But Louis just reporting that Porsche is ready and the race leader is in, Lawrence Van Teur. Louise, maybe a little early.
The number 6 Porsche Penske has just stopped with the team. Refuel. But no driver get ready, so I believe he's going to stay in.
Right, we will watch the pit stop and see whether they take tyres, but Porsche in early, and still with nearly 20% fuel in the tank, so...
It had over 20, it had 21%.
Well, that was going up again.
I was about to say, that he was, when we saw the energy readings earlier, about to say, not only is he leading the race, but he'd been economical with that energy as well. He was amongst the top 2 or 3 in the class, albeit he's not had to defend with close contender.
Here we go. Right, does he go all 4 wheels over the white line? No, it wasn't.
From there,
so
no.
that was a brilliant move.
Does he cross the pit exit line? Let's take a look.
No, that doesn't matter. They couldn't go on the inside for the overtake. So no, that was perfect. Textbook stuff from Conway, and he just sticking to the inside was absolutely the right thing to do. Just about got it stopped, didn't he, at the apex of 1.
Louise.
Just a follow-up on that number 6 pit stop. It was left side only. They've got medium on all 4, but it was left side only change just then.
Right, thank you. So, were they forced in for tyres? I mean, that seems unlikely. Yellow car in the pit lane, and that will be Claudio Schiavone in the 60 Iron Lynx Ferrari. And here comes here comes Amadou Hardy back at Christian Reed, trying to regain what is 6th place. What is 5th place, and he has to and Christian Reed goes back around the outside. Some great battles as ever. PJ Hyatt right there as well now, closing in that green Porsche.
Yeah, it's the other car involved there. We see one of the Toyotas coming through too in this traffic was the 23 United Autosports car. Despite that 10-second additional penalty in that pit stop, Josh Pearson did retain 2nd place, so it's still at a United 1-2. If anything, Josh Pearson is closing down a little on Felipe Albuquerque at this moment.
And he's a little opening the gap on David Heinemeier Hansen in the 28 Toyota car in 3rd. We're expecting the remainder of the Hypercar field to do another 3 or 4 laps before they're in the pit lane. So again, if Porsche were more economical on fuel and leading and maintaining the gap...
Yeah, once they're up to
I don't know,
racing conditions, so without the start procedure like we've had for this.
Oh, and that's the 28 car, David Heinemeier Hansen, spinning right in front of the Hertz Team Jota Hypercar.
3rd place it was at that point for DHH. He's going to get back to the track.
Now that is not something you usually see from David Heinemeier Hansen.
Was there another car
coming up to speed? Not long since they went up to the pit lane. Well, nearly their own Hypercar. Look in the background.
It was his own car. It was a 38 hit him.
Or was it? Or was it the
38 car hit him?
No, it was the 38. No, so he's going to turn in, and there's Da Costa just on the inside. No.
Oh.
So that was you know what I said about Collado earlier on? That's what can happen at turn 10.
And trying to weave muck off the tyres, scrub it by rubbing them sideways. Here comes the 93 Peugeot. And this is
on
Mikkel
number
Jensen
5.
trying to get back past Michael Christensen. Don't forget the number 5 Porsche had a puncture in the first corner of the first lap and joined the back of the safety car queue. May still have to serve a penalty because they were allowed to come in and change a punctured tyre. That is fine. They were not allowed to come in and top off with fuel, which they did. That is less fine.
Incident involving 28 and 38 noted at turn 10.
So the video evidence says it was Antonio Felix da Costa. Gold on gold. Oh dear. There's only one major rule. Do not hit your own teammate.
It's a mark, by the way, of just how closely contested this Hypercar battle has been. That stop, I suspect, just to put the number 6 off the strategy of everybody else and take the advantage of that gap. It's an odd time to do it, though. Has dropped the number 6 car from 1st place to 12th, the back of the Hypercar field.
First to last, just because they stopped early.
Correct.
But they haven't stopped a lap early or 2 laps early. They stopped maybe 5 laps early. They had 20% of their fuel left.
Because I was going to say before that incident with the Jotas, the usual running time, the distance that they can go per stint, is 39 laps for the Hypercar.
And we're only on 36 laps now. Miguel Molina for second place in the number 50 Ferrari. Right behind him is super aggressive Sebastian Buemi. Mike Conway leads the race for Toyota, and Buemi wants to get by, first of all, to get out of clean air from behind the Ferrari, and secondly, to start chasing down his own teammate.
Yeah, so he's focusing on the exit here. He's got the GT on the right-hand side to get by. He does that. Not going to happen down into turn 10 this time around. Molina will have that covered. There's too much distance between the two cars. But even at these slower speeds here, you still feel the effects of that turbulence. So it's hard to get closer than what he is right now, despite being naturally faster with the car.
Will say, to my eye, Seb Buemi has been remarkably conservative in this first stint. There's a couple of places where I would have expected him normally to have been rather more aggressive. He's not, which indicates there's a strategy in play here.
Well, there have been a couple of calm Sebs on the radio that we haven't heard.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's all about tyres.
We've heard he's going a lap longer in the other car as well, so he'll be saving fuel. They're on a bit of a different strategy in that respect, but yeah, he's got his head in gear, thinking long-term in this race.
Absolutely.
He's thinking about the second stint on those tyres, 100%. And I feel like they're thinking to just run, unlike Porsche, they're thinking about running these tyres, all four of them, for a second stint. So look, he's going to cross the line here and get him on the exit. That was brilliantly executed by Buemi there. He's, just about slipped through. I thought he was going to get a bit close and trying to push him off the track there, but he was actually ahead. So a really nice move by starting on the outside. Molina had it covered on the inside, outbraked himself, do the switchback and arrive on the inside in the exit corner.
Porsche are prepared, Ferrari are prepared. Cadillac tell us they will be in at the end of lap 39 for 9 seconds of energy and 35 seconds of fuel and tyres.
And you can see there, Buemi on the energy bar, he's got 10%, Conway's got 7%, so it exactly ties into what we were thinking. And
look how good Jota have been as well, and Floyd Van Wall are going a long way.
You think we could just change the medium on the left, just mediums on the left? Would that seem fine for you?
Yes, that could be good.
Thinking on their feet, and that's one of the things that this Ferrari, of course, a team have been very good at right from the start. They don't know what they're doing. I mean, they do know what they're doing, but they don't have data like Toyota does of years of racing, all sorts of stuff here. So now they're going, are we going to do left sides only? Can you live with that? Yep, okay, let's try it. It might not work, it might. And there's only one way of finding out because we've not had dry running.
Ferrari to the pits.
50 coming in, 51 coming in. Louise Beckett is in the pit lane.
The crew of the 51 team have only got left sides out in the pit lane ready for this car coming in.
Right, so 51 is in. That's James Collado. We heard Miguel Molina answering the question. Clearly they're going to go left sides only on both cars because they've only got 2 tyres waiting.
The 51 crew going to work. It took 58 minutes for Toyota to go 1-2 in this race, a race that I think we'd all agree, gentlemen, that before the race went green, we expected them to dominate, but 58 minutes for their strategy to actually put the cars to the front.
And it didn't take 58 seconds for them to go back from 1-2 on the grid. It took 58 metres almost.
The one thing I'm really interested in, I'm hearing that car number 7 is going to box this lap.
Yep.
The one thing I'm interested in seeing is our Toyota. I don't know if Louise can see the Toyota pit crew at this stage and what tyres they've got ready. I've got a suspicion they might try and double stint these tyres.
Yes.
And if they do, that really shows their advantage over all the other teams here today as to how good they are at saving their tyres. In a way, I hope we do see just the left side or all 4 get changed. Is Conway going to peel in here? Yes, he does. To the right-hand side, he's got 3% energy remaining, which means he couldn't have done another lap anyway. A really difficult pit lane entry here. High speed, slow the car down, whack the pit lane speed limit button. The fans are going to enjoy watching, as we will, a Toyota pit stop for the first time this race.
Yeah, Toyota 1-2 as we arrive at the first round of pit stops. They were 1-2 on the grid, nothing's happened. So there are 2 different things going on. As we heard from Cadillac, there's a stop, there is a timed energy rebuild, then there's fuel and tyres.
There are tyres lurking around. I can see one or two.
Well, the thing now, because they don't have to be preheated, aren't allowed to be preheated, you can have them there and they won't lose any temperature. There is no loss.
They're going to change them. Wheel comes at the ready. You can only change tyres once the fuel's done.
They're going to go round the nose. That's not left sides only. That's a full set. Or right sides only? Are they going soft on right sides?
It's left side only.
Pardon.
Left sides only.
So not right side. So they're staying with the same hards. So new hards on the left-hand side.
Good. You know what that means? We've got a race on our hands.
There you go.
Because if they had kept those tyres, it would have proven that they had a massive advantage.
Yeah. Louis Becker in the pit lane. 2 tyre change for Ferrari, 2 tyre change for Toyota.
And it's happening across the board. The 99 Proton competition Porsche, they've just changed left sides only. I can see the number 5 Porsche has also only got left sides out in the pit lane.
Excellent. All right. So, as always on a clockwise circuit, it's the left-hand side that does a lot of the work. All right, there are some heavy loads on the right-hand tyre, but not as much. Interesting that we saw earlier on in the weekend that Ferrari, all in their red race suits, their lollipop man, the stock controller, is in a negative. He's in a bright yellow suit with a red stripe, and that is to make him stand out in the pit lane for the drivers, because there are lots of red race suits and they wanted him to be really obvious. Cadillac stopping as well, charging the energy, which is part of the LMDH pit stop that the Caddies and the Porsches will do, and also then fuel and tyres. You see tyres ready for the left sides of the Ferrari as well. You can't do that until the fuel hose comes off. That's why teams rehearse this stuff so much, to save tenths of a second. Number 6 goes back across the line. So they've not the leader yet, because the number 8 Toyota is.
They've offset themselves by 5 or 6 laps here in the race today, haven't they, Porsche? I wonder if they're trying to avoid a splash at the end of the race. They could foresee that coming.
That is the only thing that is their back timing full stops from the end of the race. But they've given up track position and the lead in a race where we will never get through without safety cars in any normal year.
But they put themselves back out on a relatively clear track on the tyres, the best they're going to be for a wee while. They've clearly got something in mind, but it's
well, they're still, sorry Graham, they are still ahead in track position terms. They're still ahead of Mike Conway.
Yes.
So that's the race we're looking at. Buemi's still yet to pit in another 2 laps or so, I believe.
But Vantor lapping in 132.
Look at this though, the 2 Ferraris. 2 Ferraris fighting each other very hard.
This is Collado trying to go by Molina. 7th and 8th, but with the top 3 in the pit lane. So this is again the battle for 3rd, effectively. 4th, maybe.
This again is something that Johan Davidson have been talking about for about a year on this broadcast, which is it is about the battle between the teammates, and in this case the battle to be given the best strategy to attack Toyota.
Now the problem here is the crew of the 50 car cannot win the driver's title. The crew of the 51 car could. So it doesn't matter for Ferrari which car is ahead, they'll score the same points. It matters for the driver's title battle though. That's going to be swapped around. Toyota's Mike Conway under pressure from Cadillac's Alex Lynn for the first time in the race. That's really interesting because the Caddy has got right up behind the 2 Toyotas, and there's the Jota Porsche in the mix as well.
This is for position.
Yes, it is.
The Jota car on its way out of the pits. These 3 for position, in fact. And this has come because of a quicker pit stop for the Cadillac.
And so Buemi is in trouble here because he's just exited the pits. No tyre warmers, of course, so he's in the way a little bit at the moment, and got very close with his teammate, actually, as he exited the pit lane. But he's got to try and stay ahead of this car here we're riding on board with, of Alex Lynn. I think he will. He should be able to get those tyres up to temperature by the time you get to the end of the 3rd sector.
Launch Fantour, by the way, is back to the lead as the pit stops wind their way out. 17 seconds to good from Mike Conway.
1 minute 14 in the pits for Antonio Felix da Costa's Porsche. 1 minute 14 in the pits for Alex Lynn's Cadillac, compared to 1 minute 22 for Mike Conway and 1 minute 21 for Sebastian Buemi in their Toyotas. So the LMDH cars are stopping 6 or 7 or 8 seconds shorter time in the pit lane than the Le Mans hypercars for the same number of laps.
Other than Lance Fantour, who took longer despite needing less fuel.
Yeah, 1 minute 20.
Here comes Buemi on Da Costa. Oh, that was Da Costa's too wise to that one. And had the inside covered in just drifted over casually to the right-hand side. Made Seb back out of it.
An hour in and 5 hours to go, just under. First round of pit stops completed. Still no clue who's going to win this one. Penske Porsche Motorsport leading from Toyota and Hertz Team Jota. And still no penalties announced.
Oh, way too late. Way too late.
I had a theory he was going to say that.
He moved way too late. Yeah, but you braked way too late, Seb.
Seb was thinking about going, and then Da Costa kind of preempted. It's that old thing, he preempted what was going to happen. And let's have a look here at the replay. So he's straight line. It's going to be hard to see.
Did he make more than one move?
It's going to be hard to see from this angle. He didn't make more than one move, but basically, I've seen this happen many times before. Both drivers think the same thing at the same time. So, yeah, you know, Buemi complains that he moved too late, but he moved basically at exactly the same time Buemi thought about going.
It is a 3-minute stop and go penalty for car 5. That is the pit stop on the safety car. I can only presume either something went on in that pit stop they shouldn't have done, or they did not follow the regulation that says they must get permission to pit.
He had to pit as Buemi makes his way through now. This time he got the straight line speed advantage. It seemed to be last time. He's got the inside. Da Costa's not going to make it easy for him. He's going to brake as late as he can on the racing line, but Buemi's got that nice fresh set of the left-hand sided tyres, and yeah, makes the move. Nicely done this time around. But yeah, it's so unfair, isn't it, for the Porsche number 5? They had a good car today. They're effectively out of the race with that 3-minute stop and go. They needed to pit. He had a puncture. He needed to pit, and it wasn't his fault.
Man, I wish I was 20 kilos lighter. He had such an advantage in driver weight. So unfair.
Copy that, man. You can catch him.
On a slightly, shouldn't have had the pizza, says Lewis, on a slightly prosaic level, that is a problem in lots of racing for tall drivers. Hello, that's why I'm not a racing driver. That and I can't drive. But Ed Foster, a colleague of mine who works at Goodwood a lot and does historic racing, raced last year in an MGB race, and he's 6'7". He carries a lot of weight, even though he's a tall, thin guy. He lost 10 kilos in a month before the race. You can do it. Now, he's not a professional athlete like these guys. I'm not sure what body fat percentage James Collado has, but I bet he can't lose 10 kilos without surgery.
Exactly, yeah. What are we looking at?
This is Ben Keating leading the race, but
being shoved off.
Well, he kind of drove himself off in the beginning, and then the door was shut further in his face as he tried to rejoin.
That is Thomas Floor in the silver car versus it's the car that went off in the first corner, isn't it?
It's the 54 car.
Yeah, but there's been a driver change. So Francesco Castellacci's taken over from Thomas Floor.
Unlapping himself from the bronze driver, Ben Keating, who leads the race now.
Yeah.
Because the 777 car has switched to Satoshi Yoshino, the bronze driver, started by Tomonobu Fuji, their gold driver. Second place car, by the way, in the class, number 98 Northwest AMR car, is on pit lane now with Ian Jones. Here is the 5 car taking that 3-minute stop and hold.
a bright sunny morning after 3 days of typhoon-related rain. A huge crowd here at Fuji Motor Speedway, ready for the start of the penultimate race in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and the first time for this year's huge hypercar field in Japan. Toyota dominated in qualifying, a 1-2 result. They locked out the front row of the grid. Porsche Penske Motorsport on row 2, but not for long. Look at Laurens Vanthoor on the inside track, almost running over the Toyota in his eagerness to get by. They all went off. Contact between the 50 Ferrari and the number 5 Porsche, but it was car number 6, Laurens Vanthoor, who emerged from the confusion in the first corner as the race leader, and the Cadillac as well, coming through from the third row of the grid up into the top 3. But Ferrari had a great strong start as well. Toyota being maybe cautious and careful, trying to avoid contact, but the number 8 car got a biff all the same. In the GTE Am class, spin from Luis Perez Compact just touching the car guys, Kessel Racing Ferrari, everybody else getting away, but he rolled back into the gravel. He got stranded, the safety car was out. The puncture tyre on the Porsche was changed. They fueled as well. If you enter when the safety car is out, you must come in again and at least do a drive through the pit lane. They did not. They are now serving a penalty for that. Tomonobu Fuji starting the D station Aston Martin on his home racetrack, getting the lead right from the start from poleman Ben Keating. Then later in the race, Mike Conway trying to get around the outside of the 50 Ferrari of Miguel Molina without luck. This stage, Ferrari holding off the Toyotas. Ben Keating and Sarabovi battling as ever for second place. Keating out braking himself and giving it away to the Ferrari driver, the Porsche driver. Antonio Felix da Costa and Harry Tingle in the 2 privateer Porsches, working their way past the Peugeots. The 94 car being driven by Loic Duval, also being held up by his teammate. They swap places, and then Tingle and da Costa both moving up as the Porsches got into the meat of the first stint of the race. And then the first crack in Ferrari's armour. Mike Conway down the inside of James Collado to go by him, followed by Sebastian Buemi. Buemi on the outside line, slipstreaming past on the straight, making a fairly conventional pass, but Conway having to work much harder to get by the 50 car of Miguel Molina. At this stage, this was the lead battle because the number 6 Porsche was just about to pit. 6 coming in from the lead early, and the number 8 Toyota also taking advantage at turn 1 and squeezing by the Ferraris as they worked up towards the first pit stops, nearly at the end of the first hour of racing. They can't quite run an hour in hypercar, so short stints are going to be the case. Number 6 Porsche is now back in front after the first hour and a quarter nearly of the race. But again, that early pit stop for the number 5 car, it wasn't that they came in, it wasn't even that they fueled, it's just that if you do come in under duress, you must come back in again when the track goes green. They did not understand that bit of the rule, and so they've served a penalty. And while all the replays were going on, problems as one of the... okay, so that's Miguel Molina going off.
Yeah, he's gone on. He's outbraked himself into turn 1, and that's allowed Collado through. So Collado was complaining earlier on that he didn't have the speed to keep up with his teammate, but now he's in front. And no further action for the start between cars 8 and 50.
So that was the contact between Molina and Sebastian Buemi that we saw. I can't believe that Ferrari hadn't, in the 3 minutes we're doing that highlights, actually swapped their cars over. The 51 car needs to be supported. It's the only one that can win the driver's title. Either car will gain Ferrari maximum points for the manufacturer's title battle, which is just as tight. But the 51 drivers are the only ones who can beat Toyota to the driver's title. So it's important that they are supported. 50 is in a supporting role.
See that graphic on the right-hand side of the screen, the circuit map, and you can see there how clearly ahead Laurens Vanthoor is over Mike Conway at 16.2 seconds right now.
and lapping at least as quickly as the Toyotas, if not quicker.
Look at this.
Harry Tincknell.
Trouble for Molina here because he's lost a position 2 now to Harry Tincknell. That is 7th place going the way of the Proton competition car, for now at least.
Yep.
Would say, though, by the way, that that gap is coming down a little. It's a drag race here, though. This drag strip of a straight here at Fuji Speedway.
And there's another one just ahead, which is the 51 car and a caddy right there in the front of the shot. So the 50 car Miguel Molina comes down the inside of Harry Tincknell. Tincknell stays on the outside. He's raced here plenty, so has Molina. So they both know the track.
Really respectful racing by the two of them just there in turn 1, and Tincknell through the out.
The poor Alpine driver's going to have a car in either mirror there for a moment.
Oh, he's off. Tincknell was off the track there.
Yeah, and the Ferrari's back through around the outside of turn 4, but can't quite keep the speed. It gives him the inside for turn 6.
Yeah.
Cracking stuff.
And it was all caused because of the Alpine. He was kind of hovering in the middle of the track there. I don't know why he didn't stick to the racing line. It would have given Tincknell more room.
I imagine Tincknell was saying the same thing, but in slightly more flamboyant language. Yeah, Julien Canal wasn't quite committed, was he? Didn't really know quite where to put the car.
I think he was not wanting to be overtaken, actually, into turn 3, and underestimated the speed of the hypercars, and that's a good move there inside of turn 14. Brilliant stuff from Tincknell. He's got the speed here.
This is great stuff.
It's what I said earlier on about Jota, that they've got the speed. That car, the Porsche chassis, is working brilliantly well around this track today, and Tincknell's making best use of it.
Louise in the pit lane, what do you know?
Don't forget, this is really Harry's first racing in this car, because of course their debut was in Monza. He went out in it, I don't know if he did more than 2 laps, and then the car unfortunately failed. So this is Harry's first time to really get his teeth into this and race.
I normally agree, other than the fact he's been racing at IMSA.
Yes.
But you're absolutely right in the WEC and with this brand new car, Louise. But you're right. The Porsche seems to have come alive, and it seems to have come alive since yesterday. 2 quick points, by the way, about the car number 5. No further action about the 51 and the 5 at turn 1 to start the race for starters, but there's further bad news for car 5. After that 3-minute stop and hold has been served, they will serve an extra 5 seconds at their next pit stop for a pit stop infringement. So that car at the moment is down towards the back of the LMP2 field in recovery, 21st position overall, after having made its way back from 32nd, or 36th rather, back to 21st, and it's going to be pinged again.
Shoot self in foot, reload, repeat.
Yes.
However, if again, this so often happens, Anthony, you must, feel this yourself. One car has all the bad luck, and long may that continue for the number 6 car, because it's not theirs. You don't wish evil on your teammates, but if somebody's going to make mistakes, you just want it not to be you. I mean, these guys are leading Toyota at home, not by mistake, by a quarter of a lap.
Pace.
They didn't have it in qualifying.
No.
But they've certainly got it in race pace today.
Well, are they going much faster or much slower now than they did in qualifying? Is that the difference? Have Toyota got more extra, do you know what I mean, as a qualifying setup than them? Because the Penske team are still fumbling around. Did they just go, right, let's go with what we've got?
I think it was just a magic lap from Kobayashi yesterday.
Yes,
I think
it was
he drove a typical Kobayashi magic
Yes.
lap, because, like I said at the start, the Porsche, the best of the Porsches, was only 2/10 slower than Brendan Hartley's lap.
Well,
and he's no slouch when it comes to qualifying. So maybe Kobayashi, in those kind of bit greasy conditions, a track he knows so well, obviously, I think he just put in an absolute one of those Le Mans flying laps that we've seen from the past.
So what you said is lucky?
No, I mean,
amazing.
he just absolutely drove a mega Kobayashi lap.
If you make Brendan Hartley look pedestrian, you're doing a pretty good job, because Brendan Hartley is definitely not pedestrian. Just had a little look on board there with Satoshi Hoshino, who is now aboard the D-Station Racing Aston 777 and leading in GTE Am. Iron Dame second, Francesco Castellacci up to 3rd place, Ben Keating in the Corvette in 4th spot. Now, he was complaining about front-end lack of grip at the start and rear-end lack of grip at the end of the stint, so they made a couple of roll bar adjustments. Hey, adjust the sway bar, which is, the way you always do things, to try and soften the car a little and give him a bit more traction to try and stop the tyres going off.
Well, with Ben Keating having now pitted, this is the lead battle. Remember, this is Satoshi Yoshino effectively defending the gap that was earned for him by Hours of Fuji. That's now down to under 2 seconds with Sarah Bovey right there. Ben Keating, by the way, back in 3rd place. He's 20-odd seconds off this battle. This, though, is the 38 car and the 51 car battling out 4th place.
It's Castellacci who's 3rd. Keating is behind the Ferrari, the 54 Ferrari. So, but again, Castellacci is a gold driver, so it's not quite like for like. Antonio Felix da Costa, 4th place for Hertz Team Jota, ahead of James Calado's F Corsa Ferrari. And that's the better of the 2 Ferraris now, because Miguel Molina has sagged to 8th place in Hypercar.
One quick thing before we leave the GTM battle. I was trying to work out just exactly why Ben Keating has dropped back the way he did. That's because they're on pit lane for 1 minute and 27 seconds, 10 seconds longer than the car ahead of him, Francesco Castellacci, 20 seconds longer than Sarah Bovey.
Yeah, so that was for the adjustments they wanted to make to the car because it's burning up its tyres or losing traction. They're not tyre limited in the same way that the other 2 classes, LMP2 and Hypercar, are. You have enough tyres to change them at every stint in GTE Am if you want, and that's for protection of the gentleman drivers.
Some of that wants protection is Felix da Costa here, but he's got none of it because James Collado is coming at him thick and fast, and he's going to box him in here behind the LMP2.
Brilliantly done.
That was such tactics there from Collado.
And you know that da Costa could see it coming, but because Collado was there, he couldn't come back, and now he has a look.
This is the other one that was just saying in the background here, the number 99 and the number 2 involved in their own battle as well. This is the battle for 6th position.
Yeah. Now, remember that rear view shot of the Porsche of Andre Lotter in the middle of the night at Le Mans with those big shoots of flame coming out on the overrun. You don't see it in the daylight, but oh boy, did we see it at light. And we'd never seen it before. That's why the discoloration on the back of that white WeatherTech logoed car, the Proton Racing.
So Felix da Costa slowly slipping backwards, gets overtaken by Collado in the Ferrari. And then you've got Lynn being overtaken by the Proton of Harry Tincknell, who's really moving forward here.
Tincknell 2 seconds behind da Costa and lapped 1.5 seconds quicker on the last lap than da Costa.
Let's hear from Laurent Vantor, the leader.
And Laurent's doing a really, really good job here. Pace is still as good as anyone's, so gap is relatively stable to Toyota. They're now on a similar strategy to us, tyre-wise. New code 160.
Well, same strategy, but Porsche stopped at least 5 laps earlier.
They did.
So for me, that's not the same strategy.
Tyre-wise was the key word there, so left sides only.
Fuel-wise, they're offset. So at the moment, he's driving a lighter car because he stopped earlier, burnt through more fuel than Conway has done at this stage of the race. I'd like to see that energy graphic again. That would be nice and handy. But the gap has come down to 14.6 seconds. When they started, it was at 16 plus. So it has slowly come down. Conway's eking away at that. But yeah, I think his engineer's right. You're pretty much matching them on pace, albeit, like I say, in a slightly lighter car. And hearing from Collado, his moan about weight of drivers, it does make a bit of a difference. But the one thing in terms of fuel weight compared to driver weight that's different, the fuel weight sits in the middle of the car.
Yes.
So it's in the perfect weight balance for your weight distribution. And as it goes down, your weight distribution doesn't really change. But for a driver weight, it does. So a heavier driver actually has around 20 kilos, he said. In these cars, it can be round about 0.5% further forward weight distribution for a heavier driver. That's one thing that a heavier driver always forgets. You'd always take the weight advantage, obviously, always. But it's not like saying I've got 20 kilos less fuel in the car, because sometimes, especially on a track like this that's really hard on the rear tyres, you want a further forward weight distribution. It stops the car from being more twitchy.
Drive-through penalty is going to come for Antonio Felix da Costa for that clash with the team car, LMP2, turning David Arnold Hansen around.
Is that him?
That's drive-through. Takes it immediately.
And that moves Harry Tincknell up to 5th place now. So Porsche's 1st and 5th, Toyota's 2nd and 3rd, Ferrari 4th and 7th, the Cadillac in 6th.
That's the incident you see in the background. There's the incident being penalised. I'll say this, and I don't believe I've ever had cause to say it before about Antonio Felix da Costa. It's been a pretty ragged start to the race from him.
It's what I said about Buemi and Monza, Graham. This is an out-of-character race. Completely. For da Costa.
Da Costa always epically quick and usually absolutely error-free. It's not been the case this stage. What you were saying is absolutely true here, and is the Porsches are coming on strong here. At the moment, it's been mistakes that have made the difference to the Hertz Team Jota's position on track.
We're just on board there with our LMP2 leader, Philippe Albuquerque, and you can see on the driver information screen white flags being shown to the driver coming down the pit straight. Now that means a slow-moving vehicle. Usually it means there's a rescue vehicle or something ahead of you, but that is to cover the exit of a hypercar from the pit lane, because as we saw at Spa particularly, when they're on cold tyres, or coming out of the pit lane normally means they're on cold tyres, then they are very, very slow, in road car slow, kind of slow. So although that wasn't because it was a drive-through, and you know, if it's a penalty, you won't be necessarily on cold tyres. That's why the white flag was there. Here comes the 50 car, Miguel Molina on Alex Lynn to go by him for 6th. And taking candy from a baby, he got a good run there, and you heard the hybrid coming in really quite early onto the straight. That gives you that half a step that you need to just continue that momentum down into turn 1.
Well, don't forget that the hybrid is combined now, so when you get the hybrid, in inverted commas, boost,
that's true.
You get a depletion of the ICE, the internal combustion engine. You keep the same power. All you're doing at that stage is using less fuel.
63 into the pit lane. Now then, this is an early stop for Dorian Pain. And a driver change at WRT. Rui Andrade is out, and
Zach Kubica getting in.
This is about right. This is about right. In fact, as I say those words, Felipe Albuquerque comes in from the lead in LMP2, which he's held from the very beginning. Before we move away, though, from Hypercars, we watched driver change underway at United Autosports. Just wanted to say a quick word about Lawrence Vanthoor. That gap is beginning to come down 10th by 10th. Wanted to say, though, what a spectacular move that was to grab the lead at turn 1 at the start of that race. Absolutely magical.
He was absolutely going to make that move as they came out of the final corner, never mind when they went across the start line. He was almost pushing Conway. Yep. He was so close behind car number 7.
When you know you're fighting a car that's got the edge, you are going to take more risks and be more forceful to get yourself into the lead, the track position. So, you know, you have to get into the lead and then get your elbows out. When you're in the faster car, like we saw with the two Toyotas, you can afford to bide your time. And the Toyota's experience really showed there. They didn't lose their cool when they got overtaken by the Ferraris and the Porsches at the start. They knew they got the speed to make this good later on in the race. But it's the complete opposite when you know you're fighting an uphill battle. You'll do anything. You'll take extra risk to defend your position and also to gain a position against a faster car.
Look at this moment, poised the United Autosports crews. They've got 22 and 23. The top 2 in LMP2 are in. Sean Gilliel in the 31 car is in. Number 9 from Prema is in as well.
Not the cleanest of pit stops there from the United Autosport team. The left rear wheel man whacked the side of the car. It was lucky not to cause any damage to the left rear wing there.
Yeah, it was the rear wing upright, wasn't it? Got a bit of a clatter for the wheel.
Robin Frines taking no, Sean Gilliel, right? No, it is. I'm forgetting my helmets now. Is it Sean Gilliel? No, Robin Frines, it is. Taking over.
Yeah, they often do that.
Habsburg in a white t-shirt in the back. He normally does the anchor leg.
They often do that at WRT, where they start with Sean Gilliel.
Well, don't forget, that's a double stint now, because this is their second stop of the race, even though we're only an hour and a half in. Actually, nearly an hour and a half in. That's not bad, is it? So, again, Alpine's Julien Canal stays out. Stoffel Van Dorn, just a reminder for those who haven't caught up with the action so far, in at Peugeot in car number 94. So he returns to the World Endurance Championship. And pit stop of number 25 under investigation.
So switch there between the two WRT cars. 25 is the RT by TF Aston Martin.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of pit stops being looked at by race control. Van Teur still, by the way, 14.5 seconds, so it come down by about half a second or so. But seems to have stopped that rot. 31.8 last time around for Van Teur, 32.3 for Mike Conway, but there's traffic everywhere at the moment.
By the way, when we're talking about pit stop times, ORT by TF being investigated, 1 minute 15 in the pits, 120 to 125.67 is about average for GTE Am. 1 minute and 8 for the Iron Dames.
Yeah.
What did they not do that everybody else did? Why did they spend nearly 20 seconds less
in
the pit stop?
I'm guessing no tyres.
I'm guessing so too.
By the way, it wasn't the 25 under review, it was the 51.
Okay. Right. So, not an orange Aston Martin, but a red Ferrari. Okay. Le Mans winners into Europol are in the pit lane for LMP2. Albert Costa staying in. Yes, he is.
And there was a little bit of damage there to the front vents, just on the windscreen. There's a mesh filter that stops the debris just flying. You just see on the LMP2 car here, the
and the
Vector
insects
Sport,
and the bumblebees and all the other stuff.
Yeah, so that was just sort of, it had flapped away as Alex Lynn now under pressure from the 94 Peugeot of Loic Duval, who's still at the wheel of that one.
Now, the caddy did left sides only, if I recall. I think Louis said just about everybody did. In which case, they seem to be really struggling on tyres now, because don't forget, Alex Lynn was sort of 6th, angling for 5th, and is now trying to hang on to 7th. So he lost a place to Antonio Felix.
Look at this, Martin, he's on the inside, he's thinking about it, it's a late move, but Lynn knows he's there, and Loic Duval gets the job done into 10. He's a free man through the final sector now.
You're right, though. Alex Lynn does seem to be struggling in this phase of the race.
Again, for Cadillac Racing...
Did they change tyres?
I'm not sure, but...
That's my question as to whether or not the 114 indicates they did not change tyres. And that could also indicate why this phase of this is beginning to struggle.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He was 7 seconds to 10 seconds slower than most of his rivals. So you made it. And don't forget, if they'd done left sides, it wouldn't have been a 20-second difference, but a 10. Got trouble for the number 10 car.
Okay, Seb, just for info, first stint, medium tire, a hard tire on the left. We had about 50% wear front left. Rear left was okay.
Good news for Buemi then, and like I thought, he was doing a great job in protecting those tyres, maybe even doing too much tyre preservation, having 50% still remaining, and the left rear in particular looking good. So yeah, he can afford to push a little bit harder now. And there's the energy graphic. So yeah, as we expected, 33% for the Porsche Penske, and 52% meanwhile.
Well, now that's
Sebastian
interesting,
Buemi.
because before the previous stop, he only had about 3% extra energy over Mike Conway. Now he's got 5% extra energy. So what? Well, that means a lap that he doesn't have to stop. So what? Well, at the end of the race, that might make a difference, because that's time you don't have to spend in the pit lane. Let's see what Ferrari's take on this is.
It's too hot in this car, guys. I'm struggling with heat.
Copy that, man.
I'm struggling with heat, or I'm struggling with tyre heat.
No, it's
too hot in the car.
Yeah, and so, and that car, I believe, does have aircon, like the Peugeot does. The Toyota doesn't.
Philip Albuquerque, Phil Hansen did a great job yesterday getting the 22 United on pole, and you've put in a great run so far during this race.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, it's only 1 hour of the race, but yeah, we are leading with a good gap, so we need to stay humble, doing no mistakes, hitting the pit stops. Anything can change, so let's hope that no safety car comes, because I was the only pro, I believe, in LMP2, so that was the idea, to pull a gap. A safety car now would ruin our strategy, obviously. But Fred is doing a good job all weekend. So again, it's a team effort. So my teammates and myself, we need to continue on the spot because everyone is very competitive.
You've had lots of experience here, but the conditions today are so different to how they have been all through the test sessions. So how is that in LMP2? How is that affecting you differently?
Yeah, it's hotter, and especially the second stint when we refuel the car and we go with the same tires, there is a lot more sliding. I guess it's part of the game for everybody because I could see as well the other guys struggling. Again, I think we are all on the same boat with these higher temperatures. We're just sweating much more, but again, we were a little bit waiting for it, so I think we are still good. But again, I think we need to see now what's the pace of the pro guys in the other car to see our true pace, and then see if they can catch back those 23, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the gap now, Freddie Lubin in the lead 22 United Autosports car over Jota's Pietro Fittipaldi in 28. Don't forget, that car tagged into a spin when David Hannemeyer Hansen was in it by the 38 Jota car. Yep. The gap's 25 seconds, but Fittipaldi, again, pro driver, compared to Freddie Lubin, is lapping about a second quicker. But that means it will take him the entire stint to catch Lubin, and even then he won't have got to him.
Yeah, but word up as well for the Jota crew, because they pulled back 10 of those seconds in the pit lane. Brilliant slot from quite what they've done and what risk they've taken with that. We'll soon find out. You know how good the Jota team are.
But 10 seconds. I mean, did they just not put a side of tyres on?
Yes,
that's around 10 seconds. Isn't it?
Quite possibly so. But again, they've taken that track position again.
Make it work.
It's given them 3 positions in the overall order. By the way, confirmation and thanks to Cadillac Racing that they did not take tyres in that first stop.
So this is what I'm saying about Jota as well in LMP2 with Pietro Fittipaldi. Maybe that's the same strategy that Alex Lynn and Cadillac had taken. So if you don't take that side of tyres, it does take 10 seconds to change them. Yes, it gives you track position and it looks quite shiny when you go out on track in terms of your position, but you can easily lose those 10 seconds and more by your tyres really dropping away and off the cliff.
Change for second in LMP2, in the GTE Am rather. That is Francesco Castellacci in the silver Ferrari going by Sarabovi in the Iron Dames car. Castellacci gold-rated driver, bronze-rated driver Sarabovi, and the yellow Corvette you just saw in the background behind, that's actually her real race at the moment with Ben Keating.
Also, by the way, worth keeping an eye on the other car that was involved in that little tussle through turn 1. That is Harry Tincknell.
Yes.
He is closing James Collado for 4th position.
Wow, now that is impressive because we know they're on the same strategy in terms of tyres. And yeah, they all put obviously the same amount of fuel in at the stop. So that's a genuine race in terms of pure pace with Harry Tincknell, James Collado right now. 2.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, 4 cars, 3 classes, fanning out 4 abreast down the pit straight. It's the number 4 Van Wall. That car back in, what is that, 11th place, and off the lead lap now, by the way.
What happened to you could see the driver shaking his head.
Ryan Cullen getting into number 10 Vector car. I don't know, we didn't catch up with that. It looked like it wasn't starting. Yeah. He was like really angry in the pit lane. I mean, not that he's not often really angry in the pit lane, but he was really. But they are, they're still 8th in LMP2. I don't think they're a lot higher up. That was Gabby Aubrey who was in the car.
Yeah, Gabby Aubrey, by the way, aboard the car now, got his first taste of what may well be another addition to the Hypercar order next year, 2024, when Vector Sports hope to bring the Asosa Fraschini, designed by Michelotto, into the FIA World Endurance Championship, and I gather his first test impressed greatly. So Vector Sports looking to stay with us in the FIA World Endurance Championship, despite LMP2 going away for the full season, but to step up to the Hypercar class.
And while we're talking about the future, don't forget that in about 10 days' time, you'll be able to see the all-access from behind the scenes here in Fuji with all sorts of extra little bits that you don't get to see in broadcast, including Ant having dinner with the Toyota boys.
A good fun evening. You're going to see them in a new light compared to how their polished PR faces when they've got those on when they interview them at the track. It's nice to
instead
see
of
the
bickering over tyre wear and let me past, but I didn't have a dessert. Well, I didn't have a starter and you had a beer.
That, by the way, is where the 20 kilos comes from.
That's where it comes from, not having a starter or a dessert. Back with our Prema boys, or in this case, boy and girl, Dorian Pin ahead of Ben Viscal. So these two cars have been nose to tail the entire race. And again, in 6th and 7th, all right, so they picked up a spot from when they were 8th and 9th, or picked up a couple of spots. But two very closely matched cars in terms of overall driver performance. And again, Dorian Pin, part of the Iron Dames programme, really impressive all season long. She started her LMP2 journey last year and has really come of age this season. Some very, very big stints from her. So, yeah, good to see her making that kind of progress as well. Now, you know, I think in World Endurance, it's not a novelty that we have women in the cars. It's not a novelty that the women in the cars are fast. It's just a fact. They're drivers. And as the Iron Dames always say, the car has no clue who's driving it.
Here you go, forming a deja vu. It's Ben Keating and Sarah Bovey. This time it's a battle for 3rd place. That's a switch around.
It is, because Keating was in the long shot quite a way behind when we saw Sarah being passed by Francesco Castellacci just a couple of laps ago, so don't know where that happened.
Well, Sarah's lost 2 seconds in that lap to Ben Keating, and now goes back forward into 3rd place and is 5 seconds back from Francesco Castellacci. Remember, this is Ben eating up the bronze time in this car. We've still got Nico Veroni and Nicky Katzberg to come.
Eating up stroke, absolutely loving his best life as a bronze driver in this car. Because he'd drive the whole race if he could.
It happened over the start-finish line, in fact, in the straight line by the look of things. So Sarah at the moment struggling a little for pace. But remember, both these crews have got their silver and gold, in one case platinum rank drivers to come.
There was Nico Veroni in the back of the garage watching. He's suited up and ready to go, and I think he will go in next. That's the way they normally do it, and then they save Nicky Katzberg in case there's any kind of drama at the end. Harry Tincknell goes around the outside of the GR Racing Porsche.
That was tight. That was tight. Very tight, yes. He was lucky to avoid contact there with the cars that were around him, and but Ricardo hit that sausage curb quite aggressively on the underside of the car.
Ricardo Pera in the black car, holding off the Ferrari of Alessia Rivera, but in the end, Rivera getting past him.
That is Rivera having come from the back, remember, a lap down.
But Iron Dames, we believe, double stinted their tyres with no changes, so that's where the drop-off is coming.
This is riding on board with Harry Tincknell, driven a brilliant race so far, now putting pressure on James Callardo's Ferrari up in front.
Now, you talked about the fact that the privateer Porsches have not had much mileage here, particularly the Proton team. They only started the race in Monza and didn't complete it, but they are racing in the IMSA WeatherTech series, a different compound of Michelin tyre, but everything you do while you're racing informs what you do the next time you go racing. They are making real progress with these cars, and they are starting to look very competitive now.
Cannot be that from the second position of the race, I'm here nowhere and no pace. Cannot be, something could be wrong. I thought that bad, you know.
Yes, agreed, Miguel. The only thing I can tell is that we are low on front brake temperature. And we will need more front brake bias just to try and fix that. That might help you with consistency in the braking. But being on the wrong compound, mate, we don't have any other clue. We just think we choose the wrong tires for that stint.
I was confused by his lack of speed as well. Exactly what he said. You know, we started the race, we were good. I was ahead of the sister car, no problem, running in 2nd place, fine, with free air behind me. And now I'm suddenly really struggling for pace. That's not me. Something's happened here, and he's now 13 seconds behind James Callardo.
Now, they were the only car other than Toyota that started on hard tyres. If they've done left sides and gone to mediums, which is the wrong tyre? Is it that they shouldn't have stayed on the hard, or that they shouldn't have gone to the medium? Now, obviously, they know that, but we don't. So we're going to wait to see now what they do at the next stop and see whether they go back to hard or all to medium.
One other quick thing, we're watching how Harry Tincknell is eating up this gap to James Gallardo ahead. Remember, this is H having done almost 2 hours. It's an hour and 45 minutes now under the wheels of the 99 car. They still have 2 world champions in the garage. They've got Jimmy Bruni, multiple world champion. They've got Neil Jani, world champion. This is not one of those efforts that's going to drop off in terms of quality on the driver front. This is what I think is potentially truly special about this class as it develops, because the only thing that's going to happen as things move forward is more teams are going to see this potential and claw together whatever quantity of euros is required to get into this fight.
And so many really, really good drivers are clamouring at the gates. The Barbarians are at the gates. They all want to go. Everybody is excited about Hypercar, and everybody is excited about Ferrari versus Porsche versus Lamborghini versus Toyota versus BMW versus. Super excited, and every driver who's got a license wants to be part of it.
Well, look, Ant's sitting next to me here. Ant's been, part of the top class in sports car racing when there were very few major factory seats available, which shows, frankly, the quality that he was bringing to the party, but also when there were a number more. But there's never been more in my adult lifetime than we've got now, and more still to come. That's got to be a great thing for the sport and a great thing for encouraging really elite talent.
It's what the drivers always want, more teams. We've always been in a situation where you've got too much talent out there in terms of drivers and not enough seats to fill. So we're getting to the point where it's starting to balance out much more, and it's great to see teams like Proton here fighting Ferrari genuinely for pace and track position, and we want to see even more of that moving forward, and it seems like that's what we're going to get. So it's great to have seen this championship on the rise. I was part of that, as I called it, the golden era at the time in LMP1, and then it really, it did start to struggle. We had teams, manufacturers pulling out, and it's, wow, what a resurgence we've seen in the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, the convergence with the ACO rules and IMSA rules that's allowed these two top-class rule sets to have parity. That's the difference, because you've got cars that are designed for racing in IMSA, like the Porsche, and cars that are designed for racing specifically in the World Endurance Championship, like the Toyota and the Ferrari.
For the moment, yes.
For the moment.
Yep.
BMW is an IMSA-based LMDH car. You've got all sorts of different takes on top-class racing coming together. And you're right, you can look at any other classic era, LMP1, GT1, Group C would be the absolute classic because of so many customer cars, Ford versus Ferrari and so on in the 60s. Even in the height of Group C, there were not that many manufacturers. Everybody who was competitive at the front had a Porsche.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing to watch for, we're in the window now where we can be expecting to see Laurens Vanthoor back down pit lane. He's towards the end of what will be a full stint. Wasn't a full stint when he came down pit lane the first time. We think that was strategic, but we're now in that window where we're not far away from a full hour. In fact, we've gone beyond the full hour.
Yeah, we're looking at just over 6 stints today for the hypercars. So if give or take, you means you would probably usually need a splash of fuel without any safety cars and full course yellows. So that, I believe that's what Porsche and number 6 were trying to
when we get to the energy graphic again, I think we'll see how close he is to having to do that. I don't think he's a million miles away from it. So again, the 38 car pulls out in traffic and is trying to make good on the delays that he's had.
It's going to be a very busy pit lane. We have GTE Am pit stops underway. We have got LMP2 pit stops starting. So the Porsche may be well advised to come in now before it gets really chaotic.
Yeah, we saw the Toyota came in, didn't it? Mike Conway at 4% energy remaining.
Yeah.
So maybe there's one lap that he can do. Where is car 6 on circuit at the moment? I'm just looking at. Apparently he's boxing in 3 laps. He's going to really have to eke out that 7%.
Turn 4 at the moment. The gap now 12 seconds with traffic. So he is losing a bit of time to Mike Conway in this phase of this stint. Sorry, Martin.
Good news for fans of United Autosports and Ben Keating is that neither pole sitter in LMP2 or GTE Am, which was Ben Keating in GT and the 22 United car of Felipe Albuquerque, they will not be penalised for the gaps at the start of the race.
By the way, it's even better news for fans of United Autosports and Ben Keating that they're going to be joining forces next year in North America as Ben looks to try to come back to Le Mans in LMP2 via success in his home country,
which he has had a lot of. We know him in World Endurance audience terms as a GT driver with every car that's ever been made for GTE, but he also has LMP2 championships under his belt. So the Iron Dames are due in as well, and that is Michelle Gatting, the Dane, getting ready. You can tell it's Michelle, even if you don't recognise the helmet colours, because she's head and shoulders above almost all the mechanics. She is not a petite driver. And again, you know, compared to someone like Dorian Power, even her own teammate, you know, she is tall, and as a result of having longer bones and all the tissues that go with it, you're going to carry more weight, and so she has a slight disadvantage. But you know,
20 kilos.
When you're in a car, you don't notice. You don't notice. Fittipaldi is in from second in LMP2, so it is now United Autosports 1-2 as well. The Iron Dames are in as well. They had a shorter stop last time round. We think they didn't do at least one half side tyres. Sarah Bovey gets out. Her time in the car is done, and or is it? It's normally a double stint is enough, isn't it? But normally they do an hour in a stint.
I always thought this is so... There's so much responsibility on the driver, and you're absolutely shattered when you get out of the car.
Yeah.
And then you've got to turn your focus and attention to making sure for somebody's safety you're belting them in, and you've got to be precise, you've got to be fast, you've got to do the job right. I mean, what a responsibility when all you can think about is, I just want to get out of the car and take the helmet off and overalls down, and I'm sweating here.
Toyota in, or is that a Prema car? That's Prema's Dorian Pan that was nearly hit by the other Iron Dames car.
Look at this.
Yeah,
number six working its way by the
putting a lap
Toyota
on Antonio Felix da Costa. Now, he will stop before the other Porsche, before the gold Porsche, so he is out of sync, but yeah, he's putting a lap on class rivals.
He's putting a lap now. The next target for him, just ahead of the Toyota car, is the 9th place 93 Peugeot. This has been an amazing stint for Monster.
It has, and for the Works Porsche team as well. It really goes to show they've understood this car around this circuit. We heard them changing rear heave springs in practice. You know, all of that was for, you're pointing at the screen there, 1% left on the energy. He's definitely in this lap.
Better be.
All these things that Porsche have gone through, testing, getting the car right for the race today, is really paying off. And the driver is at one with the car. He's done an amazing job. What a couple of stints here for Laurent Fantor and Porsche as the Toyota team now limbering up, getting ready for their pit stop.
And again, worth pointing out that Porsche Penske are not just running this car in WEC. They have won in IMSA with the car and looked completely outclassed in WEC up until now. So it's everything they know about how to win with this car finally starting to hit the sweet spot. They come in now. The caddy will be in on this lap as well, 4 laps earlier than they were scheduled to do. Driver change. Richard Westbrook will take over to start his first race stint ever in Japan and have tyres and fuel.
So full service coming up here. Yeah, driver change, all 4 tyres and fuel. And so Conway, interestingly, ended that stint compared to the Porsche 11.5 seconds behind. He started at around 14.2, 14.3 seconds. Yeah. So, like I say, really great job from Porsche and Vantor, but they did lose a little bit of time there.
Now, interestingly, the Porsche number 6 car came in earlier than we were expecting, earlier than anybody else. We thought, okay, what's that? Are they back timing full stints to the end of the race? Cadillac have now decided to come in on the same lap, and so to put them 4 or 5 laps earlier in than their rivals, and clearly the Jota Porsche is going to do the same. You saw a driver on the apron and tyres on the apron. If not this, then in one more lap, but they don't need the fuel yet. So Toyota are running a lot further. So driver change, let's get ready to rumble. This is going to be very, very entertaining. New driver into the car, he knows, and this is the confidence thing. He's getting in for the first time as a Penske Porsche driver, as the race leader. That's a whole different ball game.
It is, and you know, Kevin Esser is used to this in the Porsche, in the GT category. This is the first time he exits the pit lane as a hypercar driver leading the race, and it's a huge ask to continue the job that Vantor was doing, and I mean, I'm sure Esther can do it, but you can see the hard work that's gone into that couple of stints.
You think?
I think there's two factors in this race that are probably not what we expected. One of them is that man and what he's done in the number 6 car. The other one is the Proton competition, Porsche in 4th. Aside from that, the form book is pretty much where we expected it to be.
Well, and the third one is Antonio Felix da Costa. The what now? Look at the state of the front of this Jota car. So it's the 3 surprises are 3 Porsches.
Yes.
The Penske Porsche and the 2 privateer cars. There's the Proton car, again chasing the 51 Ferrari. That's for 3rd now that the number 6 Porsche has cycled away from the top. It's a Toyota 1-2, and then the Ferrari and the Proton at it for 3rd.
Yeah, it's still a second. The gap, it was closed to just about a second. It's been holding around 1.1, 1.2 through traffic. James Collado to Harry Tinknell. This is now the battle for 3rd place, albeit the cars in this battle do owe us a pit stop pretty soon.
I think the problem that Tinknell faces here is that every time he gets close to the Ferrari, they don't quite have the straight line speed to do anything into turn 1. That seems to be where the Ferrari's strength is.
Just at the 99 Proton competition garage, and Jimmy Bruni is suited and booted and ready to go.
Excellent, thank you very much for that. Driver door opens, out gets Alex Lynn, in gets Richard Westbrook. Has never in his life raced in Japan, which seems unlikely for a man who spent so much time in sports car racing, but that's the way it comes. Was supposed to come at the end of lap 71, Alex Lynn apparently was enjoying it so much that he decided to come in a lap later. Obviously a little bit of miscommunication there, but he's in anyway. And again, a little earlier than we were expecting. And so are they now looking at trying to somehow jump them further up the order and then not give away track position?
I think it's fair to say that the decision they made not to change the tyres on number 2 Cadillac did not serve Alex well in the latter part of that stint. I think they went away probably more quickly than the team expected them to, and it tells a worse story about the potential pace of that car than I think is the reality.
Toyota even got their management getting involved in the limbering up for a pit stop. He's only got to watch.
Molina, but it's a very Japanese way of it. You know, the management do the same as the workers. And, you know, if you go to the Nissan plant in Sunderland in the UK, it's exactly the same thing. They eat in the same canteen.
Same as Delhi Sports Car. We all do the same amount of eating.
I was going to say exercise 0.
So Miguel Molina out and Nick Nielsen in car 50.
Well, Nielsen chatted to him just before they went out onto the grid, and I was saying, you know, what do you expect? And he said, honestly, we really don't know. We don't know about tyre degradation. We don't know how the car's going to work in hot temperatures, on a bone dry track, in bright sunshine. This is something we haven't had all weekend.
Well, just put it this way, nobody was walking around the paddock the last 2 days saying, I tell you what, really watch out for Porsches in the race. They're
absolutely
going to be
right.
Nobody's
absolutely right. Yeah, and I think this is fantastically encouraging on every single level. I'll ask this question. We know the cars run to a slightly different specification in the North American Championship, but they are getting race experience with the 963 package. They're learning with every lap those cars turn, whether or not it's with customers or with the factory in both championships, and they are converting that into performance.
Of course, as Francesco Castellacci stops from 2nd in GTE Am, and he closed to 7 seconds behind Satoshi Ishino in the D-Station car that leads.
But here is the underlying story. Ben Keating is sitting second now. Willow is that stop. He's 7 seconds back from Satoshi Yoshino. But the 777 car and the 54 car have both used, but in one case, the 777, a full stint of gold time, and the 54, Francesco Castellacci, a full stint of silver time. Ben Keating's done the first 2 hours, and he's done. An hour and 45 minutes was all he needed.
Okay.
So
well, that means Sarah Bovey has done her minimum.
Correct.
As well, as we get to exactly 2 hours into the race and 10 seconds.
So here was your race leader, Mike Conway, after the Porsche had pitted, and Jose Maria Lopez jumps in to take the baton and run with it, as we've seen Kevin Astra do exactly that in the Porsche number 6. And it's, you've got to. You asked me this earlier on, Martin. How does it feel? It's a nerve-wracking experience to be jumping in after the race is well underway, and you've got to run with it and basically repeat what your teammates have just been doing. And you feel that pressure at this point. You jump in and you don't really know how the car feels. You've got an understanding from practice, but in the race it's a very different story sometimes with the marbles that are down on the track and stuff. So we see 51 in as well. They're about to do exactly the same thing with Antonio Giovinazzi about to jump in after James Collado. So a job well done by Collado. He's got a bit of cramp going on there, actually.
Yeah, he really has, hasn't he? Either that or he's it's eased out.
Yeah, cramp. Yeah, it's just you're in that position for 2 hours, cramped like a prawn in the seat, and he's hot as well, don't forget. So the cramp starts to kick in,
and especially the left leg, because that's the one that's doing all the heavyweight leg press, 100-kilo presses on the brake pedal. The throttle pedal is a whole different amount of sensitivity, but the brake pedal is all about brute force to get that retardation. So that's why it's his left leg that's cramping up, not his right.
And they're all in a fight with this team here, with Jimmy Bruni at Proton. Oh, hang on, what's gone on here? The car's down off of the jet. No, this is a problem here.
Steering wheel change, or no?
It's not.
As soon as I saw the car come down off the jacks, I knew they were in trouble. What's he got? Trouble with the belts?
Yeah. Can't get the belt. Maybe he can't get it to stay done up.
Oh, what an elementary
Now, you
problem
talked earlier on where we saw Sarah Bovey strapping in Michelle Gatting. It does not have to be a driver. It can be a driver helper that does the belts, but it looks like the centre clasp is not clasping.
It looks like it's done now. They've pulled them down.
Yeah. So he loosened everything off to get to loosen the belts off, having tried to tighten them.
They're still not happy, are they? They're still not happy there.
Still not doing up.
Is it the lap belt that's not doing up?
Well,
shake of the head.
Whatever else, he cannot leave the pit lane if they don't do up.
And you know what, Graham? This is one of those problems you come across with a brand new chassis.
Absolutely.
Everything has to be bolted on to that monocoque, including all of the seatbelt tethers. And I'm guessing that's what it is, but
it's coming in the garage.
They're going to have to, because they're spending too long in pit lane. You're only allowed a certain amount of time there.
By the way, Loic Duval in the pit lane in the Peugeot 94 from second.
Yeah. But this is the point. The pace is pretty close between this top class.
Yeah.
Right up and down the order. You can see Loic actually just passing the number 99 car now as the 99 does go. What a disaster.
That's such a shame, because they had the speed. That fight with Ferrari, I was really looking forward to seeing how the two different drivers were going to do in this stint coming up. But gutting for us, but more so for them, of course.
Yeah. Lewis right there, so we'll catch up with them in a moment, but a bit of a disaster for the 99 Proton competition Ferrari, as there's a driver change at Peugeot. Both Peugeots are in. We saw 94 come in. This is 93 as well. So Loic Duval and Mikkel Jensen, they've both done 2 hours. The race is dividing up very nicely. 2 hour double stint, 2 hour double stint, 2 hours to the checkered flag. The only thing that's a fly in the ointment for Toyota number 7 is that they have already made a stop and a driver change, and the number 8 car has not yet made a second stop. And that means that they'll be 1 or 2 or possibly 3 laps shorter worth of fuel on their final stop, which will be worth seconds on the track.
So there's going to be a splash of fuel coming here as we watch the depressing scenes in the Proton garage there. Really such a shame for them as Bruni's still out of the car. But yeah, so this race, I believe, is going to come down to you're going to need a splash at some point. So you either get that earlier pit stop done earlier on in the race, like you foreshorten it, like we saw with the lead Porsche's car 8 now is in the pits. But car 8, I believe, they're elongating this.
Yeah, they're
saving fuel. Yeah, so they're trying to get rid of that splash at the end by going longer each time.
But at the end of this, at the 2-hour mark, almost none of the hypercars had made their second stop. So they've done 2 hours on 2 stops, which means there is no splash. But what 8 is doing is in the final fuel stop, they will have fewer laps to go, so we'll have to put in less fuel and we'll save time.
Or any fuel. So they're just going to, basically you've got like 6 stints and a little bit. So Porsche got rid of their little bit at the start by stopping earlier.
But there isn't a little bit because they've done 2 hours and 5 minutes on 2 tanks of fuel, which means you don't need a splash at the end of 6 hours because 2 tanks gets you 2 hours, 4 tanks gets you 4 hours.
Exactly, because now they've all reset. Because Porsche did what they did earlier on and Cadillac have done it now, they've all copied, but Toyota Car 8 are going longer each stint. So they're going slightly slower because of it on track, but you're saving fuel to save you time in that splash at the end of the race. So 2 different, very different approaches to a problem of just having to put a little bit of extra fuel in the car because it doesn't quite tie in. And that safety car would have helped, of course, as well. Remove some of that
them
splash.
a little bit. So 99, is it? Suddenly Jimmy Bruni was electrified and back in the car. Yeah, we fix it. Great, get in. Lou will go and ask what it was. We will find out. But the number 6 Penske Porsche is back in front. Toyota second and third. This number 8 car comes out of the pit lane. How under challenge from Antonio Giovinazzi's Ria Hirakawa? Answer, not really at all. Loic Duval has handed over to... who's in 94? No, Loic Duval is still in 94. Apparently. So according to our timing screens, Loic Duval is driving Peugeot number 94. According to our eyes, Loic Duval is resting in a chair in the garage.
Man of many talents.
I do know. You can't be in 2 places in one time unless you're Loic Duval.
Autonomous racing. Incident involving car 57, Scott Huffaker, and car 60, Matteo Grissoni at turn 6 under investigation. Grissoni lost something like 20 seconds but it looks like he was put aside.
Quite a lot of pulling on the straight.
Copy that, mate. We're checking. I don't see anything at the moment, but we'll get back to you.
It's a cambered straight on this circuit. At some point, it dips down towards the pit wall, and I've experienced exactly the same thing here. So it's not damage to the car. It can sometimes be the wind direction as well. You pick it up often just on that main straight. Let's hear from Harry Tinknell.
Tinknell, I was here ready to congratulate you, say what a great run, which we will talk about still, but first of all, we all saw it on camera. You came out and asked what was going on. Clearly seatbelts, but what was happening there?
Yeah, actually like a seatbelt came out, so you obviously loosen it for the next driver to come in and then you tighten. But when they went to clip it in, there was no seatbelt there, so something happened. Never seen it before, but Proton boys and girls did a great job to get it fixed so fast to get us back out there.
I can see how hard you've worked, and that was a great run. It's still early days in this programme, so some great driving and some great moves from you.
Thank you, yeah, I mean, I was loving it out there. Honestly, like, this felt like my first proper WEC race because in Monza I only did 10 laps and then the car stopped. We did a race in IMSA, I learned so much there. And then this weekend again in a brand new car, so we're learning it. There's so much to do, it's so busy in the cockpit with all the electronics, all the settings, all the rotary switches you have to adapt 4 or 5 times a lap as the fuel comes down, everything. So I was really happy at the start. I was aggressive, probably a little bit too aggressive. Then I settled down, conserved the tyres, and then that really paid dividends second half of the stint. I had so much fun. You know, it's such a great caliber of drivers out there, you know, racing against Ferrari, Jota, yeah, Peugeot, making some great moves. It was hard, they wouldn't let me through easy, but loved every second of it, gutted what's happened now, but we'll fight to the end. And for us, it's really about the last 2 or 3 races of the year and trying to fight for positions there. So I'm so happy that we're fighting in the top 4 with this race.
Well done.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, as Harry Tinkle says, it was all right when I left it. Contact with Ben Keating and the 54 Ferrari. Is that Thomas Floor back in that?
Yes.
Okay. So retaking the wheel to do his second stint, and the car guy's car as well.
That was the earlier.
That's Cressoni. There's a penalty for that has been handed to Cressoni, hasn't it?
Cressoni and Huffer got under investigation. That was a little earlier. But the incident, I think, with Thomas Fleur is relatively recent.
I think that's while we were hearing from Harry, denying any knowledge of what happened to it, which is exactly what you do at a hire car counter all the time.
It sounds like the seatbelt, the cloth, the actual buckle. When he said the seatbelt had gone, I guess it was the only thing I can think is that the actual clasp, but it usually stays on the buckle. It stays fixed to one point of that 6-point harness. It sounds like that's come away when he's undone the seatbelt, which he shouldn't do.
Which either in the clasp or it's
and then it's fallen down the inside of the cockpit somewhere.
Well, maybe Louise can add a little bit more. Lou, what did he?
It was difficult to see. I mean, the team had lights in there and everything once it was in the box, because that seatbelt had gone right down beneath, right in the bottom, like in the footwell. They couldn't work out where the clasp had gone to. I could see one little bit was tethered maybe to the door, but it just took a bit of time. It was like it was knotted up or something.
Yeah, maybe instead of staying where it should have done, it actually dropped down beside his seat insert. I mean, how can Harry have a seat insert?
So usually you need a tool that you have to sort of point the tool into the clasp to release it from the final point of contact on a 6-point harness.
I think maybe one of the lap belts or something had dropped down and had slipped under the seat, and they're trying to reach around under the driver and couldn't get it. I mean, it can't have come unbolted from the car.
No, but she was saying it went inside the cockpit, down in the footwell, and they were looking for it down in the footwell, which I can't believe that couldn't have happened to the actual the mountings of the seatbelt would not have come loose.
No,
because Harry would have felt that as he was driving.
He would have been thrown around like a rag doll. Corvette Racing, Ben Keating still in the car and still to make his second stop, leading in GTE Am from Ricardo Pera for GR Racing. Everybody else has stopped a second time. So what are they running those two cars on? Fairy dust?
Well, the other thing is they've been told to turn on the leader lights. Now, is that the lights turned off, or is that damage from that clash with the 54?
And is it a door panel on one side or the other, or a light panel on one side or the other? Yeah.
Good shout, Graham. I reckon, so that right-hand side of the Corvette, it could have lost the leader for the leader panel.
It's the three coloured lights that come on if you're first, second or third in class. Orange in the case of GTE Am, blue for LMP2. Oh, and there you are. They should have 1 and 2 on. Well, they would have done when they came in. Freddie Lubin and Ollie Jarvis come in 12 seconds apart on the road, 22 ahead of 23. And that means Robert Kubica comes in from third from Team WRT. Ben Viscal, I think, stopped a little after them. There goes Kubica.
By the way, good stint there from Freddie Lubin. Better stint, as you'd expect, from Ollie Jarvis, but Lubin retaining that lead for a full stint of Ollie Jarvis chasing him down, and that's massive progress from the young man. The team will be pleased with that.
Corvette telling us, Ryan Smith, and I think this is flagrant lying, 8 more laps. They are running it on hornicorn juice or something. How can it be going so far on fuel? Everybody else has stopped, apart from the GR Racing car of Ricardo Pera.
Well, we do say we've got renewable fuel in there, but not quite like that.
Yes, it's not a magic bucket, is it? Or the magic porridge bowl full.
Well, that can only be Ben Keating in fuel-saving mode. You don't often say that you've got a gentleman driver, however good, that would be doing fuel saving of that order. That's what a remarkable campaign it's been.
I know, it's astonishing, but he has fought equal on pace with all the drivers around him and has still managed to save 10 laps of fuel in 2 stints.
Well, OK, let's look at where we are at the moment. There are 2 cars in GTE Am that have not had their second stop. The second one is the GR Racing car, but here's the point. Ben Keating's a minute 14 seconds ahead of that car, and their silver drivers aboard it. So that's a sign of the kind of progress that's been made. And yet again, Corvette Racing, and with Ben at the wheel, have been able to employ proper professional level strategy into the mix here. And what it's done at the moment is destroy the field.
Because Ben is like Sarabovi, as we've seen so often, is a proper pro-level driver, despite the fact that he is ranked as a bronze because of what he does in real life, which is run a gazillion car dealerships. I haven't checked today how many there are. So
28.
Okay, you're sure that's this week's total?
I interviewed him yesterday.
Because every time I pump for a number, he updates it.
I'm told the only way of getting Ben Keating out of the car is they tell him there's a potential customer on the phone.
Here's the for now the lead battle in LMP2 with the Vector Sport Gabri Aubry at the wheel and Charles Milesi in the Alpine 36.
Now see, I could easily see these two guys potentially being, I mean, they're very likely to be against each other in Hypercar. If Gabri Aubry doesn't get an exhausted drive, I could easily see Alpine picking up the phone and going, how do you fancy coming back and driving in Hypercar with an Alpine Hypercar? Because they'll have two to run next year.
Yeah, I think Gabby's shown himself in good light this year in LMP2, and you know all these drivers using LMP2 now in this World Endurance Championship. They're not going to be here for the full WEC season next year, but they will be at Le Mans, of course. They're using it as a stepping stone and a spotlight. They're in the spotlight for Hypercar teams watching. Let's listen to Alpine now.
No fuel after braking. Copy. Stay out. +1 lap. Confirm.
Right, so he's just alerting them to the fact he's had a fuel warning light. Yep, we're good. Stay out. One more lap to go. So, and that's it. You've got really good communication between the driver and the team. Okay, I've got a light up. Yep, we know you have. You're fine. It's a short lap here, shorter than any other lap in the calendar. So if it was Spa, come on in. Obviously, that was the previous lap, but he's come in. Felipe Albuquerque, personally, has been summoned to the race director immediately, and Ben Keating summoned at the end of his stint. Now, we were told there would be no further action with regard to how they paced the field. They were told in the starting drivers briefing to keep the gaps to a minimum class to class. So I imagine that Eduardo is going to sit them down with a coffee and say, gentlemen, when I say to a minimum, I don't mean a minimum of 100 metres.
Well, that's maybe a good call that it could be to do with the starting positions. But
what else have they both done?
Well, but here's the thing. Ben Keating, we know there's an investigation with the 54. That is on the table. Felipe Albuquerque stopped in the car for 40 minutes.
No, it is about.
Penny Lupin's just finished a stint.
But we 10 minutes ago we had no further action for those two cars, 22 and 33 at the start. They were the pole sitters in the two different classes, LMP2 and GTE Am. And I do think Eduardo is going to come in and say, look, I did say in the briefing, keep a nominal gap. But there was there was like 4 or 5 rows of grid potentially between Hypercar and LMP2, and similarly back with GTE Am. Now, the leaders in those classes want to do it for safety, but the race director doesn't want the entire field strung out over a third of a lap while you're trying to start the race.
I thought we had seen no further action. There you go.
Which one is that? I'm really appalling at Mario Kart. Is that Toad? Okay, there you go. There's a man with an 8-year-old son. My son's now 21, or will be shortly. So he still knows. The only one I recognise is Princess Peach. Don't ask. Charles Milesi out of the pit lane, stays in. Fabio Scherrer you saw taking over the interior pole car, so he rejoins. Here is the Floyd Vanwall car. Tristan Vautier taking over from Esteban Guerrieri. And those of you who weren't here watching Free Practice 3, where were you, or qualifying, may not have caught up with the news that ex-Lotus, Benetton and Williams team manager Peter Collins is now overseeing operations. He's not engineering the car, he's not managing the strategy, he is looking at the people and how they operate. There have already been changes made within the Floyd Vanwall operation, and he says, actually, I talked to him yesterday, and he said something that I feel is that he thinks there is a lot more potential in the car than they've been able to tap into so far. They know they're about 50 horsepower down, that's just the way it is, but operationally and in terms of getting the most out of what they've got in a package, he believes they've still got quite a long way to go which is great because actually the car has largely proved reliable, getting to the end of almost all the races. It just needs to be, has it not? Well, getting towards the end of all the races.
No, we had the incident for Jacques Villeneuve, if you remember, at Spa. We had the incident for Jacques Villeneuve at Portimao. And we've got an incident at the moment for that car in that they've not changed the driver thing, because that was definitely Tristan Vautier we saw in the garage.
Aha. So the same as the
Peugeot 94.
Loic Duval has magically changed into Stoffel Van Dorn.
So Van Dorn is finally out there. I wondered when Van Dorn was going to get into the car.
Current leaders at LMP2 Vector Sports on pit lane. We'll see if this is the end of Gabby Obrie's time.
You can see on the graphic there, just gone away on the bottom of the screen, last lap around, 3/10 advantage for that of Jose Maria Lopez. He's slowly starting to eat away at that gap. It's come down now to 7.7 seconds. Originally, remember, it was at 14. So riding on board with, momentarily, Jose Maria Lopez in second place, the number 7 Toyota. This is the race for the lead, 7.5 seconds away from that lead position. It's a long race, still 3 hours, 40 minutes remaining, and they've got the speed to win this today, but only a few tenths here and there every lap in their favour. It's going to be a great battle once they get up to that car number 6.
One of the things that I enjoy about watching these hypercars is that they are not nailed to the road. Just that in that close-up shot of the Toyota making a pass, you could see it squirming around under the driver. They're actually quite a big, heavy car, all these hypercars, compared to the tyre contact patch, and actually compared to the amount of downforce they have, and they move around a lot. You can see that the driver is working hard at it. You know, an F1 car, we know they're working hard at it. It's a brutal environment. The speed is insane, but they look painted to the road. These things move around. It looks like you're working hard. So the same like with rallying or motorcycle racing, you appreciate it and you look at it and you go, yeah, no, I can't do that.
So the drivers are saying that compared to the LMP1 cars, they're physically easier to drive in terms of G-force, because like you said, you've got less downforce now than those days. But they're slightly quicker in a straight line, so they're making their lap time up in a different way. But physically, in terms of wrestling the car, and with the weight of the steering, and they're putting in loads more effort in terms of wrestling the steering left to right all the time and floating the car around. So they're using their energy in a bit of a different way these days. Mentally, very much more draining as well. A bit more like driving in the rain all the time because of the way the car's moving around under you constantly. 1,300 to 1,400 kilos are the cars. They used to be in the 900s. So, they have gone up in weight as well. Like you say, a lot more inertia there. So once they do start sliding, it's hard to kind of stop that slide. And that's the skill for the driver.
It's hard to imagine, isn't it, that a current hypercar weighs almost as much as an LMP 900 and an LMP 675 added onto it. It's a huge amount of extra weight for no extra power. So no wonder they move around a lot. Well, Ben Keating still racing out front in GTE Am on Oofel Dust and Sparkle Horse Poo or something, I don't know. The Iron Dames up to second place. Northwest AMR, you're looking at it there, the 98 car in third. And then D-Station in fourth. So you've got Corvette, Porsche, and then this Aston Martin battle. And that is tightening up and tightening up. Satoshi Yoshino being warned about track limits. And by the way, the number 60 Iron Lynx, Porsche, the car that is in 13th place in GTE Am, the yellow car, Claudio Schiavone, drive-through penalty for clattering the Kessel Racing Ferrari around.
I'm just going to very rapidly correct the minimum weight for hypercar is 1030 kilos.
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
So it's not 900 plus 675, it's 900 plus 500.
It goes up and down in terms of the BOP, of course.
So Aston Martin action.
Yep, that was Daniel Mancinelli just squeezing by Satoshi Yoshino for third in GTE Am, the Northwest AMR car. He's taken over from Ian James, who did a double stint at the start. And Ben Keating, apparently doesn't need fuel. I don't know if he's got Flintstone-style hole in the floor and he's just pedalling.
It's staggering. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's a straight answer. I don't understand how he's managing to do that. No, this must be a mega fuel-saving stint. What I would say is, by the way, the only other car that hadn't yet pitted, which is the GR Racing car, has now made the change to Mike Wainwright, so that car drops down to 9th in class. Ben Keating now leads from Michel Gatting. That gap, by the way, for the overall lead under 7 seconds.
But again, Mike Wainwright went on for like 20 minutes on the same fuel from the start of the race as everybody else has used and somehow stayed out. So
that was Ricardo Perez in the car before that stop.
It was.
We're told, by the way, with thanks to Corvette Racing, they have been told they're going to change that right side door. Was that?
And the 33 car will get a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for contact with that silver Ferrari, the 54
so they'll
car.
come in, they'll do the full service for that car. They will change the door, they will change the driver, and then sit for 30 seconds.
Are the leader lights on the door?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, they are on the door.
Yeah, they've been told they're going to change the door. Sorry, it's a second stop they'll have to do. It's a second stop, which is pretty much a disaster.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Car 3333 has a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision with car 54 at T10. Car 3333 has a 30 seconds stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision with car 54.
Yeah, there was that moment we just saw. I
have to say I did see it that way.
Yeah, I don't see a reason for it. He knew the car was on the inside there. It wasn't like the Ferrari that moved to the left-hand side as the nose change there for the 35 Alpine.
Yeah, Ollie Caldwell stays in. This is an unexpected stop, so they picked up damage. Seen quite a lot of rubber debris around the side of the track. Maybe that's related to that.
A lot of brake dust there from that car as they changed the front wheels.
Radio bad, did not copy at all. Okay, can you confirm you said upshift is bad?
Oh dear, and by the way, Corvette on pit lane now. Now we don't know yet whether or not this is the routine stop or the 30-second stop and go for Ben Keating, but this is going to hurt that run at the front of the field.
Well, I imagine Nico Veroni will probably have to do the drive-through or the stop and hold because Ben Keating has done 2 hours 27 minutes of his 1 hour 45. How can you go for 2 hours and 27 minutes on 2 tanks of fuel when everybody else barely made 2 hours? That's insane. In is the number 25 car for its 3rd stop. And that's what the difference is. Keating has gone the same distance on 2 tanks of fuel as this Aston Martin has done on 3.
He's gone 12 laps further across 2 stints than we expected a GTE Am car to get. That doesn't seem feasible.
Well, again, Ryan, the Corvette PR man, has said, I have learned not to question engineering this season.
That's a near 15%.
Wow, it's a Tom Walkinshaw Jaguar roll cage, isn't it?
Here's the door change.
There he is.
So this is not the stop and go.
Yeah, so most cars have it on the rear quarter. You can see the Corvette's indicator lights are down the front edge of the door. I was trying to picture where they were and looking at the Aston Martin going, no, they're on the rear corner, the rear quarter, so normally built into the edge of the front wheel arch, rear wheel arch.
It's actually a good place to have it, isn't it?
Because you change everything all in one go.
It's a part of the car likely to have damage occur if you do have a side swipe incident like that, and they're relatively easy, quick to change.
Well, plus also that's where your other illuminated panel is, because the number panel has to be back illuminated. So, and those are the ones that more often fail. So again, it's just off the pins onto the pins. It's not bolted or anything, it's just sat on 2 pins. So it is a quick change and 1 dry brake connector.
So we're riding on board. Sorry, Graham, riding on board here with Ken Estra, our race leader. The gap has come down to 6.1 seconds. He's had a bit of a troubled run through the traffic there. Has Estra. You can see that gaggle of cars behind him, but Jose Maria Lopez is going to work his way through one of them at least, the Vector Sport car, into turn one. Does he get another one? Yes, he does. The Porsche as well. He clears that in one, loses a little bit of lap time through one, but I feel like Estra, having got behind him in that tricky final sector, loses you more time.
1.2 seconds he lost in that final sector, and it's now 5.7 seconds is the gap. So it's a great lap from Jose Maria Lopez, a more troubled lap though from Kevin Estra, and again it's game on. Feels to me, guys, like a further continuation of the Karate Kid franchise. It's the big Toyota gang ganging up all the way from the front here with the single little guys from Porsche Penske Motorsports. But you know what? They've been in training, they've been learning, they've come back to fight, thought they might not win this one.
I'm sorry, you can't mention Porsche and little in the same sentence.
Or Penske and little.
Exactly.
And also, if you're Karate Kid analogying, where's wax on, wax off? Estra has got enough upshift problem.
Yes.
So the car's not running fast, and so that's why the Toyotas are catching.
Here's Buemi.
Sebastian Buemi from the number 8 Toyota. Are you surprised by these Porsches?
Yeah, I mean, we lost position at the start, so obviously it was hard to catch. And then we lost some time behind the Ferraris as well. And yeah, the Porsche was really fast. So we'll see now with the degradation, the management of the tires. We seem to be slightly better. So let's wait and see.
So are you looking at your strategy to play against them? Like, it seems you're going longer stints. Is that helping you? Are you looking to save a splash at the end? What's the game plan?
Yeah, so basically at the beginning, I was in traffic, so I decided to save fuel. Also because if there is no safety car or full course yellow, we still need a splash. So I thought it's better to get it out of the way if we can, which we, I think, did. So now we'll see how it continues. I think Rio was doing a good job, so let's wait and see.
All right, thank you.
Again, I still don't understand. How do you need a splash? They did more than 2 hours in 2 stints, which means that at the end of stint 6, you'll have gone beyond 6 hours.
He said he was saving fuel. He said he was saving fuel at the start because without a safety car or full course yellow, you would have needed a little splash. And with them saving fuel and with a safety car, they now don't need a splash.
But the first stop was less than an hour from the start, and the second stop was more than 2 hours. So, I mean, the safety car was on lap 1. For 1 lap, they didn't save much fuel.
Yeah, whenever the safety car comes, you save fuel.
But then I suppose when they went to, you can't refuel on the grid, so the first stint is always shorter, isn't it? So, yeah, okay.
It was obviously going to be a very short splash for Toyota. Maybe a slightly bigger splash for Porsche that lead the race. And there you can see into turn 3 goes the Porsche. And now into turn 3 goes the Toyota. So this gap is starting to come down. 5.3 seconds now.
But again, Estra only, I mean, he's in the 31s on the last lap, a 31.5 to the 31.1 of Lopez and a 32.2 of Rio Hirakawa. So Jose Maria Lopez is the quickest man on the track at the moment. And Rio Hirakawa actually barely any quicker than Hertz Team Jota. The Ferraris are a couple of tenths off him. So it's all about Lopez. And actually, if the radio is playing up and if the upshift is playing up, has the number 6 Porsche got a bit of an electronics problem going on?
Possibly so. A bit of an update, by the way, on things Corvettes. Both those stops have now been made. Yeah. That's the routine stop plus the door being changed. That was also a driver change, full service for the 33. Nico Veroni then went out and has come back in and has served the 30-second stop and go. That means in total the car has spent 3 minutes and 11 seconds on pit lane and has dropped that car from the lead down to now 11th place and off the class lead lap.
Well, that may well come back to them. asked Louise if she can go and chat to him. He's got to, they've got to talk to Ferrari first, but we'll try and catch up with Ben Keating and find where in his race suit he had those extra 30 litres of fuel that everybody else appeared to need that he didn't. Now, of course, they've dropped off the lead lap, but they're going to be 20 minutes shorter on fuel than anybody, or needs 20 minutes less fuel, because he's gone half an hour almost longer than everybody else put together.
I can tell you that Ben will not want to talk about that. He's going to be irritated beyond belief about the incident that cost them both the repair and the penalty. That's what he'll be focused on now. He'll see his race to this point as a disaster. What it was a pretty major misjudgment that cost them very dearly.
Yeah. But the rest of it, you know, was an unmitigated success.
Unbelievable.
It's an astonishing drive. Now, Thomas Floor under pressure from Mikkel Pedersen. This is for third place, and this is bronze. So the Iron Dames, Michelle Gatting leads. She's a silver-rated driver. Daniel Mancinelli in second place for Northwest AMR. What's his grading? I forget always. Daniel, he's a silver as well, I think. Yeah, he is a silver driver.
There's the speed of the Peugeot coming through.
And the LMP2 car. Now there is the three classes together. The Peugeot whistles by, the LMP2 car goes by. And still, if you were in that Ferrari or this Porsche, you would think nothing could go quicker down to turn one. In the Ferrari garage with Miguel Molina, who was second early on, Luis Beckett. Let's hear what he has to think about the start of this race.
Miguel Molina, you've brought the 50 Ferrari back to the team. That was a tough run for you.
Yeah, actually it was a very good start. But then the first thing was I was pretty happy. But then maybe we chose the wrong tires and we struggled a lot. Now Niklas is back with our standard, I think, strategy tires. So let's see. He's having a good pace compared to the 51, and let's see how it goes. But I struggle a bit in the second one because of that. And let's see. The race is still long, but it's really tough today.
We saw you start on the hard compound, I think on all four. Was it the mediums then that you switched to on the left that didn't go so well for you?
Oh, actually we put the mediums on the left and was not the right choice. I was struggling with the grip at the beginning, and we thought that maybe this could be a good option, but it wasn't. So we are in a learning curve, and this is part of the learning. And that's it. I mean, now Niklas, I think, is doing well, and we keep going.
Well, finally, that is the last thing. You guys haven't been here to Japan. You haven't been to Fuji, not able to test here, so that's showing.
Yeah, that also was a handicap for us. But anyway, I mean, we did a lot of work in Maranello in the simulator, but when we arrive here, it's always different. And like I said, it's part of the learning, so we keep going, and we are positive.
Thank you.
And Anthony, presumably a fairly significant degree of what they did in the simulator was on wet track simulation, because it always rains in Fuji.
You wouldn't do it on the wet. The problem is with the wet, you know, how wet is wet, whereas on the dry track, you know, it's a more of a constant thing. So all of your work's always done on. You can change the grip level in the dry, but you'll never try to simulate the rain, because you know. It's a moving goalpost.
And again, as we suspected, it was the change to mediums that was not working on the car. It was burning through them too quickly, so they're on hards. And of course, Toyota would have had that experience from LMP1 and LMP1 Hybrid and Group C, and then into the hypercars that they're running now. And they would have had that knowledge that we're going to stick on the hard in these conditions because we know that's what the car needs. And as Miguel was just saying, Ferrari don't have that, or did not have that experience. Now they do have the knowledge. Thomas Florent, again, in fourth place. Again, this is a bronze battle, isn't it?
Yeah, gets the slipstream down the main straight, looking to the inside for turn one. That's where you want to be.
Okay, it's not. Scott Huffaker is a silver, I beg his pardon, so a slightly higher graded driver, but again, parity between these two cars. Kessel Racing, the Swiss operation, running the car for Car Guy. They're based just about a mile from the circuit here. And same as the 777 D-Station Racing team, although the car is run by Tom Ferrier out of England.
3.5 seconds now, the gap between, I'm looking at our timing screens while we watch this battle on screen of the two Ferraris. 3.5 seconds between our race leader, Kevin Estre, and Jose Maria Lopez.
And how long until they need to stop again? Probably another 20+ minutes. Got 2 hours 40 run and now 3 hours 20 to go, so they should stop just about the 3-hour mark, because they stopped just about the 2-hour mark on their previous run.
And with, obviously, the Porsche is still out of sequence with the
so
Toyota.
Come in 4 or 5 or 6 laps earlier, maybe. Actually, we need to start making a note of that, because that is going to be significant fuel advantage at the end for the number 7 and number 8 Toyotas that the Porsche has not managed to undo yet. Change there as Scott Huffaker went by Thomas Floor. So Huffaker in the Kessel Racing Ferrari, the car guy's car, now up to 4th in class. And his next target is Mikkel Pedersen with the Dempsey Proton car, as we see the 99 Proton competition car of Jimmy Bruni running off track and stopped. Shown as stopped on the circuit. So that was a moment or two ago. On our gadget, it looks like the GPS is still moving.
Clash there between the 5 and the 777 as well, side-by-side contact.
Look how
That's
busy this
Bruni
was.
going off there on the left. That's 5 into 1, not going. There's room at the apex for 1 car, Anthony.
That really, in that one clip just then, highlights how difficult it is in sports car racing, modern sports car racing, with 3 categories out there, all fighting for the same piece of circuit. Yeah, you've got to have your eyes everywhere.
All at basically the same minimum speed, just arriving there faster and stopping at different rates.
So what happened here? Here's Bruni in front now, so he was still running.
That was the change between D-Station and the AO car getting by. So Gunnar Jeanette tucking up Satoshi Hoshino, and he's now left Hoshino behind.
But I think that must have been a timing glitch, because I don't think that the Proton stopped on circuit.
Well, it went so far off, or when it went off on the left, that actually it showed red as stopped, but it wasn't off.
It's because it went off at the point at which the sector is measured.
Yes.
The sector is measured on the braking zone into turn 10. That's the point it went off, and therefore it didn't show start in the next sector.
It's lucky he had that room on the left-hand side to make avoiding action.
One of the few places there is enough room to really get out of jail free here.
It is. I mean, you still get a little bit of a penalty. Obviously, you saw, you go over the grass. It's a well thought out piece of circuit design, actually, down into turn 10. You've got the grass there as a deterrent, and it does serve as a bit of a punishment. See on the left-hand side there, you see actually the track where Bruni went off the circuit, and so it does serve as a penalty, but no damage occurs to the car. I think it is perfect. You've got that bit of grass, then tarmac. It's what I wish I'd do on all track limit situations. There's a real deterrent there for the driver, not just a painted white line on a sea of tarmac. It's a very different physical element to how the driver looks at it as you go around. And
it's almost self-policing, because if you put a wheel on there, you just throw away traction and grip. It spins up the wheels, and you're slower than if you kept the car clean. So it is self-policing, whereas, AstroTurf or green-painted bits of concrete or whatever give you much more grip. Grass, particularly wet grass, gives you none at all.
2.4 seconds last lap around. You see there 8/10 gained in the favour of Jose Maria Lopez, but now he's got a bit more traffic in through turn 1, stuck behind the Jota number 28 and 2 of the GTE cars as well. He's going to try and overtake here, but he can't. You can't. You're boxed in.
Well, now he manages to squeeze through. No, he doesn't. On board with Jose Maria Lopez. Closing on Kevin Estre, the race leader in the number 6 Porsche. Estre really under pressure.
Kevin, 9 laps to go, and we're sticking to plan. 9 to go, stick to plan.
Okay, now the number 6 car stopped early in the first stint and has been doing full stints ever since, but that means he will stop before the Toyotas that are giving chase.
It was 2.4 seconds. In that little bit of traffic there for Jose Maria Lopez, 3.5 seconds.
Yeah.
That's how it fluctuates through the traffic. So this is where it's going to come down, what it's going to come down to once he does it right. He is slightly faster, of course, but only by a few tenths in actual speed of lap time, but in traffic it ebbs and flows by seconds sometimes. When it comes down to it, he gets behind the number 6 car. I feel like he's going to need, because the speed difference is so close, he's going to need a bit of traffic to help him through.
Proton Porsche going back in the garage. Now don't forget, when Harry Tinkle brought the car in and handed over to Jimmy Bruni belts, they wheeled the car back in, fixed the seat belts. I wonder if Jimmy Bruni is now saying the seat belt is loose.
We'll find out if Jimmy gets straight out the car.
The doors are open.
I'm not so sure.
I don't know.
I wonder if that was an issue.
Did something get handed out of the cockpit immediately?
It is definitely a bit of seatbelt. It is definitely out of sync with where they should be stopping.
Completely out of sync.
So they've got a bit of a drama going on, which is a shame, as we said earlier, because they have had a very good start to the race. They're doing all the normal stuff, wash and brush up, and getting everything ready to go again. So it's not all over. You don't tend to clear the screen if you come in with your terminal engine or gearbox failure, but somebody is in the cockpit. Is Jimmy Bruni still in there? No, it's one of the mechanics, so he's out of the car. We heard on a very crackly radio message from Kevin Esch that the engineer is trying to confirm, you say you have an upshift issue, so there may be an electronic problem in the number 6 Porsche. Is there also an electronic problem in the 99 Porsche? Different team, same car.
Yeah, all sorts of topsy-turvy stuff in all classes right now. Kevin Estre leads by 2.7 seconds. And with the traffic, it is a bit of ebb and flow, as Ant said there, from first to second, but also from second to third. Sort of on average, Ryo Hirakawa is catching the leader, but not catching the second place car. But there are laps in traffic where that just switches the other way around.
21 there, Simon Mann in the AF Corsa Ferrari, taking 9th place in GT Am away from GR Racing's black Porsche. That's Mike Wainwright. And here is the Hertz Team Jota car. In fact, here are both Hertz Team Jota cars. And in the 28 car, that is in LMP2. That is Oliver Rasmussen managing not to hit the back of the sister car. Antonio Felix da Costa nerfed the 28 car into a spin earlier in the race. 38 is back up to 7th place with Will Stevens at the wheel. So Yiffy has yet to drive the car. I'm assuming he will do the final element of this.
Yeah, Will's pace has been pretty good since getting into this car. Of course, it has lost a lot of time with the issues in the first couple of stints. On this note, what's going on with the 3rd place car of Ryo Hirakawa, trying to chase down the team car.
Yeah, so I struggle understeer 15, but oversteer 16.
Copy, understeer 15, oversteer 16, we'll look into it.
Yeah, it's normal to have quite a different balance in these two. Actually coming up here, riding wall with Fabio Scherer. So turn 15, that tight left-hander, the final corner is turn 16, and you can end up having quite a different balance, surprisingly. Like we've seen, you know, teams deciding to change just the one side, the left-hand side of tyres. It's because, you know, you have a very different wear pattern around this track. So it kind of makes sense, you know, different balance. Understeer coming in, you're turning the steering wheel, the front's not gripping, the car's not rotating, and then you arrive in the last corner and it's the complete opposite. You turn a little bit and the car immediately wants to rotate with the rear stepping out.
Down into the braking area for the first corner. Lots of rubber debut thrown up. It's been a dry and green race since the first lap safety car for the number 21 Ferrari. Wasn't 21, was it? It was 83 Ferrari that backed off.
Yeah, we saw aboard one of the Totas a little while ago some of the live telemetry, and that showed just tipping towards 317 kilometers an hour. That's just a smidge short of 200 miles an hour into the braking zone. Astonishing speeds here.
Well, they're coming in off a long run-up, aren't they? 1.5 kilometre straight on a 4-kilometre track.
So
it's a lot of it.
13% remaining for the Porsche round in front, with 22% for Jose Maria Lopez in second. 30%, however, for Car 8. So they're continuing to save fuel, save fuel. So this could come good for them at the end of the race.
Unless they have a drama, it can't not come good for them. They're keeping up their pace, and they are saving fuel hand over fist.
So can we do it with these next 11 minutes? Can we see Toyota not leading the race for at least half of this race today? Because that's not what we expected coming into it.
It has been pretty astonishing. You know, my crowbar analogy. Oh,
that was close.
Trouble there, wasn't it?
Was close.
That was Pachito thinking, I've got him, I have not got him.
Well, and also when you get close to the car in front, it takes away the downforce.
Yeah.
So you lose your braking potential, and that could have easily been
and the other
the rear
element
of the car.
With the GT car, of course, is they're on the brakes earlier and longer, and so they suddenly start coming towards you much faster than you're going to stop. Louise Beckett is in a noisy pit lane. What do you know, Louise?
It's definitely still to do with that seatbelt. It's come loose, so they replaced it, which means taking out the seat insert, unscrewing the seat, and they've replaced that part of that seatbelt to hopefully fix the problem.
So, Louise, I don't know if you can hear me here, but is it the actual part of the car is bolted to the chassis that's come loose? So the actual...
It's really hard to hear you, Ant, but from what you said, the bit that's attached to the chassis, yes. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yes, that's how it looks to me from what I could see.
I've never heard of that happening before.
How dangerous is that? Your actual seatbelt from the... I couldn't believe that was going to be the case.
Well, Jimmy Brindley back out and running now, but has dropped to the back of the LMP2 field.
See, that's what I thought. It fits with what I saw. As soon as that car came into the garage and the door opened, I'm sure I saw the lap belt get handed out from the cockpit.
Yeah. So
that's what I think.
So at some stage, he's been going into a corner under braking or turning through a corner, and suddenly he's shifted in the seat because it's not like a car seatbelt where it's sort of done up, or an airplane seatbelt where it's sort of done up. You are nailed, screwed into the seat by these seatbelts because the cars are so brutal, and if they're not done up, then you flop around in there like a rag doll. So he'd have turned in or hit the brakes and suddenly shifted in the car and gone, emergency, guys, I've got a major problem.
Look, motorsport at times, when you see it, TV, it can be made to look reasonably easy. And from the perspective of a driver under those forces, it may be worth just explaining to someone used to even a high-performance road car the difference in terms of the forces being...
Well, I mean, yeah, we all know that they're experiencing 4G around this circuit, say at turn 4, turn 5, so 3.5, 4G. So that's 3.5 times your body weight. So whatever you weigh, just times that by 3 or 4, and imagine that pressure being applied on your body laterally in your seat. So yeah, you need the seat to be hugging you from all areas. The seat belts also hold you in place when you're braking, because without them, your bum would basically want to slide forwards in the seat. So you have the crotch straps, you have the lap belts, and then obviously the 2 shoulder straps that we see in the pit stops get attached to the main central buckle, which I thought was the problem, the buckle in the middle coming undone and falling away from the car, but it's actually seems to be one of the lap belts which is attached directly to the chassis.
Where it's bolted into the chassis.
The problem is, you could drive the car with one of those belts undone. The problem is, of course, if you ever had, God forbid, a crash without your seat. There's no way around it. I'm not over-dramatising. You would die.
Yep.
We would have seen a fatality today if you crashed that car without one of your seatbelts connected to the car.
And also,
so that's why the driver comes immediately into the pits, because they can feel it's loose, and suddenly your own personal safety comes in, and everybody there has done the right job for safety's sake, to repair that loose seatbelt.
There are 2 other factors. The first of which is the reason you're nailed, part of the reason you're nailed to the seat is so that you're not hanging onto the steering wheel, supporting yourself, which puts inputs you don't want into the wheel and the pedals. And the second element is, if you finish the race and they look at your car and your seatbelt isn't attached, you are going to be instantly excluded.
Well, we saw this.
That is all minor compared to the risk of life.
Absolutely. We saw this in Formula E, didn't we, in its first season when they were swapping cars?
Yeah.
They were jumping from one car to the next, and they were jumping in, and it was all about how fast you could change your driver, and that's where your speed was coming from in the pit stops.
Yeah.
So drivers were actually I heard stories of drivers getting into the car, leaving the pit box without their seatbelts done up.
Yeah.
And many teams were doing this, and they had a lot of incidents as well where they realised altogether it just was not the safest way to go about it, of course, and something had to change.
And even from season 1, Formula E was never low contact. It's never a low contact spot, and they're on street circuits. You know, runoff area 0.
It's one of those parts of the car you cannot afford to mess around with. You know, suspension is one of them, brakes is another, steering. They're all grade A, as the teams will call them, grade A possible elements that can go wrong in the car that would cause catastrophic damage. Seatbelt, of course, is right up there.
Michael Dynan, car number 25, that's ORT by TF, the orange Aston Martin, penalised for excessive abuse of track limits now with a drive-through penalty. Actually, after the end of the first couple of hours, suddenly there was a slew of track limit warnings for the new drivers. So the starting drivers managed to keep it clean, but the new guys coming in are just made a bit cavalier. So Michael Dynan's earned them a drive-through. Iron Dames in the pits from the lead in GTE Am. Michelle Gassick will stay in, but the lead battle, the gap now down from 2.5 to 1.5 seconds. Kevin Est ahead of Jose Maria Lopez. Est with maybe 3 more laps after this, maybe only 2. I think he's down to about 5% energy.
Oh, did he go a little bit wide?
Yeah, a little lock-up. He left a big black
yeah.
stripe behind him. He is pushing on. This might even be an in-lap. He might be 2 laps away from the pits.
Yeah, we're hearing
maybe
it is
the
in-lap. It is
and they are coming up behind the Peugeot. Which Peugeot is that? If the 93 car is 9th, it must be that. Can't be Stoffel Van Dorn, who's in 6th, surely. Toyota crew are ready,
94.
but again, it is the 94 Peugeot they're closing in on. Wow, in 6th place, they're about to put the 6th place car down after 3 hours.
So, look at this. Estra's going to come up against the traffic just where he didn't want to. In sector 3, you're stuck behind these slower cars on a part of the track it's so hard to overtake on. By the time he exits the final corner here, he could have that Toyota very large in his rear mirrors.
Yeah. At least the LMP2 car's got relatively decent speed here, but it's the Aston in front that's the problem.
Yeah, he's having to follow, and he's desperate to get past into the last corner.
Well, Lopez might well lead at the end of this lap anyway. Lopez didn't seem to be closing then at all, bizarrely. And is he coming into the pits? He's not coming in this time, so the Porsche keeps going. Oh no, he did come in. He did get around the Aston. The Heart of Racing Aston Martin comes in as well. Northwest AMR's Daniel Mancinelli. And the race leader is in again, and Toyota leads the race once more.
This is going to be tight. So when the Toyota comes out from the pit box, down towards turn 1, this is going to be very close. Now, what do they do with tyres? You leave them on, you just do the one side like we've seen before. You want to try and hold on to track position, because we've seen, based on the Ferraris versus the Toyotas earlier on in the race, that track position, getting past a car that you're only a couple of tenths faster than is very hard. So you can see some tyres there waiting. I think they're going to just do one side, left side again. And we saw Toyota do that last time as well. So, Louise down in the pit lane. What do you got?
I can only see left side tyres out in the pit lane, so it looks that way.
Thanks very much, Lou. Yeah, and here they go. Wheel guns at the ready.
Team about to go to work. Car goes up on the jacks. Round come. The 2 replacement Michelins off come. The 2 hard-working left-hand side tyres. And this is about what can the Porsche Penske Motorsport team do about this pendulum ant that's swung in the opposite direction.
Yeah, indeed, Graham. You see here the Jota car 38 is in as well for that left side tyre going on. And just looking at the circuit map here, it looks as if the circuit where number 6 is joining onto it looks very clear. All these things you have to consider when looking for your pit stop. So yeah, he's going to have quite a clear circuit in front, as now riding on board with Jose Maria Lopez into turn 1. This is where Kevin Estre has just come out of. So you almost go a lap down with a pit stop here, and that's just one side of your tyres, don't forget. So it would have been another 10 seconds worth if they'd done, well, close to, maybe 5 seconds or so on the other side.
Turn 5 as the number 7 car gets through turn 3. Not a lot between the two of them on track for the lap down, but of course, expect the Toyota to be pitting.
So Lopez has got more traffic, I'd say, just looking at the circuit map, than that of Estre on his outlap. But getting the tyres up to temperature on that left-hand side, you might be seeing a bit of the overcut happening here. So not the undercut where you get that advantage of a fresh tyre when it's new. You might be seeing, because of that struggle for tyre warm-up, it all comes down to that. How much of a deficit is that? It's just on the one side. Westbrook saying, no, I don't need a. Where is there a problem there? I thought it was I don't need a drink at first.
It'll be left side tyres only as well for the Cadillac we're hearing. And this car has been involved in a bit of a battle with the the two Peugeots.
Just seeing, I think I can hear the buzzer going for the pit lane entry warning signal. I think that is, no, I thought it was the Toyota. They've got 3% energy remaining. One more lap for them. They're going to be coming in this lap, this time around.
So 7 leads the race. Jose Maria Lopez, 12.2 seconds to the good from Rio Hirakawa and the sister number 8 car. Third, Antonio Giovinazzi. He's a further 53 seconds back though. And then the 6 car on its way out from that pit stop is down in 4th and waiting for the pit stops to shuffle back.
Okay, Jose, we can undercut the Porsche, so push. Okay, and box this lap, box, press pit, confirm.
And that's funny, the Toyota engineer referred to it as the undercut, but actually it's the overcut, because you've stayed out there longer.
Absolutely.
On a hot tyre. You know, they've got the speed as well in terms of pace per lap, so that's actually the overcut. The undercut's when you box earlier and put your tyres on earlier and then come out.
You see the big black stripes he left out of the corner there. I can abuse this car as much as I like to try and get them back. But it's interesting that they've now come towards where Porsche are to get track position rather than to use their fuel. So they're going a very different way from number 8 Toyota, because he had like 10% more energy than the Porsche. Why are they stopping now?
Here comes the number 7 car down pit lane. While we're watching this, the 21 car will be getting a stop-go penalty for track limits, and there's trouble as well for the 25. Now under investigation for a second time. Having already taken a drive-through, it's the next thing will be a stop-go.
So look at that circuit map. This is what we've been looking at on our other screen. Car number 6 working its way through turn 4, turn 5. It seems impossible at this stage to think, the Toyota's going to come out easily in front, but these pit stops do take a long time. Now, what are they going to do with these tyres? Do they just go outright for track position, don't bother changing them at all? I can see some tyres waiting at the side there. I fully expect them to, like they did last time, just to change that left-hand side. The fuel is still going in. As you see on the right-hand side of the screen, car 6 going through turn 10. This is going to be close.
We now have 2 different strategies at Toyota. 7 is chasing track position, 8 is playing a fuel race, and they are diverging because 7 has come in way before they needed to. Off he goes, he's towards the end of the pit lane. He will definitely come out in front.
Yeah, the Toyota, they're quite early on in the pits, aren't they? So takes quite a while to get down that long pit lane.
Switched from their normal pit exit.
Yeah. Let's hear from Louise Beckett. Louise, quickly.
So I think you saw it was left side only, medium all round. I'm just trying to get to Ferrari to see what they went for, because obviously they said mediums weren't working for them.
Look how close they are. They didn't get in front. So
did not get in front.
And with number 6 on the warmer tyres, he will pull away on the See Lopez struggling just around the first corner.
The gap now is a 2.5 seconds.
But it won't be. It'll be more by the time they get around a couple of corners.
Correct.
Because Lopez struggling just to get the left side warm enough. But this corner should do the job.
Now it's interesting. mediums, whereas Toyota did the first 2 stints at least all on hards. So that's really interesting that then the day is hotting up. I've just been outside. When the clouds aren't there, it feels like 30 degrees, although it's probably mid-20s. So a dramatic change in the pit lane with Toyota's number 7 team coming in a lap after the number 6 Porsche, so earlier than they needed to for fuel to chase track position. The number 8 car is now the race leader. Toyota going on to medium tyres, Ferrari staying on the hards, Luis Beckett tells us, because they went up to medium earlier. Look how hard Jose Maria Lopez is pushing. Talked a minute or two ago, Ant, about the ways these cars move around. Yeah, that car is moving around a lot.
He's driven a very aggressive first stint on those tyres that still remain on the right-hand side, of course, and that might explain why we saw him just sliding around on the exit of the penultimate corner. But yeah, give him a lap to get this left side, this new fresh set up to speed, get it up to temperature, and then he can start to just chip away like he was before, hopefully, and hasn't hopefully taken too much life out of the right-hand side.
Now, Porsche are also soft tyres, I think. Luis, can you confirm that the number 6 Porsche had medium tyres as well? Did they have
mediums for the number 6 Porsche Penske.
Thank you. So they've gone to the medium. So Ferrari, I wonder if Ferrari go medium as well. Both cars, or the 51 car is in. 50 has stopped.
I think we heard Lou say they were staying with the hards.
I think they're right, yeah. So now, does that mean that they can live on the hards, or they have to stay on the hards?
Well, that is their best option in what is a race where they don't appear to have very many options available to at this point.
Because they went on to, they did a left side only to mediums and said that was the wrong tyre choice. But when Miguel was saying that, we made the wrong tyre choice, and I got Luis to ask him, was going to the medium the wrong choice, or was having hard the wrong choice? He said no, the medium was the wrong choice, so they can't live on the medium, so they have to stay on the hard.
We've seen this with the Ferrari earlier in the year, I think at Spa as well. They had committed, remember it was a damp race, the race start at Spa, and they committed on the hard tyre, and we all questioned why on earth both Ferraris were on hard. And we questioned, why would you start on the hard tyre? It's because they knew once they got them up to temperature, they were just going to suffer so badly compared to Toyota. So they always seem to be, because they're, and that's a big old look-up coming into the pits there for Ryo Hirakawa in car 8. Luckily, that was the left side, wasn't it, that locked up, and I think that's about to be changed.
But hang on, this is only 2 laps after the Porsche. What's going on? Why are Toyota stopping early on fuel? So if they're not stopping earlier on fuel, how has Porsche managed to get those laps back that they gave away earlier?
They stopped a bit. Maybe they were just saving fuel that stint with Esther, and that's why the gap came down so much compared to when Vantor was at the wheel.
Wow.
Ryo Hirakawa then pitting for the lead. That will cycle Kevin Estre back through into the lead. He was a minute and 12 seconds back.
Oh dear.
And that was a spin for the lead. 23.
Not a spin, that's contact.
From the front.
We just didn't see it early enough, did we? But I suspect it probably was.
That's Chapalo d'Oliveira.
Joao Paulo has been racing on this track for 20 years, so it's not like he doesn't know where he's going.
Here comes the number 6.
Does that mean the door was closed unexpectedly by the United Autosports car? No, we didn't quite see it. It was 22 or
I think
23.
It was 23. I think it was Ben Hanley. Here comes the number 8 car. Comfortably through goes the Porsche.
Yep.
So the gap between the number 8 and the number 7 in terms of when they pitted, that's stayed about the same. They've been out of sync.
They'd worked 2 or 3 laps back from when number 7 came in, and now that's 1 lap back.
No, it was
2 laps.
No,
2
this
laps,
was at least 2 laps just now between the 2 Toyotas. But Lopez is starting to catch once again, as I suspected it would be. So they went, I think Toyota tried to pull in Lopez perhaps a bit earlier this time? Or was it? No, he was down to 3 or 2%, wasn't he, when he pitted?
Yeah, but they were, again, they were saying, you know, we need to get him on the
track position. Yeah, they were going for the overcut, so they held it out as long as they could. But wow, that was must have been some outlap from Kevin Estre. Right, what happened here? This is the onboard with
the Oliveira.
So he's been trying to get. Oh no, have you gone for a really late move here? Oh dear, no, that's going to be a penalty coming your way, my friend.
So it was the 23 car of Ben Hanley.
Yeah.
Now it looked like that Joao Paulo had tried to go past him as we picked that shot up.
I think, you know,
it almost looked like it actually done the car up the inside the previous turn. It looked like the United car had gone by the van wall.
Well, if he had, then that's even worse. But yeah, you might be experienced on a circuit, but you need to be experienced in the series you're racing in as well at that circuit, which both have equal weight, in my opinion. And that's the kind of move maybe you can do in a Super GT car in that corner. I don't know. But all I knew was as soon as I saw that move happening, I knew it wasn't going to work. Because I know the speed that an LMP2 car can carry into that corner. I know the line for that corner you need to use. And yeah, this is where experience in all senses counts.
Here is Kevin Estre under pressure from Jose Maria Lopez in Hypercar. Toyota's Oliver Rasmussen, the 28 car, leads from United Autosport's 22 in LMP2. And in GTE Am, the Iron Dames Porsche leads by 9, make that 8 seconds from the Corvette of Nico Veroni, despite the fact
but does owe us a stop. They've all got 3 stops. Remember, one of those stops of the Corvette was the penalty.
Right, let's focus on this for the time being. This is the battle for the lead with Jose Maria Lopez is really starting to catch now. He did his personal best first sector on this lap as they crossed the line. He's now getting close to within striking distance to finally put that car number 7 in the lead of this race. We've gone over halfway of a Toyota not leading this race today.
And Andre Lotterer showing no nerves there whatsoever. Lawrence Vanthoor still looking half wiped out, but quite relaxed as they watch their teammate Kevin Estre just in front of Jose Maria Lopez.
Right, where is Lopez going to do this move? He's going to need the help of some traffic, I feel. He does have a bit of a straight line speed advantage as well. We've seen that in the speed traps. So if he can get close enough out of the final corner, it might just be possible. But Estre is not. Remember what I was saying earlier on about when you're in the car that's not as fast as your competition, you try harder to keep them behind you than you usually would. So because you know, as soon as you lose track position, it's game over. They're going to walk away into the distance. So you've got to do everything you can to stop that happening right now.
One more opportunity for some winter sunshine and a chance to see these car racing in the 8 Hours of Bahrain in about 5 weeks' time. But the ticketing opens for the 6 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps next year on the 21st of September. If you've never been to Spa, or if you have, you should come and see these cars. Don't forget, by the time we get to Spa next year, we will have all of these hypercars, plus BMW, plus Alpine, plus Lamborghini. And that's going to make it even more exciting. The Porsche still with half a second in hand.
Here we go.
Is Lopez close enough? I'm not sure there's enough room either.
No, it's not this time, but he's in the slipstream. Very much so. And it's funny it's come down to these 2 drivers here for the lead of the race. We're inevitably going to see during their time at the wheel now a change of position. Jose has the speed. It's funny it comes down to these 2. I feel like they're the most flamboyant drivers in their car lineup with car 6 and car 7 respectively. Kevin Estre drives with that flamboyance. He's sliding the car around, and Jose does as well, and they're both going to really get stuck in here.
Yeah. It's probably just as well it's not the 51 Ferrari, given the heritage between those particular teams, the Porsche and the Ferrari
there's
team
always
in
chance.
GTE. There is always time. Oh, there's Bahrain, apart from anything else.
No, I mean, there's always a new chance for new competitors to
new rivalries.
Suffer blow. Yeah, new rivalries can be born here at Fuji Speedway.
Yeah, so, again, every single move you make in traffic.
Well, that's a tough one for Jose. I knew that was really tight there because, again, like with the Van Wall situation in turn 13, the WRT is fast in that corner, and it's an area where I've seen the Toyota struggle. Last lap around he had a bit of a snap as well, and you go for the move on the inside, and he really needed the compliance there of Ferdinand Habsburg to understand he was there.
And Habsburg knows that he was there and gave him room, but he's not going to roll over and have his tummy tickled by anybody. He's got a race to run. They've got a race to win, that 31 car.
The other factor here with this pair getting stuck into this battle is this is allowing Rio Hirakawa to close the gap. That was 12 seconds. It's now 8.5 to Jose Maria Lopez. So this goes on for very much longer. This is going to be a 3-car train for the lead of this race with about 2.5 hours to go.
And with the car 8 expecting less of a splash, if any, at the end of the race.
This falls towards the 8 if this continues.
Absolutely right, Graham.
Well, it is going to continue. There's no question about that, because Lopez isn't going to give it up, and nor is Est. So, yeah, I mean, it all adds little grist to the mill, doesn't it? You see how the Porsche, how low the Porsche is running. Sparky, but also little smoke as the plank bottoms as well there. So
it's really interesting. So Esther will know, as I do, watching on, that was a really vital move. You know, real vital move to get in front of the Ferrari, that slower car through this sequence of corners here. Look, because it's a bit of a roadblock momentarily for Lopez, and that compromises line here, and it gives Estra just a little bit of breathing space before the final corner, and he'll be safe once again down the main straight. So all those little moves you make in the car, it's like a high-speed game of chess. You know, right, okay, I've got a car between us after turn 10. That will see me good through the final sector. Now he's looking at the car in front of him. He's got car 23, quite a quick LMP2 car. It's the United Autosports. Who is at the wheel of that one? Car 23. It's Ben Hanley. We just saw him get spun around, of course. So a little bit of a compromise in that turn one. So he will overtake him before turn 3, and Jose Maria Lopez won't overtake him. He'll have to sit behind Hanley through that corner there. So again, Estra knows that. It's fascinating stuff. So the gap opens up once again.
And doubly for Ben Hanley, because he's just been clumped off by a hypercar. He's going to give them absolutely no chance to clump him off again. So if they don't pass cleanly, they're not getting past.
That's right. So look, there we go. So another car just overtaken there. The Aston Martin that Estra finds his way past. Will Jose Maria Lopez get him into 10? He's going to try. He knows he needs to, and that again, that's an important move. That's why he was desperate to get it done, and he can see the next gaggle of cars in front through the final sector. So this time around, it might work a little bit better. I know one of them's an LMP2, so it should be okay. It's a free run for both of them now in the final 2 corners.
That blue Aston, by the way, the Northwest car, 3rd in GTE Am behind the Corvette and the leading Iron Dames Porsche. Are Iron Dames going to end up with victory here? Yeah, cars skating out of the corners. That corkscrew's quite tight uphill. It doesn't really open out until you get over the crest onto the straight.
Such a late apex in turn 16. You're braking, turning at the same time, and then reapplying the throttle as you're still turning. It's a brilliant bit of circuit design around that part. Now, does Lopez get this LMP2 into turn 1? No, so you're going to have to sit there and wait one more time.
And to continue the theme of this battle potentially becoming a 3-car affair, the gap to Rio Hirakawa, 6.6 seconds now. It's halved in about 4 laps.
Yeah, we're going to see him appear on screen soon, aren't we? Lopez goes around the outside of the Aston. As the race continues, you get more and more marbles that build up through that corner, and going around the outside before the end of the race, or towards the end of the race I should say, it becomes quite treacherous. So you need to manage that as well. All these things you're constantly thinking about. Now look at this for a roadblock. You've got the LMP2 diving down the inside of the Iron Dames into turn 10, and now Estra's blocked here through these next couple of corners. He's going to have to send it down the inside there into 13. That's a bit more of a high-risk situation, but he gets the job done.
By the way, that pink Porsche is going to be pushing on, because closing in for the lead in GT Am is Nico Veroni, under 6 seconds now.
Now, they've done a driver change. Have they served they must have served their penalty.
The 33, 100%, yes.
Yeah.
They lost 3 minutes on pit lane.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they didn't lose 3 minutes. They lost about a minute and a half to the repair and then the stop and hold.
Yeah. And yet they are still 5 seconds back.
I think you're going to see this a bit of an ebb and flow in terms of them needing to stop out of sequence.
Well, yeah, but their sequence is miles after everybody
Correct,
else.
but they've
Everybody
still
else will
lost
stop
a minute and a
first.
half.
Yeah.
You've got to remember that one. That somehow is going to come out in this mix.
Yeah.
This, though...
fantastic.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
It's a great race.
So intently, as is Lotterer, because he's reading it exactly as I am now. They got a little bit of a respite here. The next car in front of them, believe it or not, is car 50 of Ferrari.
Yes.
They're coming up to lap car 50.
And that is going to make life really, really tough, because actually two of the next 5 cars they're catching are the Ferraris, 50 and 51.
Ferrari knew this was going to be a tough one for them. We've talked all weekend about the fact this is the first track that Ferrari have not had a chance to test at before the race weekend. For me, the biggest, best storyline is not just about this race, it's not just about this season, it's about this class. Is we've got another team we have to take seriously from this point in.
Yep.
The experience they've had in testing, the experience they've had in racing with the FIA World Endurance Championship so far, plus everything you can bring into the mix from the sister team in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And this field, in terms of competitive propositions, is getting deeper and deeper. And remember, on Toyota's home track,
I know.
Estra is starting to calm things down a little bit. I'm seeing he was a little bit erratic a few laps ago. I think he was agitated by the Toyota being close in his mirror. He's now got a bit more used to that, and I'm seeing him just using a bit more of the circuit, not sliding the car around quite as much last time around. So he's just settling into it. I feel he's learning where the Toyota's faster and possibly a bit slower on some parts of the track. He's sussing it out. So it's vital at this stage not to overdrive for both of them.
Well, of course, because they need to make their tyres last, as well as not overrun on their fuel or anything else. So, yeah, you feel he's a little bit got the measure of the Toyota at the moment, but then, you see one moment where he just takes it in a little deeper and...
So not quite close enough is Lopez to, just had a little bit of a look just to show he's there and try to intimidate the driver in front, but it's the same process as last lap around. You daren't make, like I say, any kind of error here gives Lopez that chance to follow close enough down the main straight. If you keep it clean, the driver behind you is in the dirty air, and there's that invisible buffer. And that's it. Jose made a mistake in the penultimate corner just then. So, and Estra would have seen that.
Now, as those two have been in clear air for the last couple of laps, so behind them, Ria Hirakawa has worked his way through the traffic. So that gap is now going back out, because they're no longer artificially hampered by the other cars, but Hirakawa has had to overcome that. So they're now halfway down the straight as he comes onto the beginning of it.
Look at this, he's having a look. This is the closest he's been. That's the closest he's been. Wow.
Yeah, that's very close.
He knows if he can just exit that final corner just a little bit. If he hadn't made that mistake, basically, in turn 15, I reckon he could have been through.
And he made
the
mistake because he was so desperately trying to be right behind the Porsche coming into 16. It didn't quite happen for him. But, yeah, just when you think Estra's got it buttoned up, Lopez comes right up behind him and almost alongside.
Hirakawa has now cleared the last of the traffic. There is no car between, at present, this pair and the third place car. And the gap is under 7 seconds again.
Well, this race is going to carry on as the Porsche team hang on to the lead with everything they've got. Josemaria Lopez, like Kevin Estra, the race leader, right in front of him, trying everything he knows. And Anthony, this is where all of the years of experience in everything they've ever raced, karts and single-seaters and touring cars and whatever, this is where it all comes down. Everything you ever tried on somebody, you're trying now. Everything, either in attack or defence, it's the same deal.
Oh, absolutely. And, these two drivers, they're in their absolute prime right now. They'll be loving it. They'll be absolutely loving it. I feel like it's inevitable. We're going to see the change in the lead, but they're both having they're both having fun right now. Jose's choosing his moment, and Estra's just giving it everything he can to make sure that moment comes as late as possible for Lopez. That's going to help him here. Lopez down the inside of the slower car, into actually off the track momentarily as well. And so look at that. Look at the end result. There.
Michael Dynan in the number 25 ORT by TF Aston Martin under investigation for a third time for exceeding track limits.
Yeah, if that happens, then it goes beyond. We've had the stop and go. It will be a stop and hold. This time it gets worse as they go on. More traffic coming, and this could be a very significant period in this race. A gap first to second, about a second after that moment for Jose Maria Lopez, so the gap to third, 5 seconds. Top three, 6 seconds the gap, 2 hours and 36 minutes remain of what's been a fascinating 6-hour race.
They're both driving so well.
First car they'll get to will be Oliver Rasmussen. He's right ahead of them, the LMP2 car from Jota. And then there's a couple of GTE Am cars as well. This is where Lopez, just bumps a little wide. Looked there for a moment like he had a slightly soft right rear. Don't think he does.
When it was late, wasn't it? The problem is he went for a move on the inside, so he compromised on the marbles. Then he picked up the turbulence from the Porsche in front of him and lost even more grip mid-corner.
Oh, look, there's Rasmussen, and there is the D Station car and Matteo Cressoni's Iron Lynx car, which is a lap down on the other GTE Am car. But it's not. There is a lap down on D Station's Casper Stevenson.
Estra's cleared that traffic pretty well there, and still 2 cars to be dealt with by the chasing Jose Maria Lopez.
If you just catch them in the wrong moment, like Lopez has proven, look at the distance you can gain on it, or what you could lose as the attacking driver.
You notice how, because it's number 7, we're not getting lots of, he was in my way, did you see that? He moved it.
Okay, Jose, Mike added TC turn 6. If you don't need, you can remove TC turn 6.
No, it's okay. It's too quick on the straight line. It's hard to pass.
He's too quick on the straight, it's hard to pass. Now, that's what everybody has said all year long about the Toyota. Fantastic stuff, though. Stop and go penalty for Michael Dynan. He is going to have to learn to keep it on the grey stuff. On board with the Peugeot Cadillac battle for 8th place. This is Richard Westbrook ahead of Paul Di Resta, compatriots of a kind. Westbrook from the West Country of England, Paul Di Resta from Scotland, so yeah, kind of. And another good battle. Again, as we've seen a couple of times in the season, early on in the tyre stint, the Cadillac is very strong, but as the stint goes on, it tends to wear its tyres a little harder than some of its rivals.
Yeah, Di Resta looks like he's got the speed here. Cadillac's been struggling a little bit more in this race today, I think, in terms of trying to look after his tyres, but Di Resta in that Peugeot definitely piling on the pressure right now.
Guess whether it's the French car or the American car that's making that big V8 rumble.
We'll give you one guess.
Cadillac somehow brings a little hint of NASCAR with it every time you hear it go by. It's loud and very distinct. You do not mistake it for anything else.
Well, the Peugeot's had pretty decent straight line speed. We heard earlier on that Lopez was complaining that the Porsche is quite quick in the straight line. Actually, the Toyota is faster in the straight line. It's just not fast enough to make the move. But I think the Peugeot could do just that this time down the straight. It has seemed to have the legs on the competition in straight line performance here so far. And you can see he's gaining. He's going to look to the inside as they come towards turn 1. Has a little look, but Westbrook's got it covered and takes an early apex, but runs a bit wide. He's locked up, he's off the track, and Di Resta's through.
Yeah, error there. Watching mirrors as well as missing braking point a little there from Richard Westbrook. Drops back now, the Cadillac, to 9th place. It's going to be a stop and go, by the way, for car 21. Second driver, track limits violation for that car, added to the 3rd for the 25, that 30-second stop and hold.
Yeah, Simon Mann in the 21 car. Kevin Esch with half a second and a little bit still over Jose Maria Lopez. The gap never really shrinks that much more and never really grows that much either. That's 21 in front of him, I think, Simon Mann. He's going to look to try and go around there.
And that time around, Estra was slightly compromised on the exit of turn 3. But then Lopez has got that traffic on towards turn 6. A little lock up there, actually, from Lopez as the track just undulates and camber, for that positive camber of turn 6 as well. The inside unloaded front tyres is locking.
And we just saw Michael Christensen watching on in the Porsche Penske Motorsport Garage. Drove number 5, puncture caused by contact from behind on the first lap. He's looking at this going, that could be us.
Yep.
That actually could be us. It could be 2 Penske cars versus 2 Toyotas, but for that tiny little bit of contact in turn 1, which is absolutely no fault of his.
No, absolutely right. It's Kobayashi which is on in pole position, man. And because of that brilliant move at the start of the race from car number 6 with Van Tor driving at the time, they're still not leading this race. And I mean, Lopez knows that I've done the majority of the work here. I've caught car number 6. They were far behind at one stage, of 4th place in the race. So he's got the car into the position where, you know, he knows there's still 2.5 hours remaining and another driver change is going to come. They are out of sequence, out of sync in terms of their pit stop strategies as well. But their biggest problem, actually, as I see with car 7, is the sister car of car 8.
Yeah.
It's now only 3.9 seconds behind.
It's in the same shot now.
Yeah, and they've been saving more fuel. And, of course, being the same car, has the same speed in the race. So it could just boil down to the 2 Toyotas fighting it out in that last stint and seeing who has to make the shortest splash of fuel, if any.
It'll be number 8. Well, whatever the way it works, they've got fuel in hand and they're going quicker at the moment than number 7 and number 6, and they're catching. And within, as Graham said, within 3 or 4 laps, what was his last lap? A 31.5 to 32.5 of the cars in front. So on that last lap, Rei Hirakawa gained a second. And actually, he can sit behind Pachito and make Pachito work harder to leave at a Porsche offline and then go through the gap as well.
The only thing
because he knows they've got fuel on their side.
The only thing worth considering on top of that as well, the last time we were riding on board with Lopez down into turn 10, we were watching now on screen, he did a big lift and coast. He lifted off the throttle, coasted towards the breakers. So he's realised that if I can't overtake him on track, I'm at least going to have to start saving fuel.
Yep.
And if Hirakawa at this point in the race is desperate to try and join that two-way battle to make it 3, he'll be using actually more fuel to get there than Jose is now. And also, Lopez is travelling in the slipstream every lap, and that saves you even more fuel.
The onboard there was very close indeed into turn 1. Here they come down the hill. Is that part of the reason why his engineer was saying Mike was using TC6? You can turn that down if you like. That's all part of, you can turn the traction control down to be less invasive if you want to drive the car more less physically and more, you know, saving fuel yourself if you're going to sit behind him.
Well, I think what happened there is that he could clearly see that Lopez maybe not quite carrying the same speed through turn 6. He can see the TC's holding the car when you want the car to be more released, and he was saying that Mike was actually turning down the TC in that corner to help acceleration, and Jose saying, well, no, I'm okay with it. I'm more interested in looking after the rear tyres now, which the higher TC will do for when I mount the attack later on.
Drive-through penalty for the Cadillac of Richard Westbrook for continually abusing track limits. So that car is definitely struggling on tyres. Now, they have the same tyre allocation as everybody else, so they've been doing left sides only, and 2 tyre changes are not helping. Let's go back to the number 7 Toyota team, hear what they've got to say.
Okay, Jose, Rio is behind, now it's 3 seconds, he catch up. The only lose is turn 10. Try to have the apex a bit earlier to prepare better the exit. You're losing just there in acceleration, otherwise it's just traffic.
Yeah, but I haven't stopped on traffic, man.
Did you say what was the
Yeah, I didn't quite. Oh, look at this. This is closest it's been to turn 2. Yeah, and Estra knew he was coming. He knew he was coming. But they've got an LMP2 in the way.
LMP2 car.
That was a critical move for Estra to get done there. If he had waited behind the Prema car, I fear that the Toyota would have just driven around the outside of turn 4 and 5. But Estra's going to think about going down the inside of the Porsche as well. This is desperate stuff, but he's making it work.
But the other point here is, of course, Lopez is going to be a little bit more desperate here. He doesn't want to give the team the opportunity to make the call. He wants to get to the front and keep that there, that it's less likely the team are going to be giving him the option to switch positions with a team car that's now right on the rear deck.
Hirakawa joins the fight.
Hirakawa at the moment has got all the aces, and Lopez is under real pressure here. Lopez saying it was all traffic, not him, that was causing the problems we're trying to get by. And Escher has worked every single opportunity as it's come to him. Hirakawa, what was he, 13 seconds behind at the beginning, 2 stints ago?
14 seconds.
Yeah.
Look at this. So that was the block. A brilliant block, and then goes down the inside of the Prema 63 in turn 3. There was no room for Jose to follow, but the other one, look at this. So is this down? Yes, turn 1.
And Hirakawa's got the Vector Sport car in the way. He goes underneath the LMP2 car. He'll get through. That is first, second and third. As we approach the end of hour 4, we will not have a Toyota 1-2, possibly. Well, it's 2.5 hours to go, so we're 3.5 hours in, and still the number 6 Porsche is, we talked about this in qualifying yesterday, far and away their most competitive qualifying performance. They locked out row 2. They were ahead of everybody but Toyota in Fuji, and now they are absolutely duking out toe-to-toe with the cars that know this and the team that knows this track better than anyone else.
I'm going to press one of those big red commentary buttons and say, and we've had this race since the end of the first lap without a safety car, without a full course yellow. But the point being, whatever happens now, an astonishing race under full green conditions.
It's on performance. They have hit the sweet spot with this car. They absolutely have. You know, we expected Toyota to be on the money. They're going, yeah, we're not quite sure we got the right setup, yada yada, because of the rain, but they'll be closer than the others.
Impossible to get round 3. The right-hand tyres are absolutely done.
Copy that, Richard, copy that. We need to finish this stint. Keep going.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, Richard Westbrook really struggling. We saw it with Alex Lynn, you know, the longer the stints went on, the lower the grip levels were. The Cadillac, something about the chassis, the setup, the aero, whatever, it is working its tyres very hard. Now, and actually, the Toyota's got no advantage over the Porsche at all, apart from maybe a little creep in top speed. But again, yeah, Lopez is driving to stay ahead of Hirakawa, because in another lap, Hirakawa's going to get on the rail and go, come on, boys, let me through.
And actually say that Hirakawa looks like he's putting more pressure on Lopez than Lopez is on Escher now.
Championship's up for grabs here. Absolutely, championship's up for grabs. It is I think a drive-through penalty. It is a drive-through penalty for the number 4 Van Wall. That's for the contact with the 23 United car we saw about half an hour ago.
And Esteban Guerrieri is going to have to serve it, even though João Paulo de Oliveira earned it.
Correct.
So Guerrieri's just taken over the car and has just come straight back in to serve that drive-through penalty. And
look at the different lines. Sorry, Martin. Look at the different lines here. Hirakawa, car 8, pinches the corner in tighter than Lopez. Lopez gets a slightly better exit, though, because he's got the car straighter earlier. It's just interesting to see what I meant about that last corner. You can use different lines there. And now Lopez in the slipstream of Estra. What's he going to try and do? Instead, not quite close enough.
But that was a chance, because Hirakawa was not right up his exhaust pipe. If Hirakawa had been closer, he couldn't afford to fumble.
Oh, this could be interesting. So the flash of the lights from Esther, he knows what's coming up. I've spotted it too. Look at this. So he's got a bit blocked there behind the Corvette. He's going to have to go around the outside. He's safe for now.
Yeah, but Lopez gets by as... Oh, he had to breathe off the throttle there, didn't he?
The marbles.
That's the marbles.
While these three are coming through, they're in the middle now of the GTE battle, which is down to 2.7 seconds.
Yeah, that's the top 2 in GTE Am. The Porsche ahead of the yellow Corvette.
I will say at this point, an astounding stint from Nico Veroni. Astounding.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, and insanity from Ben Keating to keep the car in the lead group and somehow save about half an hour's worth of fuel in 2 hours of driving.
I wouldn't be remotely surprised if at post-race inspection they found 2 pedals and a chain in that thing. Because, honestly, astounding.
Well, and he is a good cyclist as well. Now, the Iron Dames stopped with 1 hour 59 minutes run. Ben Keating ran 2 hours 26 minutes. I mean, it's just, how can you do that in a car that's got the same fuel capacity? It's just ridiculous.
Didn't we see them do this last year in Monza as well, the Corvette?
Never that degree of, I've got a spare fuel tank hidden in the car.
But with the gentleman driver, against some silver and gold talent out there, I need to speak to Ben Keating to find out how on earth he did that.
Well, I just drove it round.
Maybe they made him pay for the fuel himself.
Oh, there you go.
That's a good way to save fuel.
That might have worked with Alan McNish, but not with Ben Keating. He's got 123 car dealerships. He's got plenty of gas to go around.
Good point.
Oh, look at Lopez again, really squirming there as he picks up the throttle.
I have to say, the man looking most likely at the moment here is Ryo Hirakawa.
Yeah, and they're going, OK, Kevin, Hirakawa's attacking Lopez. Run for the hills.
Exactly.
So 2 hours and 21 minutes to go. So we're closing in on 4 hours of racing. And the gap between the top 3 in this World Championship race at Fuji Speedway is 1.4 seconds. 3 cars, 2 makes, 2 completely different solutions to the same rule set, to the same set of problems.
Look at Lopez. Look at the rubber he left on the road there.
Amazing stuff. This is great. This is what we wanted to see from Hypercar. We saw it at the Le Mans 24 Hours. We're seeing it now in the 6-hour race. And I'll say it one more time, on the track that you would expect Toyota to dominate.
They should be a lap ahead of everyone by now. In any, in any form of prediction, you would expect them to be a lap ahead by now. This is touring car racing in hypercars. The way the cars are moving around, I mean, all right, they're not banging each other in the door.
Yet,
I know exactly. But again, I'm surprised we haven't had it yet. The call for Jose Maria Lopez to let Rio through to have a crack. Because Rio's
not yet.
Yeah, but he's come up with such a head of steam.
But that's because Lopez has been bulked. He can't overtake. Yeah. And we saw that with the Ferraris, with Conway earlier on as well. It is a really hard track to overtake on.
Battle for third. The Kessel Racing Ferrari coming up on Daniel Mancinelli. And that's Scott Huffaker, the American driver, goes down the inside. Up into third he goes in the car guys' car, the local heroes. And then Dempsey Proton's Mikkel Pedersen is going to have a crack here as well.
Yeah, he's in this mix too. The 77 car shared a course with Christian Reed, team owner. And, well,
you could hear him pulsing the throttle there, not quite able to fully commit to the throttle attack he wanted on Mancinelli. Mancinelli in that heart of racing, Northwest AMR 98 Aston. Is he going to look up the inside into 10? He is. He isn't. There we go. Right, now then. Little look here again with the Porsche at this move, and then we'll join Louise, who I think has managed to get... Oh, there was contact there. Yeah. That was a little earlier in the lap.
What a biff.
Now then, that puts the Aston off. At that stage, the Ferrari was behind both.
That's what gave the 57 the opportunity for the run.
But look at the opportunism of Scott Huffaker. That is fantastic stuff. Right, while that battle continues visually, Louise, I think you said that you're with Ben Keating.
I am with Ben Keating. He's just drinking a bottle of water, which is understandable after everything. That was a supersonic drive. But what the commentators really want to know is, how did you save all that fuel?
The real answer is that I am a right foot braker. And so because I only use my right foot for either pedal, I'm on the throttle a lot less than my teammates. And I use a lot less fuel. But also at this particular track, turn 1 is downhill, turn 3 is downhill. There are a lot of places where you can really save and not give up much lap time. So yeah, they gave me a target to hit, and it was pretty easy to hit it and still do good lap times. So it was fun.
It was amazing. Well done.
Thank you.
Oh my God, I'm going to miss Ben Keating in the WC.
So much.
What a personality, but what a talent. He's 52 years old, okay? 52 years old, and he's talking in exactly the same kind of terms as you and I would expect Martin Haven to be talking to a Lawrence Vanteur, to a Jose Maria Lopez, to a Rio Hirakawa, and he makes it sound easy.
And he went half an hour longer on fuel by not being a left-foot braker and rolling down the hills. Insane. As we heard from Ben Keating, Corvette's Nico Veroni came in and fueled and left 1 minute 29. So he has taken tyres because their last stop was 1 minute 4. So he's taken a couple of tyres, or maybe even 4 tyres.
They could be one stop away from the end here.
I think they are.
I think they probably are.
Because he earned them half an hour. Like I said, that's why I was questioning what the minimum drive time, because Sarah Bovey came in 1 hour 59 minutes. Okay, the minimum is 1 hour 45. Fresh tyres.
Yeah.
So that is a 4 tyre change. And so I was questioning, has she done enough? Does she have to do 2 hours? Because normally they get to 2 hours at the end of a double stint. But Ben was like 2 hours, 26 minutes. Just insane.
Looked to me, by the way, towards the end of that stint from Nico Veroni, he'd made up the track, the positions he needed to make up.
Yep.
I think he then went into fuel save mode for the end of that stint. I think they are still saving a little bit of fuel here and there where they can, but he made up the track position, comes out now, because he's obviously on a different strategy from the rest of the GTE Am class. He's down in 10th position. It will not stay that way. 2 hours, 16 minutes to go. 23 United Autosports, 22 United Autosports, the 31 Team WRT and the 9 from Premier Racing all on pit lane now. So for the moment, the 41 cycles back through to the lead in LMP2. This is looking very good at the moment for United Autosports.
Yeah, it really is. 31 there. Ferdy Habsburg stays in. As you said, 41, the sister car, Louis Delatraz is leading. Just to update you again, up the front of the field, still Kevin Estre ahead of Jose Maria Lopez and Rio Hirakawa. We think that Rio will go 3 laps longer than the cars in front, which is a massive opportunity to capitalise when they're stationary by running in clear air. And up until the time he caught these two, he has comfortably been he was the fastest of the 3. Comfortably by a few tenths here or there, but if he gets 3 laps on his own, sort of depends what traffic is in front of him while they pit. If they peel off just as Rio Hirakawa hits a bunch of traffic, then he's not going to have a sizable advantage. But at the moment, for the next 3 or 4 laps, there are no slower cars once they've gone by the inter-Europe machine. And don't forget, now what's going to mess that up is lots of LMP2s going in and coming out slowly.
There is that, and one of them that's coming quickly comes in from the lead. It is Team WRT's number 41, the hands of Louis Delatraz. We're still waiting, by the way, for the 36 and the 10 on this cycle to come through.
Confirmation it was 4 fresh tyres on the Corvette of Nico Veroni, which is why with brand new rubber he couldn't stop at the first corner. Because, of course, they weren't hot, and he was expecting to have roughly the same braking retardation he's had the previous lap, and on stone cold tyres he had absolutely none.
This trio of drivers in the Corvette this season have been a joy to deal with.
Yeah. Fast and fun, which is everything you want. Kevin Estre leads with 2¼ hours to go in Fuji. Jose Maria Lopez in second, Rio Hirakawa in third. They are all in the same shot though, in the same 20 meters of racetrack. And Estre held off everything that Lopez had. And now it looks like the number 7 Toyota is doing what the number 8 car has been doing, which is giving up the chase and trying to save fuel. And the number 8 Toyota Rio Hirakawa should go at least 3 laps longer at the next stop than either Estre or Lopez, because the number 7 car changed their strategy a bit to sort of match what the Porsche was doing and try an overcut. But the overcut is definitely going to go with Hirakawa. Whether it goes in his favour kind of depends on what his out and in laps are compared to theirs, and what traffic he catches when he's on his own and not held up by what ostensibly are slower cars in front of him.
We've often said in sports car racing, the cars are the stars. I don't really subscribe to that. We've got absolute stars in this battle, but here we are, Porsche versus Toyota versus Ferrari a little way back, Peugeot. The Cadillac too has been involved in this at periods of time. This is good already. Next year, BMW, Alpine and Lamborghini join the fray, and Isotta Fraschini, a reborn brand from Italy, looking to get into this as well. This just gets better and better, and the racing at Davidson is getting better and better.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's funny you say cars are the stars. I believe in sports cars it's because you're so cocooned inside them and you don't see the athlete at work. Let's hear from one of them now.
10 laps to go, 10 laps to full service and driver change.
It's too quick on the high speed. I can't keep up.
I don't think it's the fact that he's too fast in the high speed, is that? It's just that that's where you're most susceptible to getting into the dirty air when you're travelling at speed. So, you know, if the Toyota, as Mike Conway proved, and Buemi earlier on in the race, once they were in free air, they've definitely got the speed here to win this race today. But at the moment, the dirty air is enough coming off the back of that Porsche in front that it seems impossible for them to overtake.
Now, the other element is that Rio Hirakawa is reporting on the radio to team that Jose is losing the back of the Toyota, and we've seen that a lot. We've seen that number 7 car sliding off turns under power a lot.
It's just Jose's style. Remember what I said earlier on? Flamboyant drive. I stood at the side of the circuit the other day in a free practice session, and I thought, I bet that's Jose driving that car. And I looked at the timing app. Sure enough, it was him. It's just the way he drives. So not necessarily that he's losing the rear of the car, it's just he just drives with the rear of the car hanging out, and now you can see the energy there.
Yeah, look at the energy level. So the Porsche has to stop maybe a couple of laps before the number 7, which will then have to stop at least a couple of laps before, maybe 3 laps before the number 8. So it is advantage number 8.
Problem is, so on this overcut, it's quite complicated because there are a few factors at play. As you stay out there, you've got a lighter car, so you've less fuel in the car as the others have come in to fill the tank right to the brim. So you've got about 40 kilos, say, or 50 kilos extra fuel. Before I get into that, let's listen from 7 again.
Jose, car 6 is gonna pit before of us, so when the Porsche pit, we have to push, try to do the undercut for the last 2 laps.
Oh, Lopez survives by the skin of his teeth. And again, did you see the way that Hirakawa smoked him up trying to go around him?
You're like standing next to a kid at a fireworks display.
I told you it was touring car racing.
I was sure Hirakawa had got the job done there because of Jose going off.
It did look that way, didn't it?
You know what I said about the flamboyant driving style?
Yep.
Now that was over the limit.
Very Latin.
That was over the limit, yeah. Now here comes Hirakawa, the closest he's ever been to the back of that car, and there's nothing he can do there.
Well, what he will do is thumb the radio and go, OK, look, Jose can't keep it on the track, let me go.
Well, he's been on the radio already saying he's losing the rear end, so now he's actually losing the car to the point where he's not on the track, so it's just more in the back. You know what he did? He just touched the curb before turning in. God knows how he carried that car on through the corner to remain. He just put it back down the inside, didn't he?
He was behind. He was completely behind.
Yeah, but Hirakawa was like squirming off the turn, big handfuls.
I don't know why Hirakawa. I think Hirakawa just thought maybe there's going to be contact. Here we go. So this is riding on board with Hirakawa. So instead of turning in, he backs it.
Steers away from it.
I don't think Hirakawa had any idea how far back Lopez was.
Was the roller services car 8. I'm struggling with a lot of experience from 4 or 5 behind. I think it's too many laps behind the Porsche. The front tires are a bit bad.
Copy.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Should have passed him.
Well, no, I mean, he can't. He's up against a fast car, a fast enough car. It's a different story with the Ferrari. They were another, half a second a lap slower than the Porsche, so they just gave the Toyotas enough of a chance to mount the challenge and get the job done into turn 1. But the Porsche's being, with it, I think it's, the final sector is pretty strong there, and that's making it just a little bit too difficult to pass. So what Jose's saying there is correct. The more you spend behind a car with the turbulent air and the hot air coming off of it as well, it's bad for the brakes, it's bad for the tyres. We see a change of position momentarily because the Peugeot is back through. Yeah.
Will Stevens dive bombing Stoffel Van Dorn and then losing out. They've been teammates before, haven't they?
This is 6th position being contested here. The recovery drive from 38 had some problems.
So yeah, going back to Lopez, so he's saying, look, you know, I've spent so long behind the Porsche now trying to overtake that I've got my tyres are gone, because you're driving in turbulent air, it slides around more and that puts more friction through your tyre and then you're wearing them out faster. So, and again, another mistake here from Lopez in turn 10.
They're going to change, well, they were talking about doing a position change at turn 10. That didn't happen. Lopez's radio may be misfunctioning. Yeah, you can change positions when I'm in the pit lane, mate.
Yeah, he's clearly, at this stage in the race, he's losing time now to the sister car. So car 8 has all the advantages now at this, but it's got more fuel to play with, more energy, and fresher tyres.
Turn 10 is a garbage place to do it because it's so tight. What you want to do is on the straight, and just then Jose can lift and coast, save a little bit of fuel when he's been told to pull over and let his teammate through anyway, and try not to lose too much of his advantage over his position over number 8. But
I guess all these slower cars, if their engineers aren't on the radio warning them there's this three-way fight bearing down on them tooth and nail, then they're doing something seriously wrong, because they should be fully aware that there is this almighty battle.
He was told to swap in turn 1 and didn't. Well, he really couldn't because of the green Porsche in the way. It wasn't 3 wide there. 6% energy for the 6 Porsche. 8% energy for the Hertz team. Jota Porsche, they are likely to stop on the same line.
Here we go, this is the swap.
Okay, this is turn 10 this time, so he goes to the inside, leaves Rio with the racing line, and with an LMP2 car ahead of him, and a GT car ahead of that. All right, Sunbeam, you deal with this traffic, let's see how good you are.
Yeah, and now we see whether or not there is something left in the locker for the number 8 that the number 7 couldn't deploy into this battle. We're 5 minutes away from 2 hours to go, and still Porsche lead this race. The only point at which Porsche have not led this race is on the pit stop cap.
No, absolutely. The only time 7 or 8 have led has been when they had the split pit strategy has helped them to do it. I know. Wearing those teeth in for the dog. Kessel Racing Ferrari coming in from the lead. Scott Huffaker as the series of GT Am stops continues.
This GT Am battle, by the way, is going to be if it stays green, it's going to be really interesting at the end there. I sincerely hope we don't get an interruption that messes it up for the GT Am class, because it has been a stellar race. Project 1AO. Rexy
leads the race. The green Porsche, the green T-Rex Porsche, or as it is this weekend, the Godzilla Porsche. And again, look at the rubber that Estra. How's he going to have anything other than canvas and rim left at the end of this stint?
He had already had a massive slide in the middle of turn 1, and I thought, has he gone off here? But that just seems to be. He seems to be able to get away with it.
Pitch it in sideways.
Kevin, never anything other than committed. Right,
3% energy. This is his in-lap, I think.
Maybe.
I'm not sure he's going to have more than 2% by the time he gets to the line. I think that's quite a lot to ask. Let's see. He might squeeze one more out. But again, 11% energy for the number 7. 20% energy left for the number 8 Toyota. So they will take the lead and will not stop for a while either. Does he break for the border? No, 3% is enough for one more lap.
One more lap for Kevin Estra. So he's going to be coming in. There's going to be all 4 tyres. There's going to be a driver change as well for the car number 6. There's going to be Lotterer in. And
now there's a hypercar coming, or somebody coming out on a white flag being shown to our quicker drivers. Or slower cars in front. There is Rio Hirakawa right behind our race leader Kevin Est.
Look how close they are as they come towards turn 3 now. Yep. Can he clear this GT? Yes, he can. Can Hirakawa? Yes, he can as well.
And Est just sitting there thinking, mate, I've seen this before. I've spent the last 90 minutes with this in my mirrors. See if you can come up with something that I've not seen on this track.
Apart from he's racing somebody on this track that knows this circuit better than his own back of hand.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with Ryo Hirakawa here. He's got fresher tyres. He's been driving in clear air this whole time until he's arrived now. He looks to the inside. He's gone for it as well and done it.
Well,
an amazing move from Hirakawa.
But he's coming back at him. I was just thinking, actually, he came off turn 5 and 6, left so much rubber on the road, Kevin Est. But it is his in-lap, and Toyota have taken the lead of the race on the racetrack, and it's taken them 3 hours, 57 minutes and 40 seconds to do so.
And now, if you're not familiar with the discipline of sports car racing, now it switches to be a battle not just between these drivers on track, but the crews on pit lane, and what can they do to start to help the battle on track, turn these cars around quickly, faultlessly.
Look at the speed Estra's carrying in there. You said it's a difficult pit lane. Here we are, into 10.
I didn't think he was going to do it. He had a look, and then he realised, actually, he's lifting, coasting a lot more here, and he just went for it. Yep. And as soon as he put his nose inside, Estra knew it was all over. More grip, better on the brakes. What a cracking move from Hirakawa.
So maybe 3% energy was really touch and go to get one more lap. We've got to get another lap. Go on, Kevin, go on.
I think he had to lift and coast more than he really wanted to into the corner. I think if he had that energy remaining enough for this in-lap properly, I think he would have carried more speed into that corner.
Rio almost ran into the back of it there.
And how gutting for Jose Maria Lopez. He spent pretty much his entire time behind the wheel of that car, staring at the back of the Porsche. He lets his teammate through, and within 2 laps, he's passed him.
Just one point to add, by the way, with thanks to Stephen Kilby in the press room and feeding back from some conversations with Porsche Penske, the early stop was not strategic. It was a fuel issue for the number 6 car. So there's some kind of what they've described as a small issue, no further explanation, but explains why that car stopped as early as it did. It was not strategic, it was necessary.
So either not somehow fully fueled or not picking up all of the fuel, but it's managed to go full distance stints ever since. By the way, with regard to other American cars, Corvette tell us that the Corvette number 33 can do 1 hour and 7 minutes for each of its remaining stops. They have 1 more stop to go. Everyone else in GTE Am will stop twice.
They'll win this race if that's the case.
Oh, and off goes number 7 in the background. Jose Maria Lopez is out of tyres. I don't think this is his in-lap, but it might need to be. He's going to lose a lot of time.
This is riding on board with him now. So he managed to get the car back on track as soon as he could, and but yeah, this, the fight for position is important still between car 7 and 6, and car 8 has cleared them on track and continues to extend that advantage with the extra energy it's got. The overcut is working pretty well for them, but here's how he went for a move. The car coming out the pits as well. I think it was that move down the inside for Jose that caused the issue.
Well, let's hear from Kevin Estra, the hero of the hour.
Oh my goodness, Kevin Estra bringing in the number 6 Porsche Penske. That was impressive and hard work.
Really hard work. The Toyota have been very strong in clean air, so they caught me quite quickly. But then it was just a matter of not doing any mistake, trying to hold on, which I did until the last lap, where I think, I think number 8 made quite a move. Brave from him, and I let the door open, all good. It was fair the whole way, so it was good racing, but definitely hard work. Yeah, I'm happy I was out of the car because it was quite intense. But let's see what Andre can do. I think Toyota has a bit better rhythm than us in clean air. It's gonna be tough to keep with them, but definitely it's our best race so far. Trying to stay on the podium and hopefully can bring back a second, third place.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So far this season, this is a fantastic race for you here in the WEC.
Yeah, exactly. We had a podium in Portimao where I think we executed well, but the other had some issues. Now it's on pure pace and pure great execution for our 6 crew, so very happy with that. The pace is definitely better than it's ever been. So it brings good hope for the last race of the season and next year.
Thank you. Well done.
Dramas galore. 93 with a spin and struggling to rejoin there. And also we've seen the number 7 car put the lap on the 6 at the moment. We're still waiting those pit stops, of course, from the 2 Toyotas. Kevin Estre knew he was in a fight, was up for that fight, says he's relieved to be out of it for the time being. Ooh, that was what happened.
Hit from behind.
I think he was.
Now,
I think
that might have been, yes, it was.
Yes,
60
it was.
car. I think that might have been Paul di Resta's inlet because the 94 Peugeot has just stopped. Okay. So Stoffel Van Dorn in 94, Paul di Resta, Earl Bamber being bolted into the number 2 Cadillac.
So the most impressive thing for me, gentlemen, about that stint from Kevin Estre, he called it right at the top of the interview with Louise, is it was defence, defence, defence. And he defended by attacking.
Yep.
Fabulous stuff.
I don't think I've ever heard Kevin Estre get out the car and say, I'm pleased to be out the car.
No.
That's how intense it was.
That was getting quite intense. And there's Jose Maria Lopez. He's out as well. He hands over to Kamui Kobayashi to take up the fight. And Ryo Hirakawa leads the race. So Hirakawa will be due in about another 5 laps. So they're going about 5 laps longer. Number 7 car stopping 1 lap after the Porsche.
Yeah, but importantly,
we were expecting it to maybe be 2 or 3 laps. So all that time in turbulent air, he was not saving fuel, was he?
Doesn't seem to be.
Not sufficiently, anyway.
That pass on track is clearly, that's what they were looking for. Finally achieved that right at the end of their stint.
Yeah. Interestingly, Ryo Hirakawa was told not to risk anything attacking the number 6 car as it was on its in lap, and then suddenly the door opened. He went, what am I supposed to do? Sit behind him and go after you, Claude?
Well,
it
certainly impressed Estre, didn't it?
Yeah.
He wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting it.
No.
He surprised everybody with that move. I think even himself, because I don't think he necessarily thought initially, I'm going to do this.
No.
I think he looked and then realised, actually, he's braking really early compared to the potential I've
Okay,
got.
where's the Porsche? Porsche goes back past. Oh no, that's the Proton car. Where's the 6? There
Up
it is,
there.
coming back down. Okay, so it is a Toyota 1-2.
But wait for it, because look at this treacherous outlap with all 4 tyres going on cold now.
Yep.
Very different story compared to when you just do half of them.
So that's Kamui Kobayashi versus Andre Lotterer. Oh, I mean, it's, you know, the entry list in terms of manufacturers is, hello? This is early. No.
Right, early. What's it, just a lap later?
They were expected to be about 2 or 3 laps after the number 7 car. So they've obviously got enough in hand in terms of fuel that they don't need to stay out any longer.
Well, what I was trying to say before, I think we heard a radio message from Lopez, is the complicated thing with the overcut is that, yes, we're seeing cars struggling when they go on the outlap for tyre temperature. As soon as all 4 of those tyres do get up to temperature, the overcut stops working. So they've come in potentially a bit earlier with car 8. They got the job done on track, and they've got track position, so you don't have to do an overcut anymore. So you might as well protect yourself from a potential undercut from the drivers that have just been in to change their tyres. If you stay out there too long and use your remaining energy, then you're going to be undercut.
Position.
Yeah, and you give away that track, which now we know it's incredibly hard to overtake. So
you literally saw the moment he picked up the throttle, because the car just squirmed.
So
And behind, again, Lotterer in the Porsche with 1 more lap of heat in his tyres is all over the back of Kamui Kobayashi, but Brendan Hartley comes out in the number 8 car. Hartley is the leader by 10 seconds. And there is Lotterer diving down the inside of the WRT car of Ferdi Habsburg. And his target, Kamui Kobayashi. But with under 2 hours to go now, it is Toyota 1-2. Pit stops have cycled through for the leaders. Number 8 Toyota, fresh out of the pit lane, Brendan Hartley, just ahead of this battle. Kamui Kobayashi in Toyota number 7, and now Andre Lotterer in Porsche number 6. Lotterer stopped a lap before Kobayashi, and a lap after Kobayashi in came the number 8 Toyota. So Brendan Hartley is now at the wheel of that, in the lead of the race by about 5 seconds. Wash and brush up for the number 5 car, delayed on lap 1 with a puncture. Dane Cameron took the car over, but is back in the pit lane. So Porsche Penske having led for 4 hours with the number 6 car, where the number 5 has been absolutely the problem child.
So with everything settling down now, both Toyotas eventually, after all that time, managed to, on track, get themselves into first and second position. A much harder challenge than I thought it was going to be at the start of before the start of this race.
After 3 wet days of practice, a dry, warm and sunny start to the day at Fuji Speedway for race 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Drivers gathering in front of nearly 55,000 fans. Welcome back to Fuji once more. At the start of the race, Toyota had dominated in qualifying, locked out the front row from Porsche Penske 3rd and 4th. But right from the very beginning, it was clear that the second row starting Porsche was determined to get in front. Laurens Vanthoor ran out very wide, ran the Toyota out wide behind him, and took the lead of the race. Everybody standing on their brakes and finding not quite as much grip as they'd hoped for. There were a few collisions further back. Ferrari on Toyota and Ferrari on Porsche. Cadillac making contact as well. The real loss, though, was the number 5 Porsche that picked up a puncture in the very first corner of the race. Their race was potentially saved by a spin for the number 21 Ferrari in the back of the GTE Am field, rolling backwards then and into the gravel on the edge of the tarmac. Got stuck. It was a safety car. Puncture tyre changed, but they picked up a penalty for not stopping again under green. At the head of the field in GTE Am, through went the D-Station Racing Aston on lap 1. And then the familiar Corvette versus Iron Dames Porsche battle continued. Ben Keating briefly giving away the advantage to Sarabovi for second. At the front of the field, the Toyotas were working their way back up from an unusually lowly position outside the top half dozen. Working their way first past the 51 Ferrari and then past the number 50 car. Miguel Molina had gone away very quickly as well, chasing Laurens Vanthoor in second place early on. But Mike Conway, the pole man, made the move, stick down the inside to grab second place. Ferrari trying to cut back. Eventually, he would fall victim as well to the number 8 Toyota. Number 6 Porsche led, Toyota up to second and third before the end of the first hour. But for fans who might have expected a Toyota runaway, it wasn't happening. Ferrari, though, were not at the sort of speed that they had hoped for. Not the kind of pace that they produced early in the season. Cadillac's tyres wilted the longer the stints went on, whereas the Peugeots seemed to be coming on stronger. In the GTE Am cars, a penalty for this contact between Ben Keating and Thomas Floor's Ferrari, as they zigged when they should have zagged. And that left the Iron Dames Porsche at the front of the field in Am. Problems for the 99 Proton Porsche, having gone very well early on. They had a loose seatbelt, and then contact with the 23 United Auto Sports car earned a penalty for the number 4 Floyd Van Wall car. At the end of hour 4, Ryo Hirakawa in Toyota number 8 was waved by Jose Maria Lopez to attack the race leader, got by Kevin Estre on the Porsches in lap, and he is now our race leader in a Toyota 1-2. Well, problems for a fairly obvious nature for Earl Bamber. Came in and changed tyres a couple of laps ago, and the man born in Wanganui in New Zealand's South Island is now coming back in with a fairly major component missing from the car. Now, it's not his outlap, so that car has had the wheel on and it has then machined its way off.
Yeah, I just assumed it would have been his outlet, but that went off at speed, didn't it?
Yeah,
the whole wheel is
downhill into 3, isn't it?
Oh, no, down into 10.
Into 10, yeah. No, out of turn 6, 7.
Wow, how has that happened?
Well, somehow it's not been seated properly, and it's just machined its way off through the retaining nut and retaining pin.
While you're getting that shot, by the way, you've got the potential for some other drama here. If you look into the distance, the clouds that have disappeared over the mountain and coming through the foothills around Mount Fuji are here and here with a vengeance. It's getting very dark indeed. Here comes the Cadillac.
Oh yeah, you can see on that shot frame actually up above as we watch the Cadillac with 3 wheels on its wagon. Not the ideal scenario for them, and actually, you know, most of the time you see something like this happen, it is following a pit stop, so they're going to try just to put that wheel on, but it has sheared off. Yeah, it has sheared off. They're going to need to change that whole section of the car. The whole upright needs to come off,
which will take them a minute or two, but they will have to do it in the garage. Well, lucky escape from Earl Bamber that it wasn't in a lot of traffic or in a major braking episode.
I've seen that once in recent history with previous spec LMP2 car, but it was a rear-driven wheel. It did it.
Well, it hasn't been Cadillac's race. It hasn't been Ferrari's race either, although they are now up to 4th and 5th. Now
yeah, they've executed it well. They just haven't had the speed. And the two cars continue to fight each other, but there was a huge gap between them at one stage, and that gap's come right down again.
Peugeot are now in 7th and 8th. If we get rain for the last hour and a half, what's the money on Peugeot winning this?
Well, I mean, their main advantage seems to be on a damp circuit with slick tyres due to their earlier deployment that they're allowed when they're on the slick tyres. So they've got that currently, but when you're in full dry conditions, you're not traction limited as much.
We're going to go down to Louise in a moment. It's got news about the number 5 Porsche, but this is the lead battle between 3 cars in GTE Am with under 2 hours to go. 85 from 33 from 77. Rahel Fry, Nico Veroni still at the wheel of the Corvette, and Julian Andlauer covered by 0.8 of a second. Amazing stuff.
Rahel Fry going, Porsche leading its class narrowly. Hold my beer.
There you go.
Great racing, and the Corvette, Nico Veroni right back in it. They need 1 more stop to make it to the end. The Porsches need 2. And the Ferraris need 2, and the Aston Martins need 2. Everything except for the big American V8 needs to use, or has been using, more fuel. And Ben Keating bizarrely saying that reason that he is so much more economical, you were out there of the room, Ant, is that he right foot brakes, so he's never on both pedals. And Nico Veroni looking to go inside, having to go outside. The Argentine driver with a good run down the hill. And this is a great opportunity for him to try and come through. He does, squeezes by. And there's Nicky Katzberg. Still hasn't done a decent stroke of work today, and we've got an hour and 45 minutes and less to go.
They don't call him Nicky the Cat Katzberg, but they should, but sitting down on the floor like that.
It's a very Japanese way of sitting. And right behind Julian Andlauer, factory Porsche driver, or former factory junior Porsche driver, right behind Rahel Frey. And now he's sizing up a move on the Iron Dames car. Can't quite get by, doesn't have the overlap there. Now then, down in the pit lane, Louise Beckett was going to update us on what happened with the number 5 Porsche that seems to be malingering in the garage.
Firstly, I'll tell you about the weather, because I've seen these clouds coming for a while. So I went to the Peugeot team and asked them what their forecasts and their radars are saying. They looked at 2 different sources. They don't believe that there's going to be any rain before the end of the race. But yes, I did speak to Dane Cameron from the number 5 Porsche Penske. He said they lost steering, but also power steering, but also there's some other technical issues that they're looking into. That's all he would say at this point.
All right, it has definitely been the problem, child, hasn't it? Let's hope it's not seatbelt attachment, because that's something that Porsche do not need. Here comes Julian Andlauer. Rahel Frey sticks to the inside. She's been around the block more than once or twice. And right behind a 54 AF Corsa Ferrari, that's the 4th place car, that silver car. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 inches.
It is. Davinia Regon is in the mix here as well. So 1.9 seconds between the top 4 with under an hour and 3/4 to go. Double yellow is being shown at the moment at turn 8. So not quite sure exactly what's going on there. Or is that just for someone recovering that tyre?
Yeah, very probably, I think.
Let's hear from Brendan Hartley. There's only 6/10 separating him and his teammate.
Okay, Brendan, you need to unplug and plug in your helmet again, please. Unplug and plug in your helmet when you can.
Well, let's hope that's not because his radio isn't working, otherwise he won't have heard that.
Exactly.
I mean, I know I'm being facetious, but...
Well, and he wouldn't be hearing the cries from his boss, the team principal, Kamui Kobayashi, who desperately wants to overtake because he's only 3/10 behind.
That'll be what it is. Brendan, guys, I can't hear you on the radio. Brendan, unplug your helmet, otherwise you'll be unplugging your contract.
Should say, by the way, the two leading Toyotas are fast closing in on the two Ferraris. There's the two Ferraris at back of shot. The next two cars along are the two Toyotas about to pass them to lap the 4th and 5th place cars. Here come the 499Bs, 51 from 50, as they pass the battling GTE Ams. Next fast cars in the shot, just to the right of shot. There in the rear of the shot are the two Toyotas with the traffic to deal with.
So yeah, now it's tables turned, isn't it? It's Kobayashi, car 7, piling the pressure on the sister car of Brendan Hartley. We heard from his engineer. Whether Brendan heard from his engineer or not is by the by.
He's pretending he can't hear anything.
Well, he got past all 3 of those GTEs in that move.
Brendan, unplug your helmet. Sort of busy.
Okay, can we prepare to swap in turn 1? Prepare to swap in turn 1.
That's Kamui pulling the boss trump card. Yeah, let me buy. Let me buy.
What is that financial year in the bonus?
Well, to be fair, you know, Kobayashi drove an absolute blinder of a lap in qualifying.
Oh yeah.
To beat Brendan Hartley to pole position by just over 6/10. So you know, he really knows his way around this track as well. Of course, having raced here a lot in Super Formula and Super GT. Let's hear from Brendan Hartley.
I'm struggling with the car, so when you get close, don't worry.
Copy. What are you struggling with? Also, we can help with that.
We wanted to know what he was struggling with, but generally struggling. Wow, okay, so it's inevitable then, isn't it, that we're going to see this swap around. That's a shame. Let's see if he can hang with him once Kobayashi finds his way by, but all this time, the car number 6 of the Porsche of Lotterer, I just saw him at the top of the screen there. He's not far behind. He's lurking just a second behind.
Which I think
is 5 seconds
This
behind.
is the key here, is that it's Toyota making sure they're covering that with what they believe will be the quickest car.
Great, I have massive oversteer high speed, but then I have a lot of oversteer entry, medium low, very lofty as well, just 1 quarter brake off.
There was an interesting phrase that Brendan used in the previous message we heard, which is, when he's close enough, you know, there's no problem. I think he's working very hard for that bit not to happen.
How close do you think he's talking? Millimetres?
I think possibly,
meters?
so he can wave out the side window.
Exactly, yeah.
Pulling alongside and knocking on the window. mate, it's me. Plug your radio
holding his
in.
contract up on the side of the window with a big red pen.
Pointing to the side of his helmet. Plug your radio in.
Performance review form.
It must be so strange racing against the team principal.
Oh, yeah.
All the gags at Toyota. And don't forget, you can catch up on at least some of that in the behind-the-scenes programme, All Access, which will be out on September the 22nd. And also don't forget, the day before that, tickets for Spa for sale. And also don't forget, one more race to go, and that's on November the 4th. So you've got 2 months after this to watch the entire rest of the season.
That's it. That's the move for the lead. So you could see Kobayashi was flashing him down the straight, and Brendan was quick to lift off the throttle and let the car 7 through.
I was about to say, the 2 problem children of Hypercar are both American teams. It's the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car and the number 2 Cadillac, which spat its wheel off. Boink. Did a bit of damage to the barriers there as Il Bamba crawled back in. Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
Yeah, the Cadillac are really suffering. They've changed that bodywork. I think you saw that as they came into the pit stop, but They put that front left back on, but it wasn't on correctly, and they couldn't get it off again. There was a mechanic there kicking it with his feet from behind to try and get it off of the fittings to see what the issue is, and they're still working on that now.
What they need is a 5-pound Birmingham screwdriver persuading it off. Back with the Ferraris now. We saw earlier in the race 51 was waved by 50 because they're the better placed championship car, but now it looks like Antonio Fuoco is trying to get by Alessandro Pierguidi for 4th place.
While we're watching the two formation flying Ferrari 499Ps being closed to be lapped by the two Toyotas, drama for one of the leading cars in GT Am, Dempsey Proton Racing 77, in the hands of Julian Andlau, running second, 2.4 seconds behind the Corvette, is going to get a drive-through penalty for abuse of track limits. That will drop that car out of that lead battle, and I think we'll drop it down to 5th or 6th.
We have a drive-through penalty for car 77 for abuse of track limits. Drive-through penalty car 77 for abuse of track limits.
That's what I just said.
I preferred your message. Yeah, the delivery was much better, Graham.
Yeah, you know, it's cultured.
You could be race director one day, who knows? Watch his space.
Oh, that really, honestly? No.
Yeah, maybe not.
No. That's a hard no.
So, look at this. We have got Pierguidi and Fuoco. Now, Fuoco's been he's been dynamite, really, hasn't he, in this car so far this year. He had pole position, let's not forget, at Sebring, but also more critically Le Mans. A great lap that he drove there. And now really piling on the pressure to his teammate, but Pierguidi's not going to make this easy for him. No, and they're in a race of their own, aren't they? They're nowhere near Lotterer. They're a minute 30 behind him, so they're just free to race. There's no need for team orders between those two at this point.
David Rigon ahead of Rahel Fry, and is going to inherit second place here with the 77 going to be heading down pit lane. There's also another incident under investigation. I didn't see this, but then again I've had just 5 minutes out the booth. Incident involving the GR Racing Car 86 and the leading car in GTE Am at turn 16 at 15:03 under investigation. Could that be drama for the lead car?
Well, yeah,
so
I mean,
we'll just have to wait and see how that one pans out.
We didn't see, but like I said before, there were lots of different lines in that final corner. Maybe one car went down the inside and wasn't seen. Let's see what Pierguidi's got to say.
Okay, mate, they're getting close to asking us to swap positions. We got to see what we can do.
Hey, I wanted to destroy the tire.
So he's playing the old I'm looking after the tyres strategy as Fuoco locks up there because Pierguidi had to back out of that, the speed he carried into that corner because he had the GT in front and a little bit unsighted for Fuoco, who was right behind the back end of the sister car. So it's funny, Pierguidi said, I can drive faster, but I'll destroy the tyres, so I'm just conserving that at the moment. So, well, let's see if you can go any faster.
As always, this isn't just one race, it's 3 races, 3 different classes on the track at the same time, 2 of them in shot there. The other one we're not seeing at the moment is LMP2, where we have a new race leader, and it's Louis Delatraz in the Team WRT 41 car. I've got a feeling that might be something of a change required here. Ferraris have swapped positions meanwhile. The race continues to evolve. Kimiko Kobayashi leads the race, 1.7 seconds ahead of teammate Brendan Hartley after the team switched positions, pulling away a little from Andre Lotterer, but he's still under 4 seconds back in the Porsche that led this race for, what was that, 3/4 distance. Stellar run from Lance Vanteur at the start of this race, continued with a great run from Kevin Est with an attacking and defensive run against the might of both of the Toyotas, and that was only decided right at the very end, the very last lap of Estra's double stint, when finally gave best to the Toyota.
Yeah, Graham, we always expected Toyota to have the advantage in the race today. You know, their pole position, quite comfortably, second on the grid as well. Another 2/10 ahead of the Porsche was Brendan Hartley in the number 8 car, and we just fully expected in the dry Toyota had the speed, I feared that they would just drive away into the distance today. They are now,
yes,
but it's taken them an awful long time to get there.
I don't think they are. I think Lotterer is catching a troubled Brendan Hartley right now. He's in the 31s, Brendan's in the 32s. Martin?
They've asked Brendan to unplug and plug in his helmet again. There is something wrong with the car. Brendan says it is all over the place.
Okay.
Very strange, because Hirakawa, just moments ago, was absolutely flying. He got that car rate into the lead with Kevin Estre driving the Porsche down at turn 10, started to pull away. They had a great pit stop, and ever since Brendan's got in with a brand new set of tyres, he's been struggling with the balance of the car, clearly not happy. Maybe the car doesn't respond well on new tyres and it will come good later on.
And it can be an issue that sometimes you've just got an odd tyre in a batch, or an odd batch of tyres that doesn't really work. But at this level and with Michelin, it's so unusual. Maybe it's pick up on the tyres or something, but he knows all these things. Here's where the Ferraris changed position. Now, bear in mind, if something happens to number 6 Porsche or one of the Toyotas, this is a potential podium for Ferrari. Even so, they're going to score for 3rd place in terms of championship points, because only one of the Toyotas counts.
Yeah.
So they'll be the 3rd best placed manufacturer. They need to do whatever there's 2 things going on here. They need to do whatever they can to try and get ahead of the number 6 Porsche and then be 2nd best manufacturer. But the 51 team, they need to try and make sure that they are ahead of the 50 team to try and close the Drivers' Championship gap. In the end, if they don't do either of those things and the championship margins open up, they won Le Mans. And in a year where you don't win the Teams' Championship, or you don't win the Drivers' Championship, but you do win Le Mans, ask Porsche in 1998, did they care that they didn't win any other races in the entire season and won Le Mans? And did Mercedes care that they won in Oschersleben but didn't win Le Mans? I think you come out of it better if you've won Le Mans.
I think that the other thing to say here is we've got the number 7 car all over the back of the first of those 2 Ferraris, the 51, is what the Ferrari team will be looking for. It's not only exactly the scenarios you've just explained, but they would like the number 6 Porsche to pass one of those Toyotas.
Yeah, definitely. Preferably both, as you know, as we all. Not that we don't want Toyota to win, but
no,
it could. I mean, yeah, there's 6 seconds covering the top 3, and then a minute and a half back to 4th place.
My point being that anything they can then do to back up those Toyotas is to the good for their championship position. The 41 car still out there in the lead of the race LMP2, 22 on pit lane, as is the 31. So Phil Hansen coming in from 2nd place ahead of Ferdy Habsburg.
23 United car has just stopped and gone as well.
Yeah.
And so does that mean that somehow WRT have borrowed Ben Keating's extra fuel tank and plugged it in?
I think I need to go back and look at the lap times here, because I've had my eye off LMP2 a little too long. I think we've just seen a stellar stint from Louis Delatraz.
That's because nothing else will calm down enough for us to actually have a solid look at it. Yeah,
look, I mean, fabulous Corvette lead, by the way.
Delatraz has been, very, very impressive all season long.
So Corvette lead from in the 33 car with Nico Veroni still at the wheel. Still got Nicky Katzberg, remember, in their quiver. Yep. The 54A, of course, car now 2nd, with the Dempsey Proton car having just taken the drive-through, dropping to 7th place. That's how close it is. 29 seconds on pit lane means the difference between 2nd and 7th place.
Nicky Katzberg is going to do about 20 minutes in the car, isn't it? I mean, by the time they get to...
It'll be 20 good minutes.
What's the actual minimum that a Platinum has to do?
I think you have to do an hour.
All right, so that's it, At the end of it all, in 29 minutes, they'll have to hand over to Nicky Katzberg.
Look, I mean, where do you start with this effort? They've won the championship with races to go. You've got Ben Keating, who's as close to a 52-year-old superhero as exists on the planet. Nico Veroni, a fabulous new talent coming in to this effort. And, will, I'm sure, at some point have to find his way as a full pro driver rather than a silver rank driver. That's coming, but who wouldn't at this stage? And Nicky Katzberg has won in everything this year.
Okay, Brendan, we need to do the helmet again. Helmet unplug and then plug back in, please. We're having issues here.
crazy on the my speed, but I don't think there's anything I can do. I need to go to full brake balance. 16.
Copy. And Brendan Bastian would recommend going rearward on mechanical balance and forward on brake balance overall to help with the low speed, high speed balance.
Yeah, it's been a compromise, thank you.
It sounds like Brendan's already thought about that compromise of setup changes as well.
Sounds like he's very busy in that car, doesn't he?
Does great, you know, rather. Can you unplug it and plug it? No, I've done that 3 times already.
It's difficult to do, you know. It's the plug for the helmet is actually.
It's not designed for you to do it when the lap belts are, or when the belts are on. It's designed to do it as you get in, before you're strapped in. So it's out of reach.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible, but you know, even in a static pit stop with a car at 0 mile an hour, it's very hard sometimes to find the pin to get it in, and yeah, let alone driving around at full racing speed on a bumpy racetrack. So
Alessandro Pierguidi trying to avoid going a lap down to the lead Toyota, and Phil Hansen in the 22 United car being warned about track abuse. Well, it's now Philippe Albuquerque who'll have to serve a penalty if they get one.
Yeah, it does seem a bit odd, that one, because Phil got out just a little wee while ago. Meantime, we're looking at the Ferrari pit garage. We're talking about the Toyotas there and the Porsche that's in the mix, but there are still positions up for grabs here, and it's between the Ferraris being caught by FIA, who's 17 seconds back from Alessandro Pierguidi, who is being caught by Gustavo Jimenez. So it's Steve Jota car in the battle for 5th, as is the 94 Peugeot that threw down and put a lap on the 51 car, goes the 7 Toyota.
Again, you still get the same points if you're 3rd, whether you're a lap down or not, but it is very demoralising to lose a lap, even after nearly 4.5 hours, or over 4.5 hours of the race, to the Toyota at a track that you've never brought the car to before. It's still disappointing.
Should point out, we did hear from Lou that there were problems on pit lane with the Cadillac still not being right. It is back out and running now with Ilbamba towards the back of the LMP2 field, so much delayed, I'm afraid. The 36
leader,
Alpine, indeed is the leader at the moment,
was as he came in, and will hand over the lead to Ben Hanley in the 23 United car. Robert Kubica has taken over the 41 WRT car that was the race leader. All of these cars, of course, on Goodyear Eagles. The GTs and the Hypercars are both on Michelin.
Topsy-turvy stuff at LMP2 with the 36 on pit road. Through to the lead goes the 23 United car, not the 22 that has been the form car this afternoon. Then the 41 Team WRT car with Robert Kubica, and Felipe Albuquerque now sits 3rd. 6 seconds between those 3, 7 seconds between the top 4 with Jota back in it.
Difference between 23 and 22 is 23 did not have a penalty. Kessel Racing's Ryota Miata all over the back of Rahel Frey for 3rd place in GTE Am.
But that name, Ryota Miata, remember that name, because the last man that held the position within the Toyota Gazoo Racing galaxy that has the role that he's got is Ryo Hirakawa. And this was a late call for the young Japanese driver, who's a full-season GT500 racer in the Super GT, and has been called up here to the locally based team, and is again proving just young talent shine when you give them the tools to do it, and the place they know well. Louis reminded me through my headset, by the way, one of the reasons why we've got this topsy-turvy thing was a point I was going to make when I started to make it, and then got distracted. And it's the difference in the pit stop times in the last cycle. 1:28 for Ben Hanley, 1:23 for Robert Kubica. Felipe Albuquerque, a 1:28 as well. No, it's 1:29, sorry, for Robert Kubica. He lost 6 seconds to Ben Hanley's 23 car. That's what cost him the lead.
Yeah. Through goes the Ferrari. And the Iron Dames Porsche just a little offline, and that gives the other Ferrari the opportunity, the Kessel Racing car alongside, and with a lot of kilometres, well, 1 kilometre and a bit still to go before the braking area. Who's got the ultimate top speed? Rahel Fraser's coming back. She's going to have the slightly grippier part of the track, but the Ferrari's going to be almost 100% alongside. Where's the Toyota going? Bailing out on that pass, Anthony.
Yeah, it's going to think about going and crossing the line on the inside to get both of them, and I know just slots in between them actually, but then we'll get on the inside for turn 3, but that's the move done down at turn 1.
Third place.
Yeah, it's always better to be on the inside of that one. Despite being on the racing line, as Gatting was, it was never really going to work out. What's Hartley saying in car 8?
Crazy understeer at the high speed.
Yeah, we'll need to try and adjust the anti-roll bar through the lap then, if possible, the front.
So yeah, it sounds like he's struggling with the rear of the car in the low speed and then the front of the car in the high speed. So just as engineer suggested, right, when you come to the high speed, stiffen up the rear roll bar, and that's going to help to rotate the car. And then when you get down to these corners here in the slow speed, you're going to have to soften it back up again to stop the rear from moving around, sliding around everywhere. So that's okay. It's a dial on the dashboard that they can tune. But yeah, you'd prefer not to. You prefer just to have the balance that you'd like globally around the lap. But no, Brendan, definitely, I've never heard him struggle like this before from inside that car.
No.
Very un-Toyota kind of lack of balance. I mean, they know the car inside out. It's their 3rd season with it. They just have everything they need.
Saw that clip, by the way, of the number 60 car turning around Paul di Resta, and the number 93. It's going to be a drive-through penalty for the Iron Lynx car. Sits in 11th place, and it's not going to make their tricky afternoon any less so.
Yeah, I agree with that penalty. It wasn't di Resta's fault at all. He'd done the move down inside of turn 10, and I don't know why. I don't know where they thought that car 60 was going to go. So yeah, the contact in that kind of slow-speed corner, you're always going to spin around another car. So I think the stewards have pulled that one correctly.
Warnings for track limits abuse for Gunnar Jeanette and Earl Bamber. Bamber in the freshly returned to the track number 2 Cadillac, and Gunnar Jeanette in a Project AO Dinosaur Porsche Rexy car number 56 that's currently lying in 5th place. By the way, although you do get timing and scoring on the screen, if you are watching us on the actual television, you can also sign up for the WC app. You get all the extras, all the behind-the-scenes stuff, and a whole load of other things that don't make broadcast. And you can look at the full timing app as well, so you can get splits, you can see where the track limits are being abused, you can see who's fast, who's not, and everything else you need to know.
And the expert mode on that timing screen is excellent. It gives you all sorts of information, and if you're a bit like me, a bit of a number cruncher, you'll love it. And it is another thing that just helps to unlock another layer of what is a very layered sport. Remember, 3 races on track at the same time: Hypercar, LMP2 and the GTE Am cars. And it's been fabulous racing in all 3 this afternoon. It's been an absolute corker. 18 minutes to go from this 6-hour race at Fuji Speedway. We're about, what, 2.5 hours out of Tokyo. Always a great welcome here for us in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and for the fans that come from far and wide to be here. I think, was it 55,000 fans, you say, over here this weekend in what at times have been challenging weather conditions. Don't believe we're going to see that rain. I don't. It is much cooler out there. The breeze is there. But as you know, Lou was saying, the weather radar appears to be suggesting we're not going to get it. We might get a sprinkle somewhere.
Well, you can see cloud everywhere in the back of every shot, but none of it is really leaden and waiting to come down. That was a change for position. Alex Riberas getting back past Julian Andlauer. Andlauer having just served a drive-through penalty for track limit abuse. Andlauer dives back down the inside. His next target is in front, the green Porsche. Julian Andlauer chasing down. That will be Gunnar Jeanette, who is under a warning for track abuse, or track limits abuse. But Gunnar Jeanette just ahead of that little battle, as Julian Andlauer got ahead again of Alex Riberas in the Northwest AMR, the Heart of Racing car. They haven't changed the name of the car since Paul Dall'Anna started the season, because that's the name of the entry.
It's a World Championship, you're allowed to.
Exactly, but it is now Spirit of Racing that have taken up the entry and are running, sponsoring, crewing and everything the car.
Art of Racing.
Art of Racing.
That's okay.
Art, not heart.
The Heart of Racing is a big name.
It does say Heart of Racing on it.
Yes. Yes.
It does say the Heart of Racing.
You said Spirit.
Did I say Spirit? Oh,
yes.
I thought you said Art. Right, sorry.
No. It's just been Northern Roots, that's what it is. But Art of Racing coming into the FIWC for the first time from the Spa race, pre-Le Mans, and with big success in, well, a class we're going to see next year in the FIA World Endurance Championship, Martin. They call it GTD and GTD Pro across in North America. It's going to be called LMGTE here in the FIA World Endurance Championship in what will be a brand new look for the WEC in 2024. We'll be seeing a lot more about that into and beyond Bahrain.
Just looking at the pit stop for the number 2 Cadillac, which was at 3:19 local time, so half an hour ago. So I'm assuming that'll be the pit stop before the wheel fell off.
I'll get possibly a salt. We did hear there was a mechanic kicking the wheel. It could be just that it's grievous bodily harm or something like that.
That'll be in the garage. He'll have been under the car trying to kick it from the inside to the outside to get off. And the rate of thermal expansion of the hubs and the wheels and everything else is possibly what the issue was there. Although the hub, if it was a new one on, would have been cold, and the wheel would have been new and cold as well. So
it did, so when the wheel fell off of that car, it did follow quite an aggressive off-track moment on this corner here that we're looking at, turn 6.
It did.
So he went more off the track than usual. I'm not saying that caused 100% of the failure, but I really think it contributed to, because in the very next corner, that's where it fell off.
It wasn't the side of the car where he clattered the curb, it was the inboard side.
Well, that's what I mean, it was dragging onto the curb.
Right, okay.
Was it cause or effect? Was the wheel already started to come loose in a previous turn, which put him offline, and then the next left-hander it flew off?
That's what I think might have happened, but it was one either or, wasn't it? It was, it's a bit of a coincidence that it did fall off the same corner where it was dragging, that left front, where it was dragging along that heavily serrated curb on the exit of turn 6.
Team manager of the Cadillac team being told to report to the race directors as well. So what they want to investigate is if the wheel was on properly in the first place in the pit stop, which it seems to have been, because it was not his outlet when it came off.
We talked a little earlier about the Iron Dames, we've talked about Darian Pan, we've talked about Lilo Wadu, but so a quick shot there, by the way. We have Jean-Marc Fignot, who's the head of motorsport across the Stellantis group. Sitting next to him in the garage, Linda Jackson, who's the managing director of Peugeot, British businesswoman, but heads up the mighty Peugeot concern worldwide. You know, it was interesting pre-season when we were in the test program for the Peugeot, invited along to what was an effective soft launch for the 9X8 to hear what she had to say. That is the managing director of a European-based major company coming here to Japan in support of the efforts they're putting in to activate a World Championship effort with a hypercar. That's something we've not seen often enough.
Yeah. It has to come from board level, really, you know. I mean, but you don't often see the board members in action. Gunnar Jeanette defending 5th place from Julian Andlauer. And the Dempsey Proton Porsche comes down the inside into turn 1, through he goes. So that's 2 spots he's picked up in about 3 laps after getting past the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, the Northwest AMR car. And there is the face, the lovely smiley face you probably didn't see from too many T-Rexes back in the Jurassic era. Was it Jurassic? Antediluvian? I don't know. Before my time.
Well,
anyway.
an 8-year-old will be on Twitter any moment to correct you, I'm sure.
Every 8-year-old will be on Twitter to correct me, and not just about the age of dinosaurs.
It always strikes me as being quite ironic. First met Gunnar at Le Mans in 2000, where he became the youngest ever finisher at that point in the Le Mans 24 Hours, and here he is evolving, if you like.
He nearly has kids that age now. No, genuinely.
But, you know, it's a great effort. You know, this, if you're not sure why it is, the professional race team has painted their car like a dinosaur.
Why not?
Well, the answer is, and we'll talk about a penalty that's going to come to the class leader in a moment.
Another one?
Another one. The answer is that PJ Hyatt, this gentleman driver behind this effort, 2 kids. One of them likes unicorns, the other one likes dinosaurs. His helmet initially was painted in dinosaur livery, and they came to the conclusion, why not this? what they've unlocked with that is something very special, and I suspect it will turn the heads of others. There are other efforts like this. There's an infamous Lamborghini racing in single make racing in America that has a unicorn and rainbow livery, tribute to one of the kids. But the reality is that is drawing people to this circuit, to this race meeting, that otherwise wouldn't be here. That can't possibly be anything other than a marvellous thing.
Well, it just shows that to be a professional race team, you don't have to be deadly dull and grey. You know, you can be fun and light-hearted and still be super professional. And in fact, PJ still has a unicorn on his helmet as well, so he's got a dinosaur and a unicorn, keeping both kids happy. Let's catch up with Team WRT. Robert Kubica leads the race. Teammate Louis Delatraz is with Louise.
Louis Delatraz of the 41 WRT leading in LMP2. That was a great run from you, and Robert's continuing the job too.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we've been very strong so far in the race. It's very tough to overtake here. I reached out behind Hanson, who is very quick. I mean, United in general is very quick, and I couldn't pass. So I had to save fuel, and the guys made it in the pit. So big thanks to them. Still one more stop to go, but they've been awesome today so far. And yeah, just now we lost the lead quickly to the 23 United. I was stuck behind Philippe Bourgoin, who defended for like 10 laps on the blue flag, which I think is very unfair. But I mean, part of the racing, Robert is on it, he's on fire, he's back in the lead, and we're super happy.
And also in terms of championship, you're leading, and this, if it carries on, is just going to secure that championship for you.
I haven't done the maths yet. So, I mean, for sure, if we win, it's never bad. And we'll open the points, the gap of the points for the Bahrain. And maybe we're champion today, but I have no clue. That's not the goal. First, we want to win.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, there's a man who has particularly espoused, I think, the WRT attitude. It's not about the championship. That will be after the checkered flag. First thing, get out and win the race. Now, you see the two United Auto Sports cars, 23 Ben Handley, 22 Philip Albuquerque, running second and third. And just about Nico Veroni in the GTE Am leading Corvette car number 33. That has been handed another penalty for contact with another car. So that will be their second penalty. They have 4 minutes to go until they can make it on a final fuel stop, but they will have to also serve a penalty. So many different trials and tribulations in their race. Despite that, they will have saved an entire full fuel stop on the rest of the field.
It's 10 seconds to be added to the pit stop, and it was a contact with the number 86 car a little wee while ago. That 10 seconds, as things pan out right now, would drop them from first to third. That's how close it still is with an hour and 10 minutes to go.
Except they have to make one stop,
yes,
and the others are halfway through a stop, so
correct,
they'll have to make a longer stop.
Let's wait and see what the weather gods and everything else throw.
It's a good battle. Look at this. Albuquerque down the inside of Handley.
Through, hasn't he? Graham suddenly...
I don't know if he was way through there. That was pretty aggressive.
Graham suddenly, when we heard Louise chatting there to Louis Delatraz, started to do a little bit of arithmetic.
I'm
because
getting to that.
I'm not sure we'd focused on LMP2 Championship possibly being decided here.
Well, that car most certainly does lead the championship. 10 points to the good prior to this race from the number 34 car. The number 34 car was way down in 9th position, so this is going to shake things up pretty dramatically. The key thing is it is the number 23 car, or rather two drivers of the 23 car, that currently sit third. That's an odd change to make.
Again, looking at that, I think Felipe Albuquerque licked the stamp, and that was a full send.
I was going to say, if he was let through there, he made an absolute meal of it, because...
not sure Ben Handley thought that was coming.
No, in the same way that Hirakawa proved earlier on, it can be done quite a late move into turn 10, and but you've got to have the awareness of the driver on the outside. So Ben did a good job in that respect as well.
You can get to the apex, but he has to know you're coming, at least at the last minute, to open up the steering.
Well, the position, if I'm right, position is, at the moment, that this will put, if the 41 car finishes where it currently sits, on 135 points. There are 39 points on offer in Bahrain, which means that the second place car in the championship would have to be sitting at, let me get this right, at no less than 96 points, and one car is already on 100, and another is on 83. I don't think we can do it. I don't think it can be done here.
I was going to say I didn't understand that, but the final words are the ones I want to hear. I was just about to draw your attention to this battle. Brendan Hartley was the race leader when he got into the number 8 Toyota, is in danger of going down to 3rd because his pace has dropped, or the car's pace has dropped so much that Andre Lotterer, you can see, has been closing the gap, bringing it down gradually.
Yeah. And the Andre Lotterer is about to also go by the Van Walt. We see now is 6 laps down, still running, 9th place, but 6 laps down for number 4 car. So we'll listen to what's going on at the moment with Andre Lotterer and his pursuit of the 2 Toyotas.
Okay, Andre, 5 laps to go, 5 to go. We stick to plan on the tyres.
One other quick thing, as a thought here, what we've seen throughout this season, and in particular when we've got to high-speed tracks like Monza, like Le Mans, is where the Porsche has been struggling is often in straight-line speed. It hasn't done that today, so something has changed in terms of what they've learned about that car. We do know these cars are going to evolve and develop more than I think most people realise. I think you are going to see evolutions of these cars year on year on year, and development and more understanding of what the package can offer.
Yeah, they have seemed a bit more competitive in the straight line. I would say still not quite as fast as the Toyota in the straight line, but it was just enough today, as Jose Maria Lopez reported at the time when he was stuck behind it, just enough for them not to be passed down into turn 1. Interesting looking at the energy graphics there, how the 2 Toyotas, as we had spotted earlier on, have really come down, almost matching each other now in energy, whereas the Porsche is still obviously with that out of sequence early stop in their first stop, they're carrying less energy at this stage in the race. They're slightly offset to the 2 Toyotas.
Look at the muck along the outside of that track, the marbles, and still incredibly busy of the 36 cars that started this race, and we've got Corvette Racing 33 car on pit lane now, where it will serve that additional 10 seconds. So Nico Veroni will, with an hour and 6 minutes to go, hand over the championship winning car. That's already done, but they're going hunting for the race win here, and it will be Nicky Katzberg. Fred Mako suiting up.
With an hour to go. I mean, what a strange way the race is being divided up. You know, you've got a superstar like him, and he's going to do barely an hour in the car.
Well, we've got to look at the performances we saw from Lance Vanter. That was a bit IMSA. No. Where was the 10-second hold?
It might have been before the stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to do anything other than leave Lance Vanter in that car as long as he possibly could. For me, driver of the day, and actually approached only by Kevin Estre, who, I tell you right now, when those Toyotas caught him, I didn't expect to see a performance like that from Kevin Estre.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, Estre, I don't think he quite had the speed, perhaps, of Vantor, but Vantor, essentially, he's the one that got that car into the lead, pulled away, and drove absolutely faultlessly. So, yeah, I agree with the first comment there, Graham. It's close between the driver of the day, but so far, I'd say I'd agree with Vantor being just that.
Well, certainly a driver of the day in Hypercar, in GTE Am. Well, I would have said, unquestionably, Ben Keating, but he made the error.
Plotted the copybook.
He did.
Plotted the copy that move. I don't know what was going on there, but that change of direction, I don't know why. I mean, maybe there's a valid reason to it. I can't see one from sitting here, but just to sideswipe another car was very, very strange.
Fred McAbeeke, by the way, the significance of putting his helmet on, I was thinking, of course, you know, they're an hour to go in the race, is that actually the number 5 Porsche looks like it's about to leave the garage.
That's a good point.
And I hadn't really... Oh, hello. Looks like the floor is loose on the back of Alex Riberas' Aston.
Oh, possible some loose drops, turn 1. Possible loose drops, raindrops, turn 1.
Louise Beckett, is it raining with you?
I was just about to radio you and say I've just seen a set of wets wheeled out for a Jota stop, but with a little bright smile from the team. Come out, can't feel anything. It's are black clouds ahead, but not at the moment.
Right, well, to use wets, it's really going to have to rain properly. It takes a lot to dry this track. It doesn't take a lot to get it wet, though, Anthony.
No, it does. It seems to take a long time to dry. You're right, Martin, as we've seen that over the last couple of days. We've had good experience of that, but I would be surprised if the majority of teams' radar analysis is wrong. But it does seem to be a little bit in the air, but it doesn't look quite serious enough at this stage anyway, as we see the driver change down there.
Yeah, back to Michelle Gatting from Rahel Fry. So Michelle will do the final stint. Hour and 2 minutes in the race.
I think I've worked out what United Autosport strategy is here.
Win the race?
Well, they'd like to do that, but I think they feel at the moment with the car that Ben Hanley's got underneath him, he can't attack the 41 car. He's lost that position to the 41 car. 22 gets by 41, it takes points off them and it keeps the title fight closer. So if you can't, it does, because you're...
No, if it gets by them.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Whereas they've still got the opportunity, if it doesn't get by, 22 doesn't get by, they can switch positions.
What do you mean, but you think
23 is the United car better placed in the championship.
Yeah, but that was a genuine pass.
It was a genuine pass.
It wasn't planned at all. It might just be falling that way for them.
GTE Am pit stops underway. Hart Racing leave. PJ Hyatt's team with Gunnar Jeanette at the wheel of the green Porsche. Roger AO, that goes back out as well. Alex Riberas just behind him in the Aston Martin. And they will come out. Do they come out ahead of the Corvette? They come out behind the ORT by TF Aston. That's had a shocking race, that car. That is last in Am. I can't think of a time a TF Sport Aston's been last.
3 penalties for track limits was what did the damage there.
Tynan, yeah.
It was a drive-through, it was a stop, go, and a stop and 10-second hold. It's 56 by the way, Rex Easton, Hansen and Matteo Caroli.
Well, it was a driver change, was that? Okay, yes, there was. That was GR Racing's Ben Barker in the black Porsche, just having Davide Rigon squeeze by in 54, the silver Porsche.
Yeah, Rigon really letting the back of the car hang out through turn 14. I thought, wow, that's is that a mistake? But then when I looked at the driver name, I thought, no, that's just Rigon having a bit of fun there. Fully in control at all times.
Don't forget, 4 years ago, Davide Rigon and Sam Bird were the other stellar team in GTE. But when Sam Bird had too many clashes, he fought with Formula E. He rescinded his seat there. And then Davide Rigon also had clashes and stepped back from the team there. Had they not, they could have been the hypercar drivers by now.
Davide, you may or may not remember, a couple of years ago, had an awful shunt at the Spa 24 Hours and was out for quite a long time with back and neck injuries. Came back, and bad enough that it's one of those things that you have to anticipate is going to affect a driver's career and a driver's pace. He's come back and he's just as bonkers as he ever was.
Yeah, lovely guy, very quick.
He's awesome.
Yeah, super enthusiastic. And, and for them, with Thomas Floor in that car, they know it's really important to try and get onto the podium. And at the moment, they are lying in second.
This is the final scheduled stop for the number 6 Porsche.
First of the last. Now, are they going to make 59 minutes and 45 seconds on fuel?
Yes.
Are they going to make it?
Yes.
Are they? Are they? But are they, though? Now, the question is, what was the problem at the beginning of the race that meant that they had to come in early for fuel?
Well, the really weird thing is,
or so early.
The really weird thing is, was it enough fuel in the car? Well, it's to start the race. I mean, it couldn't have been that. Surely it couldn't have been the underfuel the car to start the race. So it had to therefore be fuel feed in some way, that they weren't getting the fuel out of that. But how have they solved it?
But how have they fixed it? Exactly. How can you fix something like
a small fuel problem?
Pickup?
Is the way it was
could have been a different rig.
Could have been a different rig.
If pre-grid, you fill it with one rig, it gives you the false reading, and then you suddenly see on the car, hang on a minute, that's not the reading we were expecting from the fuel rig.
Yeah.
Let's try a different rig in the race. Oh yeah, now it's all working. It's all making sense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Old viewers like me will think, well, no, you put in the 2 bottles and you fuel one until it fills the dump bottle, but that's not how it works these days. You have to put in a metered amount because you don't always fill the tank. You put in the amount of fuel you are allowed to go in the tank which may be bigger in case rules change.
Yeah, both Ferraris, Ferrari Hypercars on pit lane at the moment, double stacked with the what should be their final pit stops
And
of
the
this
Toyotas
race.
will come in a lap apart, maybe 2 laps apart. Is 4% enough for 2 laps?
No.
3% was barely enough to get Kevin Estre around the final lap, was it? So there will be a lap apart.
Gustavo Benitez, by the way, also on pit lane, is under 20 seconds back from this, from the less well placed of this pair.
Yeah.
So there's, you know what, progress still to be made. So cracking lap underway at the moment from Kamui Kobayashi, the lead of this race, the number 7 car.
Wow. Purple first sector and a best second sector. Did somebody just tell him it was qualifying? And he's in traffic. It was, now he's clear.
Yeah, he's been impressive this weekend, I must say. He's threatening Vantor for driver of the day so far with his speed.
It was his in-lap, of course, and he rolls down pit lane as well now.
You can sometimes use a bit more energy on your in-lap when you. The way it works, energy per lap.
Yes.
You can use a bit more if it's an in-lap. The way it works, as soon as you press that pit confirm button and the car knows it's coming in, you get more energy because you're not completing a full lap.
Like a Labrador that knows it's going to get its dinner.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good analogy.
So Kamui Kobayashi.
Brendan Hartley now leads in the slightly off kilter number 8 car. He's having to make several adjustments to the car through the lap. Now that's not something that he's necessarily that familiar with. You didn't do that so much manually in the LMP1 hybrid era, and he's not been a Formula E driver where they are making changes to the balance for every corner. So it's hard to make mental work.
Jeff, for your information, we could be struggling with the clutch when you stop, so take some margin, please, and no talking on the radio when the car is stopped.
Oh no! Is it got? No, it's been repositioned.
It just came in. I think
gently smoking as well there.
Yeah, it was, and I wondered whether that was tyres.
No, it was coming from the engine bay.
Okay, 56 minutes remaining.
So Jeff's managed to stop the car, no problem, and he's in the right position. But how's this launch going to be? So they've got to do the not full service, but at least fuel, and they're going to put some tyres on as well, just on the left-hand side, perhaps.
Well, if they've got any of their allocation left, it might be left sides only.
Yeah, they're ready there, aren't they?
Meanwhile, by the way, FIA 8 seconds ahead now of Gustavo Benitez on his outlap. The battle for 5th place is a 3-car affair still between the 51 Ferrari, the 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche, and the number 94 Peugeot Total Energies 9X8. The 3 of them separated by 120 seconds.
Little change at the back of...
Oh, it's in the garage.
That's oil. Little change at the back of the Peugeot. Saw them with little keys there making in fact, it wasn't a little change to the aero, which is only adjusted at the front of the Peugeot. What fell off down in front of the radiator? Something just dropped off.
Did it?
Yeah, a little, like, bobbly black cap or something. Yeah, in there. That's the... Exactly, thank you.
He's listening.
Yeah, thank you. What are they regassing? Aircon? Are they regassing the aircon, or are they gassing dampers?
Well, he said there's got a problem with the clutch.
Oh, is it pneumatic?
It's more hydraulics. They've been pumping in some hydraulic fluid into the back of the car there for the clutch. And
not like the World Series car that had air compressors for their gear shifter.
No, I could see him. It was this is like
pumping it up.
It's just the pump, just pumping oil in.
See, the drivers should have one of those, like in an old Bentley or something, pumping up the fuel pressure.
Well, they've got the anti-roll bar changes now, which they never used to have back in the LMP1 days, and that's actually because the rules are more in line with IMSA these days, where they've always had that, so they had to introduce that into WEC.
Leader in, final stop for Brendan Hartley, Toyota number 8. Championship leaders, Le Mans winners, reigning champions.
Fended off the attack from Andre Lotterer throughout that stint with a car that was clearly not, we heard it from Brendan, not in the best of order.
See that just on the fuel hose there, it's got a gauge on top of it, and that's the digital readout as to how much fuel is actually going in, and it's got an auto stop on it as well.
I think that's also, if it's I think that has a counter. It's about fuel connection time.
Correct.
So you've got to have that connected.
Yeah.
So that will be telling him when he can take that
That's what I mean, it's the gauge. Yeah. So, but it auto stops as well. It's not just down to human input. It's they're reading the exact amount when it, or we say exact amount, and maybe that's what, if there's any kind of digital error, like a sensor error, then you can easily end up with the wrong fuel in the car, even though the number's saying the correct thing.
And that, by the way, is the instrument that allows us to show you the energy that these cars are actually receiving, because it is that virtual filling that they're doing. It's the 100% is judged by the time that is connected, not just by the fuel that's going in.
It's all part of the BOP, isn't it?
Yes.
How they measure the amount of fuel that each car in the category of hypercar needs. Oh, and immediately a lockup coming into turn one for Brendan.
Cold tyres. Ferrari unlaps itself from the second place of the Toyotas, but the number 7 car, Kamui Kobayashi, has already gone through. 12, 15, he'll be nearly 20 minutes clear by the time Brendan Hartley gets up to speed.
He is not enjoying this car this weekend, is he?
Now, Andre Lotterer was 9.2 seconds behind at the line. He will be significantly less than that.
7 seconds now.
It'll come down to 2 or 3 seconds there. Is that the Toyota in front?
There are kind of micro sectors here. It's about 7 seconds back, coming down a little faster now.
Because the Porsche is up to speed and the Toyota is not.
Car 8, 2 cars in front, is for position. They've just come out and locked the front left at turn 1.
I love it. Any kind of inspiration you can give a driver, just a bit of more motivation. Not that Lotterer would ever need that. And he's had a lock-up too, and I think he's got a dirty windscreen, and just basically he's in trouble. You're not. Go get him.
Well, no question that he will be heading off to do it. Let's get down to the pit lane with Louise.
Jean-Marc Finot, the Peugeot team did a great job to bring the 93 in and change whatever needed to happen. So tell us what the problem was and what they needed to do.
Okay, so I suppose you ask what happened on the 93. It was a control of the hydraulic system, as there were no stack at the place where the car is. There is no risk of position. We prefer to make a control for the car to keep on finishing the race for just 1 hour.
We saw it on camera, but tell us, what did you do to resolve it?
I didn't catch it.
What was the fix? What did you do?
About the pace? I didn't catch it.
How did you fix the problem?
It was just a control of pressure. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so it had had a very slight hydraulic leak, it seems, and so they were pumping up the pressure. Meanwhile,
this is a battle in LMP2 for third position. Robin Fries and Ben Hanley. By the way, while we're watching this, new fastest lap of the race so far has gone to the race leader, Kamui Kobayashi, 1:30.780. He's trying to put a padlock on this one.
Somebody did tell him it was qualifying. Robin Fries goes down the inside of Ben Hanley. That means that the WRT car is up to third. WRT also leading with car number 41, Robert Kubica. So it's only Philip Albuquerque in the 22 United car, 7 seconds ahead of this, who is interrupting a WRT 1-2.
Yeah, and Philippe Albuquerque something like 9.5 seconds back from Robert Kubica with the Cadillac, the recovering Cadillac between the two. So looking very good at the moment for WRT, looked very good at the start of the race for United Autosports, but some of that attack appears to be falling off a little on board now with the 57 car, and that's the 86 of Ben Barker in a battle for second place.
Fantastic battle here. Ben Barker, having been passed by Davide Rigon, holding off Miata.
Yeah, that is the off, man. I'm telling you, there's something wrong.
Copy, Brendan. We just need to hang on. 6.5 second gap to the Porsche behind.
Something wrong, but his lap times are still in clear air, just marginally better than the Porsche. The gap is under 6 seconds.
There's a slight frustration that nobody's believing him. Just get on with it. No, I'm telling you, there is something wrong.
And actually, from my experience in that, more often than not, the driver's right, and they'll find something with the car afterwards, whether it's like a leaking damper or bodywork that's not performing the way it should have, you know, delaminated or whatever. There will be something. The driver's got such an immense feel. I mean, we can feel 1 or 2 psi of tyre difference from one to the other side. We can feel if the brake pedal is slightly longer, whether we put new brake pads on the car or new discs all round. You feel that instantly. And so Brendan's picking up something. Look, I know I've driven this car in free practice. There's a motor down there at turn 1.
Wow,
car 77.
that's Julian Andlauer. He's having a shocker.
He's pushing so hard to...
But penalised for track limits.
Yeah.
And now he's spun it.
Well, is this an out? No.
He got hit. He got hit.
Okay.
Rexy was on the attack.
Matteo Cairoli hit him.
Yeah.
Another ex-factory Porsche driver.
Well, Matteo, astonishing, he has never been. But he's a Porsche contract driver.
Super pro driver.
It seems to have delivered on the contract he'd been served. It's a bit of a hit, I'm afraid, there. But
doesn't look to have sustained any damage to the back of that car. Maybe it's a different story for the front of the 56.
This is an intriguing battle. GR Racing really in a rich vein of form at the moment. They've had podiums this season. Podium, I think, at Le Mans, did they not, in GTE Am?
Trying to remember now, it's so long ago.
Ben Barker, been part of this effort since the very beginning, will be a part of it to the end of the GTE era. And then we see what happens with GR Racing, who are not going to be the team nominated for LMGT3 for Porsche next year in the FIA World Endurance Championship. So Ben fending off this young Japanese talent, locally based car guy, liverying the Kessel Racing entered Ferrari, and a young man chasing on here, Ritomo Miyata, who has a potentially glittering future as part of the Toto Gazoo Racing family. He knows this track very well, has raced here for several seasons, current Super GT star in the GT 500 class, and those cars are, how can I put this, they may look like GTs, but they're very prototype.
Yeah.
This is likely the slowest car he's driven here since his single-seater days.
Yeah,
and that's always tough, actually. Sorry, Martin. It's always tough to drive something slower with less grip than it is to drive something with more grip that's a bit quicker.
It's to his credit that he's contending here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, because you know you've got it in your muscle memory to brake later, put your foot down earlier, trust the car in the cornering to carry the speed, and suddenly the thing's sliding around, locking up, breaking traction when you're trying to accelerate, and you're having to restrain yourself the whole time.
Hour 5 of the 6 Hours of Fuji penultimate race of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And after a wet run into the race day, it was warm and sunny and dry, most of all, on the track. With our full field of 36 cars ready to go racing in front of nearly 55,000 fans. Toyota dominated in qualifying, locking out the front row of the grid from Porsche Penske Motorsport, 3rd and 4th. And right from the start, Lawrence Vanthoor on the inside of row 2 was looking to go under, over, or if he had to, around the pole sitter Mike Conway. Almost nobody in Hypercar actually stayed on track in the first corner, despite 2 warm-up laps, still cold tyres, and there was contact. Number 8 Toyota got a biff from the 50 Ferrari, and the 5 Porsche picked up a puncture. The safety car was out, though, for Luis Perez Companc. He spun the 21 Ferrari and then rolled backwards into the 83 Ferrari, rolled backwards into the gravel. Safety car scrambled to rescue him. Number 5 Porsche came in and had a new tyre fitted, but they did not make a secondary stop when it went green and picked up a penalty. In the battle for second in GTE Pro, brief advantage for the Iron Dames. Toyota had been 5th and 6th and then started to work their way up the order in the first stint of the race as the number 6 Porsche led from the 2nd placed 50 Ferrari. Gradually the Toyotas worked their way by the 51 car and then finally putting 2nd place to bed. Mike Conway going by Miguel Molina in the number 50 Ferrari. Ferrari's early pace starting to fade. Number 94 Peugeot squeezing by the number 2 Cadillac. Alex Lynn's performance dropping off. And then the penalty for 33, the leader and the champions already in GTE Am, making contact with the 54 Ferrari. Ben Keating earning a substantial penalty. That put the 85 Iron Dames Porsche in front in GTE Am. 99 Proton Porsche stopping in the garage with problems with the seat belts. Contact between Hypercar and LMP2 car. And then the number 6 car's 4-hour tenure of the lead came to an end on its in-lap with the number 8 Toyota of Rui Hirakawa finally dive-bombing him. Three-way battle for lead in GT Am into the 4th hour. Nicky Katzberg applauding as teammate Nico Veroni took the lead. And unfortunately, El Bamba, a couple of laps out of the pits in his Cadillac, shedding a wheel. Number 7 Toyota going back in front. Kamui Kobayashi flying into the closing stages of the race. Toyota 1-2 in LMP2 41 leading for WRT from the 23 and 22 United cars. And in GTE Pro, it's the 54 Ferrari of AF Corsa that leads as the Corvette racing car makes its final pit stop. Inside the final hour, 42 minutes remain. Toyota 1-2 from the Penske Porsche, which is still hovering in 3rd place and could yet strike if the number 8 car hits more problems. Ferrari 4th and 5th. Hertz Team Jota recovering from a troubled race to go 6th. WRT just outside the top 10, leading in LMP from Alpine and Jota. The United cars now having just stopped, so they should cycle back towards the front, but it does look like a WRT potential win. AF Corsa's 54 car leading in GTE Am from Kessel Racing, and the Corvette machine in 3rd place. The Iron Dames just 2.6 seconds behind. There may be more to do in that class. Corvette have made their final stop. The others have another fuel stop to go. So lots more stories to be written, and even the recalcitrant number 5 Porsche is just about to go back out on track. So far, all the 36 cars that started are going again, because the Floyd Vanwall car that looked to be in with a major oil leak has left the pit lane.
Yeah, hopefully if they've found that it's not leaking anymore, it's not because there's nothing left in it, but we'll soon see. Would say as well, there is another penalty to report, and that's a 2nd penalty for the 77 Deputy Proton Porsche track limits. You're completely right, Martin. The 77 currently in 6th place in class with Julian Andlauer. I'm afraid a podium looks a distant prospect now.
Now, we sort of assumed from the volume that it might have been oil under the van wall, but the marshals who were sniffing what they'd picked up on their fingers will have known what it was. Actually, thinking about where it was in the car's floor plan, I think it's more likely it was a hold radiator. And that looked like a lot of oil to be coming out of something, unless again it was a hold oil radiator. Yeah. So it might have been that, but whatever, the car is out and running again, and I'm sure so is the number 5 Porsche with Fred Macco at the wheel. So 36 we counted out. There are 36 cars running, and there's only 40 minutes to go. Now, you didn't get that reliability in the Group C era, or in GT1, or in LMP1.
Car 41, still in the hands of Ron Kubica, and that car's just come out from what it will be its final routine stop. And WRT have turned that car around 2 seconds faster than the 22 car from United Autosports that follows it. The gap is, what is that, 13.4 seconds. Yeah. Team WRT's Robin Freins in the 31 car. Water from the engine, we're being told from Louise. That information coming our way from our pit lane officials. So you're absolutely right, it was indeed coolants. 34 are Le Mans winners this year on pit lane for what will be their final stop inside 40 minutes, and these cars can make it home from there.
Looking here at our GTE Pro Am leader, AF Corsa's Davide Rigon in the 54 VistaJet Ferrari. He leads from Kessel Racing's Ritomo Miata. And when we're looking at the Kessel Racing car guy Ferrari, we often think of great battles in the past. actually with this car, with Kai Cozzolino in the car guy's car. Where is Kai Cozzolino? Well, he is here. He's actually racing the AF Corse number 21 Ferrari, so different livery, but still racing here.
Confused the heck out of me when I bumped into him, and then he was walking down the pit lane, and he just suddenly walked into the wrong garage because he's in the AF Corse car, because he's racing in the Michelin Le Mans Cup with his Yukilan Kazumi-san, who is here having his full WC debut.
And so, yeah, you saw him last week in a more normal situation, and then you see him this week in the wrong place.
Yes.
So, no, very, again, confusing. You look at the yellow car, that's Kai Cozzolino. Not this weekend, it isn't. Might be next year, might not be. Who sees, who will have to wait and see what happens there.
It's Italian-Japanese is Kai Cozzolino, and a thoroughly lovely guy. Has looked after car guy for a long
drive-through
time.
just being served by the number 2 Cadillac.
That was the pit lane infringement from some time ago, as we are on board and looking backwards towards the other locally based car. We just talked about the car guy team. This is D Station, the 777 car.
Ben Bark, it can't be Ben Bark. No, it is looking back from the car guy car, but the cars are a lap apart. So D Station and car guy face off across the roadway about a mile from the garage.
Well, we've seen this throughout the season, haven't we? These two teams seem to find themselves together on track and seem to find an opportunity to exchange body panels. I think if you were to look in the back room of both these teams, you'd probably be able to make a spare Aston Martin or Ferrari from the bits they got bent this year.
So I need to have a little look, talk amongst yourselves. I'll go and have a look and see if the stewards have told us why there was a penalty for car number 2.
As in specifically what they did on pit lane?
Yes.
Okay. I would hazard a guess it might have been too many people over the line.
So FIA is just overtaken us as we ride on board with the 777 D-Station car, and FIA is actually only 13 seconds behind that of Pierre Guidi, who's in P5 in the number 51 Ferrari.
That gap has been as low as 9 seconds, as high as 14 seconds. And is back to 14 seconds now. CFA is pushing hard, but so too is Ale Guidi. And well, if he can get to the first Ferrari, the other one is only 11 seconds ahead of that. So there is potential here for quite the result for Hertz Team Jota. 6th would not be bad at all.
Problem is he's not really closing on
He's not
Guidi,
really,
no. Everybody in the Toyota garage just all put their headsets on. I don't suppose that's because it's Beat the Intro or Pop Quiz. Ken Bruce on yet? Probably not. But I'm not quite sure why they've suddenly decided that everybody needs to put their headsets on. Is that another Brendan Hartley radio message incoming? He seems to be keeping the pace up. All right, he's nowhere near the pace at the moment of Kamui Kobayashi.
Yeah, he's lost 23 seconds to his teammates since he jumped into the car, but he's most critically, he's keeping that margin actually extended slightly over the car. We're looking on the screen here of Andre Lotterer. It's up to now 7 seconds. So, he's comfortable, but probably still wishing that he could be closer to his teammate.
Yeah, we say it every time, these situations, but it makes it no less true that we repeat it. It's just a stumble away from losing that position.
Yes.
You know,
one little further niggle with the car, which has clearly got niggles, and an off-track excursion.
One run on at turn 1, and how many times have we seen that this weekend? Could easily be done.
Just thinking of Toyota and the 26-point advantage they had coming into this event over Ferrari, who obviously haven't had a brilliant day and they're down in 4th.
Crew,
Just wondering, is it still possible for Ferrari to beat them in the championship if Toyota finish 1st and 2nd here today?
I would have thought unlikely. I think you might be able to say that we've got another champion here. I'll start doing some number crunching in about 5 minutes.
In the drivers, it requires basically neither Toyota to finish, I think. Because you're not going to be lagging 3 laps behind and still be in the top 3 or 4 like was the case a year ago. Because if you're lagging 2 or 3 laps behind, you're not even in the top 10 in Hypercar.
Exactly.
So that's the issue now, that if you do have a problem, it's not, it's all right, we're only 3rd or 4th, we still get a big hatful of points. If you have a problem now, like the number 5 car or like the Floyd Van Wall car, you're out the top 10. because they're, and next year, doubly so, because we're going to have 2 BMWs and 2 Lamborghinis and 2 Alpines joining in, and potentially the Isotta and the Vandal will still be there, so maybe another one. So instead of a dozen, we're going to have 18 to 20 cars maybe. And so actually even getting points is going to be quite a feather in a cap of a new car.
It will be, and it'll be harder for the new manufacturers, new entrants to come in and fight teams like Peugeot that we're looking at now, who are now in their, coming to the end of their second season, their first full season. They joined halfway through last year, of course, didn't they? But the more the time goes on, this has been Peugeot's most faultless race. I've probably cursed it for them now. They've had that one the hydraulic issue, seemed to be a small issue, but they fixed pretty quickly. But that's really big. But out of the 2 cars, I think this is by far the most reliable race.
And one they wouldn't have fixed if they were in a tight battle. They said,
exactly.
We had space in front, space behind, nothing to lose. Right, fix it now, carry on. So again, add to the knowledge of what the cars are like at speed, not dealing with a problem. Ooh, again, Cadillac needs to find a way to make their tyres last.
It's such a challenging circuit for that, and that's why we see the Toyotas out in front. They're the team, talking of experience and longevity in the program, and that's exactly what Toyota have over their rivals. They're trying to take the fight to them. It's you get a lot of test sessions at Le Mans in the build up to that race, that big race, but that's not the case here. You arrive and you drive. It's straight into the event. There's no real and on top of that, we had complete mixed conditions the whole way through. So these are the driest conditions we've had all weekend.
One of the things that the opposition to Cadillac have that Cadillac don't have is a second car. And yes, they've got the US programs and they can get data from that. We do know there's an evaluation for a second Cadillac for next season. There's no announcement, there's no decision been communicated yet. But that's more than the sum of its parts, if you see what I mean. It does give you the opportunity to get more track time, to try different strategies back to back. The thing I think that Cadillac would be most encouraged by this weekend is not the form of the Cadillac, it's the form of the Porsche.
Yeah.
Because those two are built to the same set of regulations, the LMDH regulations, part of this complex but fascinating hypercar class. And we've had a competitive run from a Porsche 963, more than Porsche 963 today.
Fastest man on track right now, that man, Fred Makovici, 36th and last, but he's just set the fastest lap of anybody on the last lap.
We've got another 2 penalties, by the way, and both in GT Am. First is for Matteo Caroli, currently running in 5th position and was looking potentially to make more progress up the order. He's going to get a drive-through penalty of the contact we saw with Julian Andler at turn 1, the 77 car, and it is a 4th penalty for track limits for the 25 Aston Martin, the ORT by TF, this time for Charlie Eastwood. The penalty counter resets with a driver, so it's a drive-through only, but that comes after 3 earlier in the race for Michael Dunn, and it's been a desperately poor race for them.
And you know, Charlie Eastwood is the pro driver in that lineup. He's not the guy who should be making track, earning penalties for track limits. So, yeah, they've had an absolute... in fact, Amadou Harthy hasn't.
Yes.
The other 2 drivers have had an absolute shocker.
Could be an interesting dinner meeting, couldn't it?
Right. Head in hands. See, Michael Dinan threw his head in his hands now. He'd miss and drop it on the floor.
It's funny that, the pro driver gets into a car crew. I've been in that position myself. And, you're only human. You do make mistakes and you're driving the car right to the ragged edge. But there's that extra pressure on you as the professional driver, as the paid driver in the team, to somehow deliver this magical expected performance every single time, and it's a huge pressure.
But for Charlie, he is the professional hired driver. They're 2 laps behind the next nearest car in front of them. They are last. Exceeding track limits is not going to make that better.
No.
And when you've been warned and you're told what corner it's at, when you keep doing it,
it's just,
let's see if he gets a black and white. Let's see if he gets a penalty for a drive-through, because until you get drive-through...
He's just served his drive-through.
Oh, he's served a drive-through, okay, yeah.
Meantime, Clash of the Titans, United Autosport versus Team WRT, and this is for 2nd position in LMP2. Filipe Bielka does not appear to be able to challenge the race leader, but could this turn into a 1-2 for Team WRT? They're already out by the way, with their test team and the BMW hypercars they'll be campaigning next season here, and there's every chance as well we'll see them in GT3, LMGT3 with the BMW M4.
And that gap in 4 laps has gone from 2.7 to 1.5 seconds. So Robin Freins is catching hand over fist. So he's got the quicker car and he's got 28 minutes to use it. Now, actually, when we talked about the newcomers coming, BMW, a little bit like Porsche Penske Motorsport, have got the advantage that they will have raced the car for a full year and broken bits that break and learned how to fix bits and all of that stuff before they come here and then have to start learning the track. So they'll be a little bit ahead of the game compared to Lamborghini, who haven't raced it anywhere, and it will be a brand new car. Andy Zotter, if they get an entry. And Alpine. And Alpine, again, they'll have done some testing. They won't have raced it, but they do know the tracks. Yes. So they've got that, and they know it from LMP1 as well. So they've got that knowledge, but the car will be new. So there's going to be all sorts of differing amounts of information coming in.
It's fascinating in exactly the same way as the evolution of this season has been fascinating. Yeah. If we'd have sat down here this morning and someone had come in here and said Porsche can lead this race for 4 hours, we'd have laughed them out of the booth. 4 laps we'd have gone with. Then we're on row 2. Okay, maybe. But actually, this is the fascinating thing about a season in which so much is new. There's so much that we don't know, and that the teams are finding out rapidly. And this is what motorsport does so very well. It takes a problem and it solves it, and that's why it's still relevant. In a world that needs solutions, motorsport can be very relevant.
Nicky Katzberg, talking of very relevant, closing the gap on the second place Ferrari. That's the Kessel Racing car. So you've got the yellow Corvette and the slightly less yellow Kessel Racing Ferrari. The gap is coming down.
17 seconds to the leader from third, Nicky Katzberg. And it bears repeating, what an astonishing season this Dutch driver has had, winning around the world in 24-hour races and the World Championship and in a variety of machinery, which is the most remarkable thing. Le Mans winner now with this Corvette C8R in its final year as GT LM or GTE car, and the team will transfer to a GT3 car next season. That'll be coming here with TF Sports. Nicky is being rewarded with a full season drive in North America. And
we were saying, actually, joking at Monza, him and Nico Peroni, that Nicky Katzberg ought to start looking at the 24 Hours of Zolder, the 24 Hours of Barcelona. I love Barcelona, I've done that before. He said, no, but to try and win them all in 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, winning in class, in overall, the Nürburgring 24 Hours in the new Ferrari. Yeah. It's not just the speed, it's not just the racecraft, it's the versatility and the consistency that's amazing.
And that's the mark of the man, is that he's hired for the N24 as a Ferrari driver. He's doing the World Endurance Championship and Le Mans 24 as a Corvette driver. He is versatile and clearly has never taken a match to a bridge in his entire life. He is... I mean, he's good with everybody he's ever raced with, and all the people that haven't raced with him like him too.
And has won 2 titles this year in ACO rules racing. Asia Le Mans was champion in a BMW.
I don't know if you heard me, I have some weird vibration on the front end when I'm turning at low speed. I would say it's more like an oscillation on the front axle.
Okay, Brandon, feedback is that it's the front motor for power control, and it's not an issue, the vibrations that you feel.
Might not be an issue on the pit wall.
Yeah, there's definitely something not quite to his liking, something not right at the front end of that car.
Again, his pace is spot on. A 32.2 last time round for Kamui Kobayashi, a 32.19 for Brendan. So whatever it feels like, and clearly a bag of spanners, he's still being able to wheel it round at competitive pace.
But he's lost another 4 seconds from the last time we mentioned the gap between the two cars, now up at 28.5 seconds. Between him and Kobayashi, who's got no need to be pushing out in front now with that level of margin.
But he is, because Brendan's also added 4 seconds to the margin of Andre Lotterer. So Kamui absolutely is pushing.
Yeah,
he's going as quick as anybody else out there, even though he's leading by a day and a quarter.
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen all race long the Toyotas had the speed over the Porsche. I'm not surprised that even Brendan, with the troubles, is able to pull away It's just because they were stuck behind for such a long time in the dirty air. When Lopez was driving, there's just no way through for him, and then the tyres overheated as a result. And now, you know, Brendan is in clear air, and that gap's gone up to 9 seconds, as you say, between him and Lotterer. But yeah, the gap, 29 seconds now between him and Kobayashi. Kobayashi's just out there. He, you know, maybe, who knows, he could be going even quicker if he wanted to. Yeah. But Brendan is reporting some oscillation, some vibration through the front there. The team can only see that it's still doing the correct thing in terms of how much energy it's able to recuperate and deliver. Yeah. Maybe it's affecting the handling, though. That's something they can't see, but Brendan can feel. I'm not sure how that would work, but if he's feeling some oscillation and that's coming through the steering as well, then it must be affecting the grip, the balance of the car. Something isn't right. I mean, Brendan, he's not 29 seconds slower than Kobayashi per stint.
No, he's absolutely not.
It's just not.
Robin Frijns, by the way, has closed that gap to under a second now. This is a real battle right now for second position and for the glory of a 1-2 finish for Team WRT here.
And part of this will be how the teams have used their tyres. Remember how dominant United looked early in the race? Maybe WRT were just suffering early, not putting fresh rubber on when they had the opportunity, staying in touch, and now have got a little... I mean, it's not that Robin Frijns is that much faster than Philippe Albuquerque. He wouldn't argue that he's a second a lap quicker, so there must be an advantage in the car there somewhere.
Yeah, it's a tyre thing, definitely. It's the way they're using the tyres, and I mean, the WRT has been really quick in race trim, I must say. It didn't quite have the speed in qualifying, but it's not about qualifying.
And maybe that's because they were set up and were a bit lighter on their tyres, and that's now playing over 6 hours, not 15 minutes of qualifying.
It's exactly what we said before the start. Limited track time in dry conditions, you can sometimes get it wrong and have more of a qualifying base car than a race car, and WRT have had that.
Seems like Yifei starts struggling with his tyre from the last 10 laps. Keep it up.
Copy, we push.
Yeah, he's not even keeping it between the white lines on the last lap, so that's a very valid comment from the Peugeot engineer, and that's the kind of encouragement a driver needs. Now, you can feel the performance dropping off, you feel your speed going. No, he's not catching you, he's dropping back now. Keep it up, that's what you need.
Yeah, so Yifei, who we said before, I thought was... Yeah, we said he was hovering around the same, maybe slightly catching the Ferraris here and there, around 14 seconds. It was 13 seconds at one point when I mentioned it. It's now 20.5 seconds. So the message to Menezes there in the 94 Peugeot is absolutely bang on from his engineer. Go get him, because he's clearly starting to struggle here.
He's got 10 seconds to make up. We've got 21 minutes of this race remaining.
Easily doable if you got that kind of speed advantage, and once you get there, then there's very little that sometimes they can do to defend, as we saw when car 8 arrived at the back, when it was Hirakawa driving, when he arrived at the back of car 6, who we're looking at now.
I was just wondering if that was going to be a chance there for Robin Frijns, if the Porsche had arrived just a fraction earlier and kept the 22 United car offline, Frijns would have been right on him.
It's going to be so hard for Frijns to overtake. We heard from Louis Delatraz, didn't we, saying it's such a difficult track to overtake him, fair and square in an LMP2 car. You're going to need a bit of help from traffic to make this work, I think.
That was almost an opportunity. And look at the way the United car comes off the corner faster than the Porsche did, because the Porsche came up the inside, but it was tight, lost traction, and the United car swept around the outside. Are we going full course yellow?
Yes, we are.
1, full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
That is not what they needed. Oh, monster lockups here. Now, I don't see anybody stationary on track.
Debris is what I'm hearing.
Well, Louise is asking. It is a bit of van wall. It is a tab, an aero tab, I think, off the nose of the van wall, where it goes from black to lime green. There's a view of some of the tents that the fans have got ranged around here. Loads and loads of cover, because, and this news just in, it does quite often rain here. And it's, I suppose it's like going to Croft or Donington, or if we went to Silverstone, you know, people would come prepared for what the weather forecast suggests.
Spa.
Hello, Spa. Nobody takes a tent to Spa.
Actually, I mean, it's not that bad. Come on, Graham. There are limits.
Right. Full course yellow will be rescinded any moment. And anybody who's been feeling under pressure might be just feeling a bit better. But it's not going to be a long full course yellow. It'll end at 4:39.45 in 25 seconds.
And I wonder, seeing those cars, that they may have been caught out there. It seemed to be quite a late course. It certainly was for us.
To remove full course yellow.
Very late call.
And I wonder if some teams get caught out with overshooting.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Thank you to everyone. Full course yellow removed. Pit entry is now open.
The Prema cars have been running nose to tail throughout the entire race. However, although they are nose to tail at the moment, as you can see from timing and scoring, they are not 8th and 9th or 9th and 10th. They're 8th and 10th. So somehow they've gone a lap apart. And I can't recall a penalty for either of them. But the number 63 Prema car has made one extra pit stop. Not sure if that was a penalty or an extra pit stop.
There are always winners and losers during a full course yellow. Everybody hits the full course yellow button at the same time. But if you're in a slow speed corner, there's less of a disadvantage because you're already going slow. The real disadvantage is when you're in a straight line, you have to slam the anchors on at high speed.
Or where you are on the track. Imagine you're coming onto the straight and it goes full course yellow. You're chugging along there at 80, but if you're coming out of turn 10, you would have been doing much less speed for 10 of those 20 seconds as you crawled up the hill.
The thing is, because in a slow speed corner like that final section, you're already only really doing 80 kph.
Yeah.
That's what the speed limit is.
The perfect place would be if you're at the hairpin at turn 10.
And I look at the timing screens after that, and unfortunately, Gustavo Menezes was doing a great job catching in his Peugeot. He was catching FIA. The gap's now back up to 18 seconds between the two of them. So it was down to 10. That's what he's lost on the full course yellow track position.
We saw a couple of lockups down here into turn 1 because it was I think quite late, and the teams are telling the drivers when to slow down. There may yet be issues with cars not having slowed down in time for the full course yellow.
There usually are.
There usually are. They look at everybody's telemetry, and there is a fractional margin of error if you're not down to 80 Ks by the time Eduardo gets to 0. But it is fractional. Proton need another stop. Nobody Proton need another stop. Nobody else does.
And that's why, for people wondering, maybe new to WC, that's why in Formula 1 you have the virtual safety car.
Yeah.
Because you drive to a delta over a whole lap rather than hitting a full course yellow button that limits your physical speed. If you're in a slow speed part of the track, it's a massive bonus.
"16 minutes to go, and race still alive in LMP2, in particular for second place, where Felipe Albuquerque is trying to fend off the ever closer attention to Robin Freins. Freins going hunting for second place and a 1-2 for Team WRT, the 41 car in the hands of Polish XF1 star Robert Kubica comfortably leads this race as they came out of a short full course caution. For the overall, Kamui Kobayashi is now 34 seconds ahead of a struggling Brendan Hartley, with what sounds like a kind of catalogue of minor issues aboard the number 8 car, but he's still going well enough, gentlemen, that he's kept the gap to the long-time leading number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 in the hands of Andrei Lotterer to a steady 9 seconds.
Yeah. Ben Hanley and Charles Milesi. This is Ben Hanley in the United car chasing the lead, Alpine at Milesi. And there is the team watching on. Charles has a little lock up, and here's a chance for Hanley. But you're going to need a bit of help from something else other than that. Can he get his nose inside?
Yeah,
he does.
He was really struggling there.
He really did, didn't he? But then he doesn't have the momentum onto the straight because he goes in shallow and comes out, or goes in deep and comes out shallow, and Milesi slaps his way back past. Bit of Rubbins racing.
Yeah, it was a bit aggressive. I don't think that Hanley expected him to come back through on the inside.
No.
I thought he thought it was job done
Look at the advantage in tyres United have over. That's a whole stint over the Alpine,
and that's why it's inevitable. So he's flashing him just to let him know that I wasn't quite sure that move was on into the second to last corner, but it was a plucky moment from Milesi, and now
down the inside
he sends a proper move on him down into turn one. It was inevitable he's going to come past anyway with tyres of that age, but Milesi put up more than the fight.
Meanwhile, Robin Frijns within half a second now of Philippe Albuquerque in the other United Auto Sports car, so we need to jump forward to that one. They are 20 seconds behind Robert Kubica, but it is the battle for second place, and as Graham pointed out, if 31 makes the pass, it will be a WRT 1-2.
Now, the steering is not straight anymore. It's on me. Copy. Do your best. Do your best.
Yeah, not long to go, and he's 13 and a half minutes, and he's complaining here after that contact into turn 15 that the steering's not straight in the car anymore. I think we're going to see a replay here. So, yeah, I mean, Hanley does try to tighten the line, but he couldn't quite keep it as tight as Milesi. And was trying. I mean, that wasn't the normal racing line from Hanley there. He usually go much wider. So Milesi had committed. And
that's it on board.
That's usually got overtaken in turn one.
Usually implacable Ollie Jarvis said, "Oh, come on!" And then, that's about as cross as he got. And then applauding that pass. So the 23 car moves up to 4th. So at the moment it's WRT United, and it seems the boot is on the other foot with WRT versus United compared to United's Ben Hanley against Alpine. Is that Albuquerque, well, there you go. Oh, no, he doesn't have older tyres. Robin Frijns has actually got tyres that have been on 2 laps more.
This has really hurt the United there, guys, overtaken through turn 6. This has given Frijns a real opportunity now. He's going to try and go to the inside, and Albuquerque knew it, and there's contact, and he's through.
Stuff. Good
he just couldn't. I mean,
there goes the call.
I can't blame Frijns in anywhere at all there. That was hard racing from both very, pro drivers that knew exactly, as I did. I knew it had to be on the inside. Albuquerque did as well. He did go to defend on the inside, but it wasn't quite enough. And it was that later move. It's actually slightly more Albuquerque's fault why there was contact.
That's brilliant racing.
I tell you what, that was a brilliant call, and David, you spotted that.
As soon as they met the traffic in turn 6, that was it. And it's exactly what I said before. He was waiting. Frijns was waiting for that moment. There's nothing that Albuquerque could have done. Brilliant stuff. I mean, it was overly aggressive from Albuquerque. I wouldn't have liked that myself if I had contact into the corner. He'd be like, look, I've done you. I'm on the inside. Don't come across and hit me. So, it was a little bit overly aggressive. It's great to watch. If it happened, I'm just thinking about putting myself in the car and I was Frijns. No, I wouldn't have liked that. I got through anyway, and once they had made initial contact, get stuck in, son. Carry on going. Drive through on the inside. The corner's yours. And I'm glad that Frijns didn't chicken out of it and back out of it.
It's a real block pass down the inside there. If you're on the inside, that's it. You've closed off the corner, and the only way off is for him to go through the grass. So, but don't forget, Robin Frijns is a Formula E racer. That would have been water off a duck's back.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I've had way worse than this.
That contact. You should try racing Andre Lotter in a Formula E car, mate. What that reminded me of was Albuquerque and Antonio Felix da Costa in LMP2 in Bahrain last year. Do you remember? Door banging all the way around half a lap.
What? That's what I do like about a sports car. It does allow a little bit of a touring car style moment here and there. What's Hartley saying?
Yeah, so it's minus global P-valve +2 for third one, and Bravo 3-8.
Copy, thanks.
Maybe just give me 2 messages next time.
Still struggling with the tools inside the car to just try and perfect it, or try and get closer to anywhere near perfection of balance. But it really doesn't sound like he's winning in that respect. It's been a mission to try and stay on top of an ill-handling car, but not so for the car we're riding on board with now, of Kamui Kobayashi.
Is Yiffy Yi going to take a place off the Ferrari story? No, he isn't. Not only is he losing ground, he's had a final public warning for track limits as well. So he can't keep pace and he can't keep the car on the track at the same time.
Well, he's trying to fend off Gustavo Menezes and doing it at the moment, but at what cost?
Well,
on pit lane for a final splash with under 10 minutes to go comes the number 99 Proton car.
And don't forget, with the issues that they had earlier, they're sort of all over the place in terms of normal, you know, routine stops.
A broken seatbelt, quite remarkable.
Yeah.
So that incident between Frijns and Albuquerque has been noted.
It should say brackets and applauded, because actually that was, I mean, it was hard and fair racing, and they are two super professional sports car racers, and if they're not both in Hypercar within the next 24 months, it's going to be an absolute disgrace.
Well, Albuquerque already is in GTP in the IMSA Championship, and Frijns, I have zero doubts we will see him in something possibly run by the same team he's racing in LMP2.
Ex-BMW driver Robin Frijns, you're saying, shouldn't possibly go to BMW?
It wouldn't be right for me to comment.
It wouldn't, would it? Well, we can certainly speculate, and you know...
Oh, can we?
If Hypercar has got your interest this year, and why wouldn't it? 2024, oh boy. Yeah, Louise mentioning that another clue of the factory BMW driver Robin Frijns maybe driving a BMW was that he's already tested one.
Has he?
Yeah,
you can, well, you know, if you look at me, this is my not surprised face.
I know. WRT, you know, after Audi cancelled their LMDH program, were looking around for something else. Of course, they have now gone to BMW in the World Challenge GT3. They're running the BMW GT3 cars. And there's a prospect. We've got Ferrari here in Hypercar. BMW and WRT come to GT3 and Le Mans. Would Valentino Rossi be an addition to the World Endurance Championship grid's momentum? Let me think, yes.
Yes. You know, it's at the moment it's a rich vein of form in terms of the quality of the racing, in terms of the brand value that comes with it, and people are following. You know, I have been through periods of my career in sports car racing when it's been something of an outlier. It doesn't feel like that now.
No, it really
doesn't.
There
are a lot more people not imbued in sports car racing in my life. They're actually asking me more and more relevant questions now than they ever did, and that's a brilliant thing. And the fact that we can talk about it at multiple levels with hypercars from multiple factories, fabulous road-based GT3 cars coming from more manufacturers in GT than we've ever had. That as well has got to be a good thing.
Albuquerque's not giving up here. They've got similar age tyres and similar age performance. No, never. No. But I did expect Frijns, who was just sitting on the back of Albuquerque's car, just to, once he had made that move, to just pull away. So I don't know if he's got any damage to his car after that contact, but Albuquerque is fully on the rebound here, isn't he?
6 minutes to go, 2 laps plus this one, maybe. I mean, he could have a last lap lunge. Well, let's see if we can answer that question with the team.
Well, there's 7 minutes left, Philippe, so whatever you've got to do, if you get an opportunity, just sling it down the inside. Do whatever you can.
I don't think he needs any more encouragement to sling it down the inside.
In terms of what this is like, in all the time you're racing LMP2, was there ever a point where it was good news that Felipe Albuquerque was behind you? Other than when you've just gone by him.
It was frantic stuff the whole time in LMP2 because you're driving the same cars, same powertrains. It really is down to little nuances of performance between different teams or different drivers, and I think that's part of the fun of LMP2. You know, what you're seeing here, it's not about a technology race. It's about man
and machine. Man is the overriding factor.
Lots of women involved in.
The human element rather than fastest car always wins, because it's not always the fastest car.
So that's the thing. That's what makes it such a hard-fought battle in LMP2, because there's nowhere to hide basically as a driver in that category. And I'll miss it from the World Endurance Championship next year. We'll have them at Le Mans, of course, I keep saying, but it is a category that can breed incredibly successful and competitive drivers moving forward into the hypercar category.
Well, you're going to get all the WRT drivers, the Freinses and the Kubitzers and the Habsburgs and stuff, and just put them into hypercars. So they'll be door banging with Ferraris and Lamborghinis and whatever else is. So the racing spirit of the drivers won't go. And, you know, engineer there, Gary Robertshaw, just saying, you've got 7 minutes left, stick the boot in, son. You know, it probably is. Any half an opportunity, take it. You know, you got nothing to lose. Second and third, and just trying to fight that place back. And, you know, we sort of thought that maybe somehow WRT had engineered you know, an extra stent, newer tyres, but that's not the case. And Robin has clearly buried those tyres to get to and to get by Philippe Albuquerque. But now he's only got to last 2 laps and stay out of harm's reach. Now, only and actually doing it are different thoughts.
And also, you know, as Albuquerque proved, because it looked like he had him completely covered, let's be honest, before he reached that car in turn 6, the Corvette, I believe it was. So all it takes is Freins to come across the car the wrong time, wrong place, and you can easily have them swapping positions again.
Yeah, the problem for Philippe is that actually most of the slower cars are behind them. They're not going to catch them before the end of the race. So
that's annoying for him there, isn't it? The van getting involved.
That really didn't help. And actually, I did think out of the final corner, Albuquerque really struggled for traction compared to Robin. He lost a lot of distance coming onto the straight. He makes it up in the rest of the lap, but it's that final sector, even almost the final corner. It's Rui Andrade and Sean Galale, and standing above them is Louis Delatraz and the United Garage there, watching to see if they can snatch a second place. The van wall's in the way. The van wall is not quite as quick at this stage, or in parts of the track at least, as the LMP2 cars. So who's at the wheel of the van wall? The moment is João de Oliveira.
He's 4-5 laps down on this battle.
I know, but it's
2 minutes to go.
But he is in a quicker car, so I mean, you can't always stay out of the way of every battle that you don't know is an actual battle. For him, they could be 3 laps apart. He doesn't know.
Well, the trouble is, you know, the car is faster and slower at different points on the track, so you know it's a little bit slower perhaps in some of the slower speed corners, but it's going to sail past here down the straight and then do the same to Freins that it did to Albuquerque the lap before.
Yeah.
And here he comes, look. Okay. They've got the straight line speed, but it's not as good on the braking.
The problem is that's basically finished that battle without a problem here for the Team WRT car in what will...
Last lap.
The next last lap. One more.
Well, don't speak too soon, Graham, because like I said, you know,
there might be.
The WRT might find it difficult with the van wall through the next couple of corners, and that Toyota's trying to find its way past the van wall as well.
Now, what we're going to get in 10 days' time in the full access program is the fly on the wall ending of this race from the WRT garage, because I saw the crew in there watching the drivers, watching the race, so that's going to be worth watching just for this bit.
Well, we've had some drama of that description before. You might remember the earlier editions of Full Access with Vincent Voss telling his crews, hang on a minute guys, calm that down. There's a little bit of afters between the 2 crews.
We're watching the Toyota here, but I really want to see what's going on with the car 22, because I think with that traffic in front of them, I think things are getting pretty spicy in the last couple of corners there on that final sector.
Is. It's less than a tenth between the 2 as they come through the second timing sector.
This is back on board with Albuquerque.
Yeah.
And I think
that's the van wall.
They have swapped positions.
So where did that happen? So
my experience coming through there, because there was all that traffic in front of them there, the GT car, they had the van wall that I'm sure played its part in that final sector, and we were watching the Toyota.
Yeah. This is the final lap. Here comes the van wall going by the number 10 car from Vector Sport, which is 7th, and they're back up to 2nd. Philippe Albuquerque, Robin Freins in 3rd.
We've got to see a replay of that. What happened in the final sector?
Yeah, Robin Freins almost drifted the car through turn 1 there.
I reckon Albuquerque sent it down the inside into turn 10, that's my guess.
Yeah,
there was traffic everywhere.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, wow. What a battle.
There's quite a large hole in the side of that WRT car.
Where?
On the side pod.
Left or right? Well, we'll take a look at that later on the slowing down lap. Halfway round the final lap, more than halfway round, coming down through 9 towards turn 10. Car number 7, and this is Kamui Kobayashi, the man who started the weekend by putting the car on pole position. Mike Conway led away and led almost all the way to the first turn, and then 4 hours later Toyota finally took the lead, but problems with the number 8 car have given the number 7 car chasing in the championship the chance to close down that points lead. They started the race 25 points behind their teammates, and they will be 7 points closer as it is victory in Fuji for Toyota Gazoo Racing. They go 1-2. The number 7 car claims victory, and as long as he makes it to the line, Brendan Hartley will be second. Of course, is Davide Rigon, first to the checkered flag. Victory for the 54 car in GTE Am. It's a Ferrari 1-2 because Kessel Racing's car guy machine will be second, and WRT United, well, the United and WRT battle has crossed the line. So 22 will be second, 31 will be third, and it will be victory for Robert Kubica in the 41 car. But there, Thomas Floor and Francesco Castellacci bouncing up and down in the AF Sport Garage as they claim victory here in GTE Am. Kamui Kobayashi with the door open. It's been hot work. It hasn't looked very sunny. It is hot and humid outside. It's in the mid-20s, feels like 30s when the sun is shining through the clouds. GT Am winner right behind the overall winner, Thomas Floor, Francesco Castellacci and Davide Rigon. And we're still waiting for Robert Kubica, who crossed the line not long ahead of our overall race leaders. He now comes out of the final corner, and he will bring WRT to victory in LMP2 here in Japan. It is victory for the 41 car, and their 1-2 result undone on the final lap by United Autosport's Philip Albuquerque. Rui Andrade and Louis Delatraz claim victory with Robert Kubica.
Giant step towards what now looks like a likely title bid in Bahrain. Not quite done here, because we've got bigger points on offer for the 8-hour race that finishes the season. But that was a win that came to WRT, courtesy of a stellar drive by all 3 drivers, in particular by Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, he really was the one that made the difference there today. But I mean, of course, Kubica, it was teed up by Delatraz, but he ran with it afterwards as well, and untouchable today, that car 41.
Just a quick question, how many Polish drivers have won an FIA World Championship? I mean, we must be looking at the fingers of one hand, if any.
I doubt there's any, is the honest answer.
Technically, it won't be a world championship,
no,
but yeah,
I agree.
They won't be at the gala at the end of the year.
Now, in terms of rarity, Angolan drivers?
I suspect that's not a long list, is the honest answer.
Not a long list. Of course, we're not counting those chickens before we get to Bahrain in 2 months' time, but they have the points lead and have extended it over their rivals.
I would say as well, there's another part to this story. It's a subtext, but I'll mention now before we get into celebrating the winners, which is, it used to be quite rare in a World Championship level sports car race that every car would finish the race. There have been trials and tribulations, but all 36 cars that started this race have taken the checkered flag.
Are they all going to be classified as finishers?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Yeah, none of them have been greyed out on our timing screen, which means that 185 laps completed by the number 5 Porsche should be enough.
That was a great drive, wasn't it, from Kobayashi? I know that Hartley had his problem, but 39 seconds he pulled on Brendan Hartley. And to be fair to Porsche as well, they put up a real fight, more than a fight today, to finish just 47 seconds behind in a pretty trouble-free race for all of them out there. We had only one safety car period, one very small full-course yellow, and 47 seconds behind the race winner Kobayashi, and only 8.5 seconds behind Hartley. So a great performance by the Car 6 crew.
proper battles in all 3 classes, more or less throughout the entire 6 hours. Huge credit to the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew for taking that fight to Toto, who we expected to dominate this, let's be blunt, gentlemen.
Yeah, they made it a race today.
They absolutely did.
Well, now, if it had been Peugeot or Alpine or somebody who had been here before, that would have been one thing, but the Porsches have never turned a wheel on this track before this week. So, and also, Porsche Penske Motorsport have not been competitive this year. Well, 1 podium finish so far, and they were not the front-running Porsches in Spa. That was Jota. They were not the front-running Porsches in Monza either. So, did they lead at Le Mans? I know Jota did.
They did. So everyone had their turn at Le Mans, didn't they? At some point.
But it's to come to a track you've never raced at, with a car that's still in its development phase, and lead Toyota for 2/3 distance at a home track where they have raced for decades, and they're racing this car for the 3rd consecutive year. That's a remarkable achievement. And, you know, for the first time in a garage, I think Roger Penske will be royally pleased with his guys. I mean, really, really should be just praising them to the roof, because I think it's an astonishing achievement.
That was the kind of performance I assumed Porsche would be putting in with Penske this year when it was announced. And well, it's taken up until now, but it just goes to show what a hard game this is to get right. And when you're up against such competition,
it is.
Yeah, exactly. When you're up against such competition like Toyota, you know, the bar is set very high.
We said from the very start that what we're about to see is how good Toyota were.
Yeah.
And it's taken this long for a second major factory team to step up. It wasn't Ferrari's day here. It was, I think, Porsche's day just as much as Toto. They will go home almost as happy as if they've won it, I think, the Porsche guys today. They can now feel what the gap is rather than it being a gaping void.
Here's the race-winning car crew, car 41, who we were talking about earlier. Great feeling as you drive the opposite way down the pit lane. All the other teams out there congratulating you as you work your way down towards the podium. But yeah, you know, Toyota, I think they showed their experience today. They went about this race in the right way once they realised they'd lost the lead in that first corner. It was a difficult track to overtake on. Very similar pace to Porsche in a straight line, and Ferrari as well, and they found themselves stuck behind them for quite a long time. But they didn't panic. They weren't ruffled at all in any way, and methodically worked their way back to the front where their true pace of their car should have been. And I thought we were going to see a great fight between the 2 sister cars, but that didn't come to fruition. I'm sure we'll find out in time exactly what the problem was with the car 8.
Well, they reckon it was something in the front motor system. So, yeah, and again, you know, the driver feels it all the time, and the data may not show it, but it's doing something. The data may not be measuring what it's actually doing. If it's vibrating, that's not something the data will measure. It'll measure power output and torque and everything else, not a drive shaft vibrating or something like that. And again, you know, I think Toyota did everything right. No tactical errors, no mistakes in the pit lane, no driving mistakes, you know, more than you get in a busy race full of traffic and muck offline.
And I think they switched cars when they needed to as well at the right time. I couldn't argue with their decision-making process in that stage. Yes, there's Ferdinand Habsburg and Sean Gallale. They worked their way down to the podium area as well.
Rebecca Jones, who's had plenty of time working with those over the years. There's various very different PRs. She's with the Porsche Penske Motorsport team. They will have a lot of positives to write about. And look, there you go. A little. Yeah, sorry for that. I had this and I was this and that, you know. But these things happen in racing. Everybody knows they do, but you don't want to walk away with people thinking that you're an absolute doofus. So you go and say, "I'm really sorry. I didn't see you, and it was this and that." And yeah, okay, we're fine.
It's the time when the rest of the car 7 crew get a chance, say, to communicate. I thought you were brilliant today, boss.
Sign here.
Did we say 15%?
And you know, all three of them had a really strong race. They all raced really strong. You know, Conway just kept going back to get them up towards the lead, and then Jose Maria Lopez absolutely was on fire, and Kamui was just, a class act as always.
Here's a little tableau when to watch the overall winning proof GTE Am. The final order, they of course is 54 for the 57 Kessel Racing Car and the 33 Corvette. 22.7 seconds separated those three cars. Guess what the penalty was that the 33 car got for hitting the 54?
30 seconds.
Cost of the race.
Yeah. And that wasn't their only penalty either. They had two penalties.
We believe it was retaliation for something that happened earlier on, but it just goes to show, no matter how mad you are, how angry you are, it's not worth it.
Kamui Kobayashi, all of the drivers from the 7, that was a great run for you. The competition didn't make it easy, though.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, I think Mike got difficult time. Honestly, I think to overtake in this track is not easy at all. But I think once we became clear, I think the pace-wise, I think was quite brilliant. So thanks for the team, and of course thanks for all the fans coming here to support us. Was to finish 1-2, it's our target, but to achieve not easy. But I think to make it, it's a fantastic feeling. Thank you.
And we must also say the Manufacturers' Championship as well.
Already? Yeah. Thank you very much. Nobody tell me.
Congratulations, Toyota. Thank you.
Hang on a minute, you're the boss. You're supposed to know this stuff going in.
He's too busy driving the car. It's the trouble when you've got double commitments.
Now, the story about the Ben retaliation is that there was retaliation when Thomas Paul ran into the back of the Corvette and ran him off the track after that previous incident, and that's what he was saying he wasn't happy about. But as far as Ben was concerned, they both moved together, but the steward saw it that he moved together more than the 54 car, and 54 ends up with, for them, a very treasured win. Sunny start to the day after a rainy lead-in to the 6 Hours of Fuji. Cars gathered on the grid, 36 to take the start. The teams and drivers anxious to attack this historic track. Toyota have been the dominant force in qualifying. They locked out the front row of the grid from the Porsche Penske Motorsport duo, comfortably their best qualifying. And right from the start, it was clear that Lawrence Van Tor was determined to try and get in among the Toyotas. He came down the inside of pole sitter Mike Conway, who was running wide anyway. They went off, so did the number 8 car, so did the Cadillac, so did almost everybody else. The net result, the lead for the number 6 Porsche, and second place for the 50 Ferrari, with the Toyotas down the grid. In GTE Am, a spin for Luis Perez Compact avoided just about everybody, but he rolled back into the gravel, triggering a safety car, and that nearly saved the race to the number 5 Porsche, who'd been hit in the first corner and picked up a puncture. Ben Keating's second place battle in GTE Am with Sarah Bovi, the arch rivals, continuing in their dice behind the D-Station Aston Martin that led early on. Toyota regathered their forces and started to work their way up the order. Arch rivals Ferrari here not quite on front-running pace. They went by first the 50 car, the 51 car, the third place, and then the 50 car to ease their way through into second. Number 8 leading the charge in the hands, number 7 leading the charge in the hands of Mike Conway. Number 8, Sebastian Buemi, following through as well. Plenty of close racing among all three classes. Porsche versus Cadillac in Hypercar, Corvette versus Ferrari in GTE Am. That, though, was decided by the stewards to be the fault of Ben Keating. He would serve a 30-second drive-through penalty for that. Problems with the seatbelts slowed the progress of the 99 Proton Porsche, and just before the end of 4 hours on his in-lap race leader, Kevin Estra's number 6 Porsche was dive-bombed by the number 8 Toyota. More trouble for the Cadillac, which was wearing out his tyres too quickly, then shed a wheel and lost laps regaining a hub. problems for number 8 Toyota in the final 2 hours saw it cede the lead to the number 7 car. And in the closing stages battle, WRT taking the lead away from the 23 United Autosports car in LMP3. Number 22 from United and the second WRT car battled for second, but after a late stop, the Corvette, the 54 Ferrari hit the front. Victory overall would go to the number 7 Toyota as they closed down the championship lead on their teammates who finished second on Toyota Gauzy Racing 1-2, with Air, of course, winning in GTE Am and WRT in LMP2. Well, you can still see the vast amount of tyre debris at the side of the circuit. Graham Goodwin, you're good with this sort of nonsense. Is this the first time we've raced in Fuji in my tenure of the microphone where we haven't had any weather-related hold-ups?
I think we've had, I know you famously have very seldom seen the mountain.
Twice.
Which tends to indicate we've had weather for most of the time. This was a blessedly weather-free affair, and all the better a race for it. We have one very short full course yellow, one short safety car, and other than that, this was absolutely foot to the floor, door banging, 6 hours of fabulousness.
Or Fuji as it's known. What's the record number of laps? We've done 229 laps.
I'll have a quick look. Bear in mind the Hypercars.
Sam Smith, let me know.
Yes, I'm sure we can do that.
They're probably not as quick as didn't have completed as many laps as an LMP1 car, but it's been clean. As you said, one full course yellow because a bit fell off a very small bit fell off the van wall, and a 2-lap safety car. It's the first lap incident. Well, it's a Toyota 1-2, and Anthony, for the Japanese fans and for Toyota themselves, they own this facility. Actually, that's really important. That's sort of expected. And these three guys went a very long way to ruining all of that.
It might have been expected in the past, but now with the immense competition they have, I don't think it necessarily was. So car number 7 actually gained that 1 point for pole position as well, didn't they? So they're 8 points closer to the sister car 8. I believe, by my simple calculations, that they're 15 points now behind them in the championship only.
I thought they were 26 behind.
No, that was the constructors. Toyota constructors were 26 ahead of Ferrari.
Okay.
So yes, I mean the difference is made, by the way. Had that the result been reversed, the difference would have been 29 points.
Yeah, that would have been
this is an important race for these two crews to take this to the season finale.
An enormous boost of confidence, I'm sure, for Porsche Penske Motorsport as well. That, you know, those guys, it's their second podium of the season. They took another 3rd place earlier in the year, but they have never led Toyota for 4 hours. Nobody's led Toyota for 4 hours.
What's happened to Rio Champagne there?
Gone off in the handgun.
Well, it's a mark of the progress today.
That's a Harry Timmer. It was fine when I said it.
It's a mark of progress today for the 3rd place winning crew. That they look genuinely disappointed to be on that podium in 3rd.
Yeah.
And you would never have thought that a race or two ago. That was cracking stuff.
I think they should be very, very satisfied with the way they drove the car, with the way they ran the race. It was flawless. They used all the performance they had. And Lawrence Vanthoor, you know, he was going to take the lead in the first corner come hell or high water, wasn't he? So, yeah, I mean, that really showed their aggression from the start. Their intent was right there, nailed to the flag post on the first corner of the race. And they held Toyota off for 4 hours. At which stage, Toyota will have been thinking, how do we get in front of them on the road? Because that is the only way we're going to be in front of them on the road, because we cannot pass them.
But they had to wear them down, quite literally, with their tyres. They had to. Their main strength today, Toyota, was the way that the car was kind of on its start, and they sussed that very quickly and realised when we arrive at the back of the Porsche, we're just going to sit there until we pounce.
Fuel, and that was the key.
Well,
they saved fuel and
so when Hirokawa first arrived on the scene, he had obviously been running in free air, and he whistled through pretty effortlessly on Kevin Estre into turn 10, and then eventually, after a long time trying, Lopez did the same move, and that was that. And I think that's what Porsche knew. As soon as Toyota were in front on the road, they were never going to be headed. And look at the size of that special trophy here at Fuji.
Trophy, isn't it? I mean, really, I saw that earlier on. That is an epic trophy. You know, that's for a race win here at Fuji. It's not the Le Mans trophy, but it is a monster. So that is confirmed then. They are the Constructors' Champions.
Are you asking or telling?
I'm asking.
I suspect that is absolutely true.
Louise is not normally fed duff information. I don't know who fed her that information, but we will go with that.
Well, hopefully it is the case, because I want to go to Bahrain with the gloves firmly off for these two car crews. And then,
absolutely right.
Then there will be no team orders, and they can fight each other right to the end of that race.
Well,
with,
there is
points
the
and a half
result.
available.
With Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2, nothing like as predictable as you might have expected here in Fuji. Porsche Penske Motorsport led for 4 of the 6 hours, finished just 8 seconds off the second place car. And then Ferrari 4th and 5th, keeping their dreams and hopes alive. Hertz Team Jotun 6th after their trials and tribulations, ahead of the Peugeots, who struggled here a little bit more, I think, than we had hoped. Proton had problems with their car, so did Cadillac, so did Floyd Van der Waal, so did the number 5 Porsche. LMP2, WRT 1st and 3rd, United 2nd and 4th, honours even-ish there. AF Corsa claiming victory from Kessel Racing and Corvette. Corvette had planned to do just 4 pit stops in the 6 hours. They did do 4 fuel stops in the 6 hours. Their other 2 stops in the pits were penalties. So it didn't quite happen the way they wanted, but the Corvette team certainly had their eggs in a row here. 178 to 138, 40 points clear in the Constructors' Championship. Toyota cannot be caught, but the driver's title is a 3-way hunt between the crew of number 8, number 7, and number 51.
LMP2 podium ceremony. Let's welcome our winners.
So our LMP2 champions yet to be decided, and that will all go down to Bahrain, and that will be in the first weekend of November. Yes, no, yes, go. What? No, who? What?
That's why I didn't take the start.
Because there's no announcement going on.
So harsh. Everyone's so young.
Robert Kubica.
That's why you put him in to get the job done at the end.
Louis Delatraz and Rui Antoine, they have cycled around how they use their drivers several times this season. They're trying to find the ideal combination. The 22 car with Freddie Lubin and Philip Albuquerque and Phil Hansen, United Autosports, but a 1-3 for Vincent Vos. So the Belgian national anthem for WRT. Robert Kubica there, Louis Delatraz, and Angola's Rui Antoine. 3rd place also going to WRT, and there will be a large degree of ribbing between Philippe Albuquerque and Robin Freins. They will both have enjoyed that a lot, I think. They're both hard racers, and hard racers respect hard racing, I think. Ferdy Habsburg, I'll have the boost. No, you have to have the trophy first. Robin Freins and Sean Galale, and again, that trio have had a good season.
Still want to see that last lap between on the encore. I want to see how Albuquerque got back in front.
I think that just missed the cameras. Yeah, that missed the cameras, but we may have it from the full access cameras because they were in the garage.
I have heard somebody trackside, and I'm told it was a dive bombing worthy of the Battle of Midway.
Yeah. Well, the Freins pass on Albuquerque demanded only a similar retaliation, didn't it?
I think it's something on the lines, passing him in turn 5, but started the dive bomb about turn 3.
Coming in off a long run-up, you're saying. Not that long a run-up, but long enough. So, victory for WRT.
Cracking race in P2.
Yeah.
United Autosports will be scratching their heads and wondering what the heck happened there. Brilliant stuff from WRT. Brilliant stuff.
So there is your LMP2 podium, WRT's 41 crew, the 22 from United Autosport in 2nd, and car 31 from WRT finishing 3rd. Breaking loose with the champagne. A Swiss, a Pole and an Angolan claiming victory in a Belgian run car. There is no punchline, but it is an unlikely combination of nationalities.
What an amazing formula in recent years this LMP2 class has been. Team WRT lead the Endurance Trophy with 135 points, 23 points ahead of inter-Europol competition, with United Autosports just a single point behind. What a galaxy of talent in terms of drivers and teams it's providing for international sports car racing. It is the 41 crew that lead the championship ahead of the 34 and then the 23.
33 points in it. How many available in
38.
Bahrain? 38.
39, sorry.
39. So it's almost whoever finishes ahead of the other.
Well, it's a win for WRT, the number 41. The team boss has just come over to congratulate you. That was such a good performance from all of you. LMP2 was just so tight.
Yeah, as always, LMP2, we know is very tight. There is not a big number of cars, but at least 10 cars which are always fighting, and the grid is extremely compact, but we managed to execute good race. We had a good car, thanks to the team. We did a good job in complicated free practice because it was wet, dry, so we never know. Today was much hotter, so yeah. Anyway, good decisions, good job, good execution, and celebrating another win this year.
Well done.
Now, of course, they can be caught, but basically only if they score nothing and only if their next closest car wins the race. So it is very, very likely, barring mechanical disaster or a massive shunt, that they are going to walk away from Bahrain with the title.
This is the Endurance Trophy Teams Championship, already done, of course, for Corvette Racing, but Iron Dames second now, ahead of the 54 AF Corsa crew.
And that gap has closed because they now finished fourth, and the AF Corsa crew won, so just 6 points in it there. Ben Keating and his teammates have eased away again from the Iron Dames, but they'll be fighting for that second spot.
Okay, we're good to go. You're ready now. A huge congratulations to the 54 car crew. You did such a fantastic job, and I'm really, really happy for you that you've got this win.
Thank you so much. It's been a long time in the making. We really pushed. We never gave up, and we think we should be in the top three. Big bad luck in Monza. Now this race was a clean race, and my team is the best team, honestly. How everybody pulls together, it's amazing. In times when we didn't have such a success, and we couldn't be more happy. So I'm so proud of these guys.
It's really come together in Japan. Well done.
And we are proud of him, man. So much. Good job, Thomas. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it their first win? Is it? It could be, you know.
I feel in my water it is. I couldn't say without certainty.
I'll do a bit of checking.
I feel that it is. And Thomas Flora is the key here. The national anthem of motor racing rings out for Ferrari 1-2 here, because it is the car guys, Kessel Racing Ferrari, that finishes second to the AF Corsa team. You mentioned third for the Corvettes.
You mentioned Thomas Fleur. I mean, Thomas is a classic example of a gentleman driver who's come up through the whole ladder. Started off in the first year of what is now the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and has come up through and served his time. Different driver, crash magnet, to be blunt, in his first couple of seasons. You wondered whether or not he'd make it, and now, as we said in the qualifying show, you've got to start thinking about him being on the first two rows of the grid every single time.
Yeah. Ben Keating there on the far right-hand side of the podium, with Nicky Katzberger in then centre, Nico Baroni on his left. And there's the car guys crew, Kessel Racing, this small team from essentially Ferrari won make championships for decades now from Switzerland, and have really stepped up so successfully to the world platform.
Not their first win.
No.
I'm tracking back, but actually, the last win I can trace is 2017 here.
Right,
and double Fuji race winners.
And I'm thinking that was one of the ones with Giancarlo Fisichella. As soon as I said that, I thought, I'm sure they won at least once with Fisichella.
It was Miguel Molina.
Oh, was it?
It was.
Was it indeed? Well, Ben Keating and the Corvette crew cannot be caught. They are the champions. They have one more race to bring the curtain down on GTE. They will be the last ever GTE champions of any kind, and they will definitely want to go and execute cleanly in Bahrain what they had hoped to do here.
I'll say now, by the way, what you said a little earlier, which is I misread something that we're given about that incident. The retaliation that I reported was actually retaliation he believed on him, not the other way round. Yes, I'll see him and shake him by the hand.
Yeah, because basically Thomas Floor, he says, then followed him round after their clash together and then pushed him off at turn 1, which was not reported or spotted or penalised.
So there was a retaliation, but it wasn't.
It wasn't Ben. That move with Ben, he thought was,
Cleared up.
they were both trying to squeeze each other and half. Jota 1-2, Porsche complete the podium ahead of the 2 Ferraris and the Hertz Team Jota, the top privateer Porsche. Then the 2 Peugeots coming in team order, 7th and 8th ahead of Proton's 99 car delayed with a seatbelt issue. The Cadillac, the wheels fell off their wagon, literally as well as metaphorically. Team WRT United and Team WRT the podium in LMP2 ahead of the 2nd United car. Alpine having a bit of an off-form weekend here. The 36 car was in 5th in class, but the other car at the tail of the field, just ahead of the delayed Floyd Vanderpool car that made it to the finish but had a water leak. AF Corsa finished and GTE Am victory ahead of Kessel Racing and the Corvette in 3rd. And that is Fuji done and dusted for 2023, the penultimate round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And always a pleasure to come here and see the enthusiasm and the knowledge of the fans, the reception that the drivers and the teams receive. Graham and I can pass unnoticed in the paddock. Anthony has to add another 30 minutes to any journey to sign autographs, receive biscuits and cakes and kisses and cuddles with babies that he doesn't know. So whether you're a current driver or have been a driver at any level effectively in motorsport, these fans see you and very politely ask for an autograph or a photograph or a signed signature on the model.
It's a really special place. The mountain is just popping through the clouds to say goodnight. Yes, it is.
It's like Godzilla.
It's always a special place to come here. We always get a fantastic welcome. We were delighted to be back after the pause for the pandemic, and it is surely a firm part of this championship forever.
So one more round to go to decide the majority of our titles. Certainly the Hypercar Drivers title, the LMP2 crown, and so on. And there's lots at stake as we get to the 8 Hours of Bahrain, first weekend of November. Until then, from everybody here, from the whole FIA WC TV crew, on behalf of Louise Beckett, Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davidson, as well as our production team in the truck, Martin Haven, saying thank you for joining us, thank you for getting up early or staying up late wherever you are. We'll see you from Bahrain, free practice 3 live on YouTube, and then qualifying and the race on your local TV network or on the WEC app. Until then, from Fuji, it's sayonara and goodbye.